You're back for more. Hello, traders, family, friends, people of Earth, pets, non-pets, anything you'd like to pet. Good morning. Welcome to TopstepTV. This is opening call, and look who I got next to me today. We got our good friend JD. JD, how you doing today, buddy?
What is up, Eddie? Feeling good? Ready for the day? I think we're gonna get a little. I think we're gonna get a little action today. It's election day here in the
Mm,
U.S.
yeah.
Uh,
Election
Typically
day.
provides a little volatility. So looking forward to see what happens throughout the course of the day. We'll be reporting on it all day. Eddie will be in there. Jack and I will be in there with live updates on what's happening in the U.S. presidential election. So yeah, if you're sticking around bell to bell, you're gonna be hearing quite a bit about that today.
So let's get
Eddie, what's up
ready.
with you?
Let's focus here. I tell you, this is probably the most important week here of the year right now. And it only comes once every 4 years. It's almost like the locust. It's almost like the purge. I'm afraid that I
Urge.
tell you after the election, I told the wife, don't go outside. And if you do, go outside armed with with, with a lot of caution. I'm just kidding. But anyway, hey, let's get busy. We got a lot going on here today. I got a lot of news. JD's got some charts he's going to share. But hey, after heavy months of campaigning, it is election day, as JD mentioned here in the U.S. Now, Americans are going to be choosing between Donald Trump, obviously, and Kamala Harris. If you didn't know that, well, welcome to reality. Um, both plan poised to have massive implications for us traders. Either way, whoever wins, we are going to really see this market get a kick in the ass. But anyway, this race does remain extremely tight. It has been just like a frog's dupa, particularly in the battleground states. Now, there's some states that we're not really sure of yet, but we will find out very soon. U.S. stock futures hovered around the flat line today with markets awaiting that election results. We do have a slew of quarterly corporate earnings. We do have the upcoming Fed interest rate decision. Lots going on here. So we did see the Dow mostly unchanged. The S&P up by about 2 points. NASDAQ up by about three. Main averages on Wall Street ended slightly lower yesterday. That was the uncertainty clouded over the week, filled with the possible market moving events, as we just mentioned. Striking Boeing. Workers voted in favor of a plane maker's latest contract, ending how long was that? It was, I don't know how long they had, for 2 months. Yeah, about 2 months. So reports say that 59% of the workers said, yes, we can vote for a new contract that will hike the wages up 38% over the next 4 years. So get those mechanics, engineers back on working on those planes. We want to be safe here. On the other end of the world, Chinese stocks advanced today, outperforming Asian markets as investors assess the U.S. election. Yes, we're over here. We have an election going on, so everybody's sort of watching this. We did have the Shanghai CSI 300 jump 2.5. The Shanghai Composite rose 2.3%, while Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index added 2%. And these were coming from comments from China's Premier Li Qiang that included I vow to further open up the country's economy to bolster sentiment. And that's what I've got right now. And I'm going to give this to JD and see what else we do have on the menu for today. Oh, you are muted. You are muted, my friend.
I am muted now. I muted to cough. I hope I wasn't
It's
unmuted when I
okay.
coughed.
You were being polite, and you got tagged for it. $10.
Uh,
All right, what do we got?
$10. Yeah, I'll eat that one. No problem. All right. Yeah, Eddie mentioned stocks in Asia closed mostly higher overnight. In Europe, we got stocks trading a little bit mixed this morning. We got the FTSE down 0.11%, DAX up 0.24%, and the CAC up 0.24% also. The VIX is currently sitting at 21.92, and the yield on the 10-year note is resting peacefully at 4.327%. As far as the economic calendar for today goes, we had one number out this morning. International trade in goods and services came out at 7:30 a.m. Central Time. Consensus was for 83.9 billion. Actual came out 84.4 billion. I'm going to read this directly from Econo Day. The consensus outlook after a much wider than expected merchandise trade deficit for September. In the advance report, forecaster look for goods and services trade to gap to widen notably to 83.9 billion. We did exceed that number just a bit, 84.4 versus 83.9 estimated. As far as the rest of the day goes, we have ISM out at 9 a.m. Central Time. That's about it. Oh, 10-year note auction at noon, 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. So those Treasury auctions are usually a little bit of a market mover. So be on your toes when the noon hour comes in Central Time.
What
Tomorrow
do
we
you
got
got for? What do
the
you got, JD? What do you got for the PMI October? I got 845. You got that? You
PMI
seen that?
October.
Yeah, S&P Global Services PMI.
I see
Yeah,
PMI coming out tomorrow. You have that for today?
tomorrow. Okay.
PMI Composite Final, Wednesday, November
Okay,
6th.
that's probably my bad there. All right.
Okay.
Thank goodness. All right, you
Are
are
you reading that
correct,
from the
sir.
weekly kickoff email? I'll have to double check that if you are.
I see. It's yeah. In 37 minutes here, we got the global composite PMI. All
Okay.
right, we'll check that out. All right, but anyway,
I
I'm
have
sorry.
I have ISM this morning, not PMI. So it could be type on.
Huh,
All right. ISM today, PMI tomorrow. That's what I have. We've also
okay.
got the 2-day Fed meeting starting tomorrow, which will
Fun.
close with the Fed rate announcement on Thursday at 1 o'clock Central Time, followed by the Fed chair press conference at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. We got a lot of news coming out this week. So the consensus is for a spike in volatility. We haven't really seen too much of that yet, but the news really hasn't hit the tape yet, has it? So
Mm-mm.
headline risk is on. I'm going to say that a couple more times before we end the opening call. Headline risk is on today. So keep your eye on the news. Eddie, what is happening in the world of crude oil? You got anything for crude
Crude,
today?
dude. Where's the crude? Taking a look at it here right now. Well, oil prices did stabilize today a little bit after previous sessions. Strong gains with the proximity to the tight U.S. presidential election. And this is sort of limiting crude here right now. We did see Brent up 0.2, U.S. WTI also up 0.2%. Now, both of these had registered gains over 2% yesterday after the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries and its allies, a group known as the, ready? OPEC Plus, announced that it's going to delay a planned output hike of 180,000 barrels a day, at least a month. Now, this is the second time OPEC Plus has extended its 2.2 barrels per day cut, illustrating how concerning products, countries, and the global demand is. So that is what we've got for the news. And Gabe, if you got it, flaunt it. Tip of the week. What do we got here? Tip of the week. Market's always right. Always? Come on, man. Current market prices. Now, these are seen as truth. Okay. Why? Well, because it reflects the value of the buyers and the sellers who are willing to agree upon in real time. So, thing is, try not to fight the market. It is too big of a beast, and we are just little fish in the huge ocean looking for crumbs. And consider that. All right. When price seems to be overvalued or undervalued, it is the price at which the real transactions are happening. So we can't change that. I mean, unless you want to put a million or 100,000 lot in there, you will definitely move the market. But otherwise, like I said, we're the little fish in the big sea. You got anything on that as far as market is always right, JD?
All I can really do is remind you that the markets are infallible, people. It is not the market that is wrong if you're on the wrong side of the market. Unfortunately, it is you
What?
who are wrong.
No way.
I know that's
Yeah,
a
you could.
tough pill to swallow for a lot of people, but that happens to be the reality of the situation. So
Yes,
keep that in mind,
you,
folks.
you,
If you get
you can
stuck on a
point your finger
bias,
at the market. You can throw the market under the bus, do whatever you want, but it's you. It is you. All right. Another thing too here, we got an important announcement. Please pay attention, listen. If you write it down, and if somebody asks maybe in chat a little later, pass it on to them. We would appreciate it. Now, trading is going to be disabled for all live funded accounts. Live funded accounts. Let me repeat that. Trading is going to be disabled for all live funded accounts beginning at 5 p.m. Central Time today. Live. So Combine, XFA, you guys have at it. So we are expected to reopen at 8:30 a.m. Central Time tomorrow, November 6th. Now, please, these hours are tentative, and we've got our risk manager team will be monitoring and informing live traders once their accounts are enabled to trade again. Right. So live funded traders. So if anybody asks, hey, can I trade tomorrow? If they're in the live account, okay, they will be cut off at 5 p.m. today. Right. You can't trade after that overnight. Okay. No trading overnight for the live funded traders. We will reopen tentatively, okay, at 8:30 tomorrow, Central Time, November 6th. And I think that's what I've got. We've got some time. Actually, we're good on time today, JD, because
Hey,
I've
look at
had
that.
3 cups of coffee in a speeder. Yes, I'm
A
ready
lot
to
of
go.
coffee, Eddie.
A lot of coffee. It's just coffee grinds. I cut out the middleman, which is water. Just eat the grinds. Also, hey, we got Fast Market coming up here after this. Coach Dakota rips. Uh, Coach Dakota, star of slow markets. He's ranked number 2 in the funded trader leaderboard, and he's coming back from a losing day. Oh well, we can do that. Everybody has that from his live account. And rips made about a little over 6,000 in his live account last Friday. Took yesterday off, I think. But we'll
Good
have
on him.
Coach. Pardon me.
Good
Yeah,
on him. Nice job, Rips.
yeah. There you go, 6 Gs. But otherwise, let's not haste any more of their time. JD, let's hit these charts and see what opportunities we do have today.
Let's get into it. Thank
Do
you,
it,
Eddie.
man. Do it.
All right, here is your daily chart of the E-mini S&P 500 contract, the December E-mini S&P 500 contract. Yesterday, in all, the ES traded in a 52 handle range, exceeding that average daily range for the third day in a row. I have the 5-day ADR at 4505. That's what I am showing as the 5-day average daily range, 4505. Official settlement price posted by the CME group is 5743.25, up 15 points on the day. Total volume traded yesterday was 1.3 million contracts, and we gained 32,000 in open interest. So we are now entering our 4th day of consolidation. I'll talk a little bit more about 4 days of consolidation. You see this big bar from Thursday right here, but I'll be talking about regular trading hours versus expanded or extended trading hours. So entering our 4th day of consolidation in the ES with today's presidential election in the US and that Fed rate decision on Thursday. There's a
Yeah,
lot of
Thursday.
indecision in this market right now. So typically, this leads me to believe that a lot of traders are kind of sitting on the sidelines, just waiting for news. But that decent spike in open interest from yesterday is now telling me that maybe we've got some new positions being open and traders are kind of jockeying for position ahead of the news, if that makes sense to you. When you see a boost in open interest on low volatility, new positions are being opened, but we don't know really in what direction. They could be mixed up all over the place. So, and this is also coming on a couple weeks of, or a couple days of liquidation in the ES also. So, our early call in the weekly kickoff is for sideways price action in the ES. Uh, and so far this week, we haven't been disappointed with that call at all. Yesterday was very much a neutral day in my eyes. We opened inside range, inside value from Friday, and made a move to take out last week's low at 57.32 half right here. We came real close to testing our weekly kickoff low at 57.20, which is also a solid support zone going back here to early October. We then returned to close mid range for the day. But let's take a look at the 30-minute chart and see what that's telling us. Here's the 30-minute chart of the E-mini S&P 500 December contract. All right. So here's our price action from yesterday. Again, we opened regular trading hours, inside range, inside value from Friday. Initial balance remained our high of the day for the session. We made a run to take out last week's lows, then closed mid-range. Today, this morning, overnight inventory looks to be just a little bit long, maybe flattening out right now ahead of the 8:30 Central Time regular trading hours open. Considering that we're entering our fourth day of consolidation and that there has been quite a bit of back and forth in this market, it's probably a good idea to stay patient early on, wait for those better trade locations. As the day progresses and we get more news coming, more news concerning the presidential election, I should say, it's like we start to see a little boost in volatility. But for now, wait for those better trade locations. Don't go forcing any trades just yet. Keep your eyes on the news today. I said it before. I'm going to say it again after this. Headline risk is on today. It's on for the rest of the week. So be conscious of that, please. All right, let's take a look at the NASDAQ. Here's the daily contract of the December NASDAQ 100, mini NASDAQ 100 contract. All right, so yesterday, let me expand this just a little bit. Yesterday, December contract traded in a 235 point range, exceeding that 5-day ADR. That's the average daily range by, the average daily range is 223 half, 223.50, and we did exceed the average daily range. So we settled the day at 20,086. That's the official settlement price, 20,086, down 67 points on the day. Total volume was about 520,000 contracts traded. We gained just about 3,500 in new open interest yesterday. So similar to the ES, we're coming off a few days of lower open interest, followed by a day of an increase, which typically means liquidation and is very common occurrence ahead of big news weeks like this one. Then yesterday we started to see some new positions trickling back into the market. So possibly traders positioning themselves ahead of the news. Curious to see what happens to these guys if we start moving around a bit. But yesterday we went for a little test of last week's low, just missed it by a few ticks, then returned to close just below Friday's settlement. We're now entering our fourth day of consolidation in the NASDAQ. Also, I say the fourth day of consolidation because it's a significant portion of this bar, this down move from last Thursday happened during extended trading hours, like I said. So when I move to the 30-minute chart and we see the volume profiles, you'll see that I have them fixed to regular trading hours, not extended trading hours. All right. Hope that makes sense to you. That's where you see where we're trading inside range from last Thursday. So let's go ahead and take a look at that 30-minute chart. Expand this just a bit. Here you can see our regular trading hours from Thursday, last Thursday back here. Pardon me. We're still trading inside that range today. Price action, a little bit different in the NASDAQ yesterday compared to the ES. We had a textbook failed upside auction in the NQ. Failed upside auction occurs when price trades above the initial balance high, then reverses and returns back into value. So here we have our initial balance high at 20,209.75. On the very next bar, this is a 30-minute chart. Very next bar, we tested that. We had a high of 20,226.75 and came back inside to close that bar back inside value. Low of that bar was 20,172.5, confirming our failed auction. Which is an indication of a reversal in price action. So we made a run to take out the initial balance low, couldn't quite get there. Returned to close back around mid-range and inside range from Friday. Inside range and just outside value from Friday. Again, pretty neutral price action day. This morning, overnight inventory looks to be just a little bit long, balancing out a bit. We're opening inside range, similar to the ES. We're opening inside range, inside value from yesterday, hovering around. We were for a long time hovering around Friday settlement at 20,153. Today we're between settlement and value area low at 2174. Let me confirm that is the correct number. Value area high, 20,174 is value area high. So we are drifting in between settlement from yesterday at 20,086 and yesterday's value area high at 20,174. Do apologize, got a little scratchy throat this morning. So what does that tell us? When we open inside range, inside value, it's telling us to sit tight, wait for those better trade locations. I showed our 4 days of regular trading hours balance going back to last Thursday. So while we wait for information onto this market, we can either play the range or try and play for or wait for a breakout. So if you're fading extremes, you'll find opportunities for a nice cheap trade on either side of the market, either fading the upper extreme or the long extreme, looking for range to continue before the breakout. If you are playing the breakouts, beware of those failed breakouts ahead of any serious news stories hitting the wire. If you're playing breakouts, might be better to wait for the news. Just my personal opinion, though. So again, headline risk is on today. Be aware of news coming out concerning the election. It could be market moving. All right, let's take a look at crude oil. Here's the daily of the December contract in crude oil. In all, the December contract yesterday traded in a $1.56 range, settled at 71.47, up $1.98 on the day. Total volume was close to 287,000 contracts, and we lost more than 16,000 in open interest. So our early call in the weekly kickoff was for some sideways price action in crude oil this week. But we're seeing a bit of a move higher. We're seeing some strength early on this week. We rallied to test our weekly kickoff high at 71.60, closed above it, and now here we are trading above it again this morning. Again, these weekly kickoff levels are inflection points where we look to see longer time frame traders possibly starting to adjust their inventories. I think that's exactly how Hoag would describe it. So with yesterday's boost in price and a drop in open interest, I think we can safely say that some shorts were liquidating and we have some longs coming on the market right now. Let's check out our 30-minute chart. We're running short on time. I know, Eddie. I am conscious of the clock.
I am.
All right. Here is our 30-minute. So yesterday's range, bit on the tighter side. We opened with a small overnight gap to the upside, came back to fill it in short time, then traded back inside value from Friday before going out to close near the highs of the day. This morning, overnight inventory was getting long ahead of the open. It looked like we were going to open with a gap. This very last bar here is our opening bar. Regular trading hours for crude oil is regular trading hours open for crude oil is 8 a.m. Central Time. So we did come back in to fill this overnight gap by just a couple ticks, and we're trading higher now. You might want to say gap rules could still apply. If you're a purist, we didn't really come back to fill regular trading hours gap, so I'm going to say gap rules apply right now. If we don't come back to retest yesterday's regular trading hours high and fill that gap, then we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap in crude oil today. We got 1 minute left. I'm going to switch over to gold real quick. Here's the daily in the gold chart. In all, yesterday, December contract in gold traded in an $18.10 range, settled at $27.46.20, down $3 on the day. Total volume was about 145,000 contracts traded. Open interest, we gained 8,700. We're going to burn through this real quick, guys, I promise. Yesterday, we made a move to take out last week's low at 27.36.90. Didn't quite make it yesterday, but we did this morning. We dipped down below here in the overnight session, and now we're trading back above near Friday settlement at 27.49.20. Last week's low at 27.36.90 also lines up nicely with this area of consolidation going back from 2 weeks ago. So it's possible these lows remain a support level with some stops building up below here. 30-minute chart. So here's our move from yesterday. Again, yesterday's range, very tight. We traded inside range, but below value from Friday, and we're not able to take out the overnight lows during regular trading hours. We did, however, come back during the overnight session to do that. Built up some long overnight inventory, did not open with a gap, open inside range, inside value, We're testing yesterday's highs right now. If you are a seasoned range trader, you might be able to use yesterday's highs as a possible area for trade entry. That's at 27.57.5, or you wait for better trade locations at the upper extreme of this 3-day range, which is right around 27.72.80. That's what I've got for you today. We're running a minute late, Eddie. I hope that's okay. I know we got a special guest coming in right now, so let's continue with the show.
Let's get with it. We've got Rips here, and Coach Dakota going to be coming up here in just a little bit, and say good morning to our good friend Rips. Money Man had a great day last Friday. How you doing?
Oh
Rips?
Yeah, that was good stuff. Good morning, Eddie. How you doing, JD? I love the market prep with JD. Man, that was good stuff. Yeah, that was really good stuff. I myself am doing my own market prep over here. On my stream, we talked about that the market was rolling over into this low point of the market. Not quite to the hundreds. What was the low of this candle here? Low was 107.5. We came back down, and I was looking for longs down here. I didn't take it myself, but it's the election day, so I'm very hesitant to take any trades on any of my funded accounts today. In fact, I can't trade on my live account, as you know, for Topstep. Any of the live traders out there, they're not allowed to trade their live accounts today because of the heightened volatility. If you trade your own live money, you will notice that at your brokerage, you probably have increased margin requirements for trading any of the products today. So just take note of that. Be careful if you are going to be trading in your own live account. Be careful if you're trading your XFAs or your combines today. We're going to have an increased amount of volatility. But anyway, so we are seeing the market pushing back up here. I want to see this 168 level being tested here. If we do actually break out above that level, go to the 15-minute chart here. We do actually break out above that 168 level. What I'm going to be looking for is a test at this next level of 213. If we do take out that level, I'm going to be looking for some sort of kerfufflation right here. I want to see the market going up to that 250 level. And if we do bounce that high and get all the way up there, there's a good chance that we could keep going and start repairing all of this liquidity that we had from this dump back on the 31st of October. So it's definitely a TBD type of day for me. To the downside, I am looking for any type of points of rejections in this market here. Any kind of point of rejection here at 213, at 257, we would potentially see the market going back down. You can see the point of control for this area of trade is sticking out at about 130 right now. And if we do actually break below those 130s and hold the trade lower, we can see this testing that 82 or potentially 20,012. If we do get below that prior week low, that prior day low, we will see the market potentially trading 19,000s today in the NQ. So that's what I'm looking for today. We have about a minute till the open. I say we get right onto it here.
All right, we've got coming up here, like you said, in about a minute. And might as well bring in our good friend who's ringing our doorbell. What do we got here? We got, I think it might be Dakota with a confusing background.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
He's
man.
got a bull and a bear. Bull and a bear. And Mr. Patak. Stretch it out there, MP. We got a big day ahead of us.
Snowing here. Let's go. Let's go. Who voted? Who voted out there?
I hope
Who's
everybody.
voting today? I think we already said who was voting yesterday.
Oh, my God. Michelle had to wait an hour and 15 minutes to get that vote in. The line was out the door.
I just talked to my sister on the phone, and she goes, Mom's in line. I go, what do you mean Mom's in line? She's like, yeah, she's in front of me. I'm like, Mom and you into the... She's like, I didn't know she was going to be here. So I got the whole Patak family just out there casting votes.
Vote. All right, we are coming on our open here in a few seconds. Say, get ready, buckle up.
Good luck, everybody.
Here we go.
Markets are open here.
There we go.
Let's go.
Wow. Looking to see if we can actually break these 4-hour highs to the top side like we're talking about here on the opening call. Looking for those 168s to trade out. I'm not going to be taking any trades here because I want to just see how the market reacts up here at these 168s. If we do actually carry above that, like I said, target to the top side is above that at 213s here. 213s to the top side is what we're watching for to be potentially taken out here. Market is ripping right now through that prior 4-hour high. How do you feel about this, Dakota?
Here we go. I'm going to be more patient today. I'm not bullish. I'm not bearish. I think today we could actually just see more consolidation like we've seen yesterday. Yesterday, after I got off TopstepTV, I just absolutely crushed it. The market started behaving well. I think it's a good example of, sometimes it's better to be patient and you get chopped up 1 minute, and then the market starts to act and trade a lot better the next minute. And let's see how we are this morning. Yesterday we was pretty bullish for most part of the morning. A lot really choppy though. It is election day, so no need to force anything.
Yeah, market is bulling here. I'm looking for these 213s to trade out. Here we are breaking out above the 190s. I do think that once we get above those 213s here, we can see the market really start to break out. We're seeing a lot of green across the board. Apple is ripping to the top side. Tesla, Nvidia, Meta, Microsoft, everything forcing itself to the north side here. If we do hold these 200s, I would expect that 257 potentially will be trading out here.
I like that area too. We got yesterday's high.
If we are holding above 200s here.
We've got yesterday's regular trading hours high at 20,226.75 and yesterday's extended hours high at 20,248. So nice, definitely both nice targets there also.
Yeah, we're about the long side. Break out of these 213s. I do like a long here still.
Yeah,
there we go.
Tilt sort of running here. 68% long NASDAQ, 71% long here in the S&P, and right out of the gate here. Launching a little rocket from what we have been seeing here earlier this morning.
Yeah, it really is contingent upon whether or not we can claim these 213s to the top side. This might be the topping area for the NQ here and now. So let's keep that target in mind here. If we can reclaim these 200s, get back above those 213s, I think the market can rip and rally here and go much higher. So right now we are seeing some pullbacks in Microsoft, Meta, Apple, Nvidia, and Amazon. We are trading below 200s here. Let's see if this market will indeed hold. We're looking for 168s now to hold potentially here.
174 is yesterday's value area high. That lines up nicely with your 168s, I think. You like a long down there, Rips?
Yep, I do. I do like a long, and
right.
As a watch for gaining over that 213 level, but it's all contingent upon the price action here. We have a very violent opening candle. Let's see if we have repair back to the downside first. Any trades, Dakota?
No. I don't like this market already. I mean, this is one where we might even go all the way back down and make a new low at this point. But I know what you're seeing. You're seeing a pullback and looking for continuation up to 240s, right?
That's right. Yeah, I think a nice long here can make sense as long as we get back above 200s. So let's see if the market wants to scoot back up here. It is pushing. I really do like this. If we can claim over these 200s with the quickness, we have just a little bit of overhead supply running into that right now. So if we get over that 200 level, we should start to rip and rally here. So I do like longs above 200 here as long as we're holding. Let's see if we have the push.
Long America.
See if it's holding here. Right now it's kind of failing.
Trying.
They're pushing really back up here.
Considering it is election, Rip, you're looking north. Dakota, you're looking south.
I'm looking.
Let's see if we can break out of these 213s here.
Looking east.
You're looking west and east.
That's a good way to look at it. I'm looking east.
Well, there is. I mean, the trades is west to east when there's really no movement. But you said you were looking for that downside. Just wondering what you're seeing here.
Nothing. It's election day, so I'm looking for it to chop everyone up.
Yeah, if we can get over these 213s, I think this market's going to rip and rally. It is contingent upon whether or not we blast through these 213s here. Right, so watching again for the breakout here, looking for 213s to break out. We should explode through this level if we have the liquidity to break on through.
Just kissed it. Backed up a little bit.
Let's do the Jim Morrison here.
The doors break on through to the other side here. Right now we are seeing a pullback in the Mag 7, but here's the potential breakout here. Starting to bull up and spool up here.
Are you liking any trades for the house?
Did you get into a long range?
Yeah, I'm in a long right now. Like I said, I like that long over 200s there. And let's see if we can get this to hold above 213s here.
The house will join you. We got two times.
I think it's a little bit late. I was saying,
okay.
Just let you know back at the market open when we're pulled back below.
We can still get out of 240s.
We'll get out.
Let's see if we make about these 213s. I'm watching for 240s to trade if we hold above 213s. And if not, I have a stop right now at 192 to pull me out of the rest of this trade here.
Very good. Anne Marie sees some single prints down at 150. So that might be a target if we start to rotate a little bit back to the downside here.
Gold tagging a new high here, 27.59.50. And right off the open here and sort of taking off a little before that.
I'm jumping in with you, Rips. The house is going to jump anyway. We'll keep the 90s at that stop with you.
Okay, cool. What's your average?
10 points of risk.
We covered those nines. We covered those nines at sevens, and we're in at threes. Three halves.
Cool. Yeah, let's see if we can break out of these 213s here on that pullback. Right now, the market is wrestling here. It's not picking a direction either way. We're having some softness in Meta and Apple right now that is kind of cooling off the market. But if those started to explode to the north side, then we could see this starting to bull up pretty strong here. So let's see if we can get back over this 210, 213 area. Right now, it's kind of fighting and wrestling at these 213s again. This is the blow-off area that we need to see a lot of strength coming through from the buyers. And right now, we're just seeing a lot of overhead rejection into this area. So we just need to see buyers taking control out of this area. And that should be good for another 50 points if we can actually break out of this range here. But right now, still running into a lot of overhead supply, overhead traffic.
Hey, MP, how many did you put on there? 5 or 10?
5 guys.
5 guys.
Right. 5 cars. We don't say cons here. Everybody who's tuning in, don't use that word.
This is real trading, folks.
Yeah.
5 guys and everybody gets an order of fries.
Yeah, 5 guys. We call them Chicago's like, hey, 3 guys, 2 guys. But they also call them cars.
We are breaking out of those 213s here. Let's see if we can break out of 220s to the north side here. Start to really.
There we go. Here we go.
It's a beautiful move here.
There's stop run.
Boy, you love to see it. You really do. Gorgeous move there to the north side. I'm going to actually move my stop now, trail my stop up to 208 here. That might be the blow off top that we were looking for, but we do have potential room for continuation here to the north side. So looking for 230s. Like I said, above 200, we're probably possibly looking for a 50-point retracement here. A 50-point burst up to around 257 3/4 here. We are running into the quarterly open right here and now. This is the quarterly contract open that we're running into. So there's going to be a lot of overhead supply going into that here.
It can't
very good, very good.
I've heard that before.
I was just watching a Tom Hoag video this morning at about 5 a.m. Got to change your mindset. When the markets are at their highs, it can go higher.
Yeah, you guys are
100%.
What are you doing? Come on.
Yeah, you're buying the top. What are you saying for levels?
I'm bringing my stop down to 218.5 now. 218.5 is where my stop is for the remaining contracts that I have on here. Moving it up to 221 just in case we get a quick failure, and I would jump back in if we get a nice retracement here. But we're still holding long and strong here with an average of 189 3/4.
We're taking one off every 10 points with you. You set up the 50s, right? You like the 50s?
I like 57 3/4. 57 3/4 for an upside target here.
Yep.
We're starting to bull up here through the 35s, popping some stops here to the north side.
MP 248 was yesterday's high, so we are expecting to see a little liquidity just above there, maybe a little burst up to Rips's level if we get through that 248 level.
Just a little heads up on that NASDAQ too. Coach Paul talking about this NASDAQ 2242 is a 30-minute 200 SMA. So keep an eye on that also.
Looking for this to blow out of these 35s here and now.
42s. 40s.
So leader out of the gates got to be this NASDAQ. Nice run here. Hit the bell here. We've got a number here in about 5 minutes. And then we've got numbers top of the hour here also.
Nice push out through these 235s. Let's see if we can actually get this burst through that order flow.
ES still marching higher also. Nothing given up there.
Yeah, this is
35s are starting to take out here. We're running into some overhead supply. Let's see if we can burst through that and have a bit of a blow off top here above 35. There are a lot of offers being placed above this, which is totally normal on a rip like this. A lot of early buyers want to be early sellers. So looking for early 40s to take out. 40s are up and over. Beautiful, beautiful move here to the north side. Watching for 40s to take out. We're going for Monday's high and potentially 57 3/4 to the north side now.
We got a 40. We've had these orders. We've had these orders working. They're getting peeled off as we keep going up 10 handles.
I can see them on the dome. That's you, MP.
Yeah, that is. It's live.
It's amazing seeing you all the way up there. Yeah, up in no man's land.
5 minutes remaining. NASDAQ, 72% long here. 74% in the money. That's a nice run here with an average
Love to
of
see that.
22.12. Yeah,
I feel like a
average
lot of those
price
traders are tuning into Topstep TV to get this live play-by-play commentary. That's good stuff right there.
By you, my God, Rich, you are just in fuego.
And then I have just one left, JD, one left. It's up in the 50 range.
One left. Gotcha. Leaving one for the auto liquidator.
Leaving one for the
I love
going
that.
into election. Let's do it.
Hey, Rips, how many contracts do you got on here?
Just got one left. One left here.
Price?
Right now, 221 is the stop. 221 halves, and just stopped out. So that's going to put us on the board today. Let's see here. Quick maths. We're up $8,000 across 5 XFAs.
Yeah! There you go.
There you go, man.
Look at that.
There it is.
That's what you call it.
That one guy that I was telling you about, we sold the highs. Always feels good to sell that. 34.
Hey, there you go.
34.75.
Nice
I don't know how many traded out right there, but yes.
Good out.
That's some good stuff right there, MP.
Good
Love to see it.
42.75. 42.75. 20,242.75. Right here is an order. Sell order. You'll see it highlighted.
Love a winner. Love a winner out of the gate. Awesome trade, guys.
Yeah, but you got to
Nice
consider
call,
That was
Rivers.
beautiful. I hope everybody in chat caught that too. That was just, hey, if you caught that trade in chat, I mean, we're just throwing out random ideas here, but if you caught that trade in chat, go ahead and drop a W in chat. I'm curious how many people caught that in chat here. Let's see some W's in chat if you caught that to the long side here.
I left one on at a break even. Just a little FYI.
We got gold pulling
Very good.
back here right now. Look at all those W's. Nice going, folks.
Wow.
Way to
Way to
go,
go,
way
traders.
to go.
Wow.
Coming out of
Watch
the
gold
gate
here. Gold
strong.
taking a dive right now off its highs.
So we got an 0-3 stop for our runner. And we're seeing
Yeah, our runner.
a little bit of selling pressure coming in.
Ooh,
Gold
came right
taking
to
a
the
high here.
runner.
72.36.
Got us.
Get out.
98.
Get out.
Really well managed, Michael. I want to give my tip of
Wins
the
a win.
hat to you for managing that trade so well. Very, very well managed. You put your stop in place.
Very
You
nice.
took profit off when you're getting paid. Honestly, I love to see that.
I think
was
what
some pro ball trades
we're
right there.
learning, what we're learning as we discuss more about the house account, because we're working with whomever's on air with us any time of the day that's backed, that Topstep's backing, and they bring their trade ideas. So we're working with, hey, how should we do size and how should we do? So getting like this precision of like, hey, 57s. I'm like, well, the 50 range, but on the way up, there's the 20 or the 30s and the 40. So we wanted to kind of bring in our own little like peel off. But the idea itself, we want to always be about our funded traders. So you're coming out of the gate. What you saw is what house account strategy is all about. Is getting behind that. People are like, hey, it's not my trade. That was a Rips call. It was a Rips call. Topstep, I executed, but then if I'm not on here, it'll be JD executing or Jack executing or Hoag executing. But it's always backed by the ideas, initial idea of this.
Can you clear that
example
order
right
too,
here
please?
with you, Rep.
You might want to clear
I love
that order.
Yeah, it felt
Oh, yeah.
good. It felt good.
Hit that delete button. Delete all, Michael.
Delete all. I don't have orders working.
Oh.
Cancel all.
And all cancel.
Those are my
Marie's talking
top
about
step daily levels. Unless you guys,
There you go.
unless I do have something sitting there.
follow along.
No, I don't.
Anne Marie's talking about a short in the second batch of single prints below.
Yeah, I was honestly thinking about getting short over there because I think we could see the same thing we seen yesterday.
S&P Services PMI coming in at 55, evens versus a 55.3. That's the 21st month of expansion across the board for the S&P Final Services PMI for October.
Thank you.
Got that.
I like this. Dan, flying the American flag right there. Hey, guys, fly the American flag today. And if you're from another country, fly your own flag. But USA today, baby. Democracy. Vote early, vote often. And don't get in arguments anymore about it. Pretty much 50-50 from here on out. It's been like that every 4 years.
Every 4 years without fail. I thought it was going to be worse this year, but surprisingly it
Yeah,
wasn't.
back in like the late 90s and whatnot. Wasn't there like, it just felt like there were bigger like wins. And then the wins got tighter and tighter. I don't know, since 2010.
We've gotten better at targeting data, Michael.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. In a first past the line election.
Targeted ads showed up in 08 and 09, and then
no, seriously, two parties have an incentive to get like 50% plus one vote, right? So naturally we're converging upon it.
All right, I'm short. I'm short from 215.
Good luck, Dakota.
Dakota is in the market.
Thank you.
I'm going to sit this one out.
Okay,
I
like
want
about
to
the short?
take the order flow while you're doing
thank
this.
you, Diddy. Yeah, what do you like about this?
So we rallied up. I'm looking for this to be a lower high right here at the 220s. Seeing if we could break back down towards where we opened. See if we could get back down towards maybe 170s. I'm looking at this as we put in a high, possibly a lower high. I want to see if we could break below 210.
What's your risk?
My risk is going to be right above 231.
231.
Yep.
Decent cheap trade. What do you say, MP? We're
Okay,
right
so
we're right at Dakota's entry price right now.
He's talking 15s, and then for 30.
Short 15, stop at 31.
Yep.
Okay. We're short 15 quarters.
in.
Stop at 32.
I was kind of short.
Alive here. S&P NASDAQ sitting on the fence here, 50-50 each way here on the tilt. Remember the tilt.
And what exits are you looking at? Target price?
I'm looking for 170s, but I'm okay with peeling off some if we do start to sell off on like momentum to the downside.
Yesterday's value area low, 174. Also, Anne-Marie called out single print TPOs down around the 150 area. So those are a couple decent targets to the downside. Keep those in mind.
Well, Dakota's focusing on that. We do have a feature, I believe, coming very soon that you'll be able to break this 5 lot up right now and pull it out. Each one, if you want to do 1 lots, I believe something like that.
We got a poll here in chat. Are you trading or just watching? And in here, we got some votes going in here. You're just sitting back watching, playing it safe. Remember, as Hoag says, anything can happen, especially today and this week. Lots going on this week.
Man, not liking that we rejected those 210s. This most likely might stay
strong.
Out.
Yeah, market is still looking very, very strong here. S&Ps are breaking out, making
I'm out.
highs,
I'm out.
so.
This thing's going.
We had a minor bull flag there that we just ripped right through the upward trend line.
Yep. We just blew through
feeling
that
just
one.
like yesterday's price action to start the day. We burned
it-
through a
it-
couple of
this
bull
period
flags
actually
before
like
we ended up trading back towards.
Is this buy the pullback day?
Yeah, it's looking like those 57s are about to trade out here. We have that 50. We have the 50s getting sliced on through. So, yeah, I still like this up at 57s. I think a good assessment will be whether or not we reject super hard here. If we have a pullback, there's definitely room to hop back in long. So I'm still liking this market from the long side.
Appreciate the talk out both for Rips on the first trade and Dakota on the second. You will have winners, you will have losers, you have winners, you have losers, you have winners, you have losers. Manage your risk.
Yeah, we are pulling back ever so slightly below these 50s, and they are pushing into this. I think this is a good long here at these 50s because we have a good chance of snapping right through this level here.
Yep, we're blowing
Our
through
poll
all
results here. Are you trading today or just watching? Trading, 66% trading, 33% watching. 1%, I don't know. What are you doing?
What do you think you're doing?
Damn it, you 1%ers.
I like a long here at the 50s here, MP.
Did you get in Rips?
In now, just got triggered. Looking for 57s to trade out here.
Popping right through it.
There's your 57s, there's your 61s. Can you hold 57s? We'll join you on a 5 lot. 54 even.
We have to get through 57s now. This is the big area that we have to cut through. 57 is going to blow out here. See if we can actually hold this push.
What's the risk on that you're looking for on this? That's going to
I have moved my stop now to 55 quarters since we got in at 49.
So we're breaking
and just got triggered out. So
now,
that's going to put us up $1,900 per account. So we're up almost 10 G's on the day now.
Nice, man. Nice. Beautiful.
Once again, tilt longs here in the NASDAQ, 73%. We were just 50-50 just about a few minutes ago. 61% in the money here. Average price, 22.30.
I really want to see this interaction up at 57. We're not pulling back super hard, so I think the trade is still valid. Yep. I'm completely flat now. I got triggered out of my stop. That was my final contract there. So we are completely out of this trade, but I think as long as we blow out of 57s, we do have a chance of racing up towards 300s. I would like to see a deeper pullback first. Any kind of pullback, I think, should be bought here, especially with how strong the Magnificent 7 are. We are testing 57s once again. 57.75 is the level to be watching. See if we can have another breakout trade here, potentially. You can see there is some activity right there at 57.75. And we do have some news coming out in about 8 minutes here. 8 minutes, there will be news.
Top of the hour.
Here we go.
Looking for.
So there we go. Do we get that blowout above 57? Can we actually hold the pull?
Man,
we are starting to bull up here. Again, the target to the top side is going to be all the way up there at 307. So breaking out here is what we're looking for on the ticket.
House is flat. Rips is flat. Who in here is long? Right now. Right here, right now. Do not get distracted, and you don't have to type in there because I know you're in a trade if you are in a trade.
Yeah, I'm seeing this pullback below the 57s ever so slightly, but we are still holding this push. Looking over the Mag 7 here. S&Ps need to clear out of 57.75 to the top side and start trading 57.80s.
Just want to see how many people are long. There. Thank you.
Yeah, we gotta
just answer if you're long, please. Just want to understand who is long.
Who's long?
A lot of people.
Friday's high at 22.88. There's a nice target.
So a nice pullback trade for me would be down here at 33. If we come back down to 33, as low as 35, 38, those 5-point kind of tickets, 33, 35, 38. If we have a pullback there, I think it's a very nice long as long as we show up bids there. If we get down to that level. Right now, we're at the very bottom of this volume shelf at 50s. Let's see if we reject here. Currently flat.
How you doing, Dakota?
This market, man. This market is. Yeah, I think it feels just like yesterday. It feels just like yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised if we're right back to where we opened.
It's going to be the V move, the upside down V today.
I mean, very similar to what we were feeling yesterday. I mean, it was going up, getting chopped around, and then what was it? 11 p.m. or 11 a.m. We were right back to even making almost lows of the day. That's what I'm looking at. But we'll see. I'm going to be patient. I took that one loss, so I'm going to just watch this market.
All right, there's that pickup I was looking for through 57. Now we are bulling up to these 70s. Again, the top side target is going to be all the way up at 307. We're running into a little bit of impedance at 270 rather. Over in the S&Ps, we did tag above that 57.78 now. We are trading heavily above that. I think there's a nice long trigger here at the 70s. If we can hold this, let's see how strong this pullback is.
Trader hacks, you're right. V-tops are less common than V-bottoms, I would say.
Hey, Rich, what do you see at 307? What is 307?
307 is where we kind of had a kerfuffleation back on Thursday, the 31st. There was an area where we had big support there. So if we can make that a new support level, we should be able to trade above 307s and then potentially make it higher all the way up to 420s.
Okay, cool.
So a lot of contingencies in the market today.
Eddie's favorite number, the 420s.
420, baby.
Yeah, we are pushing up here. Let's see if we can actually hold this push above 70s. I will trigger long in above 75 here. That's what I'm looking for. If we can actually hold this push of the 70s, see if we can trigger back in long about 75 or so. So testing 70s, I have an order just above 75 here to get back in. See if we can trigger long back into this market here.
Stop order buying new highs, MP. That's what Rip says.
Correct.
Is a buy
looking for 75s to blow out here.
75 on stop order buy. Okay.
Stop buy, yeah.
What risk do you look at?
Towards that 75. We are triggered into this trade. We are bulling higher into those 77s now. Very, very nice push here. Let's see if we can get into these 80s. Gorgeous, gorgeous pull into those 80s. And I will trail this very, very tight here since 80s have a lot of contracts to be trading here. Let's see if we can break above these 80s. Very, very nice. Just trading one contract on this. Very, very nice. That's what I'm looking for out of that trade. We're at $2,100 per account.
Look at this.
Beautiful move there to the top side.
300.
Called that live.
That's an excellent
job.
momentum trade. It was
5 minutes
perfect.
remaining. Got number top of the
Who's
hour.
still
here.
long?
Minor.
Who's still long?
You sound Swedish when you said that. Who's still long? Who's still long?
Okay, so
Who's
there's
still
our
long?
300s. Looking for 307 to the top side now.
There you go. There's your number.
Okay, we got
Knocking on the
folks
door.
now. Bang, bang, bang. You can type now. You're in the money.
So that was just a buy stop that we had at 75 that triggered us along there. One single contract that took us to the promised land there. A textbook momentum trade. I love setting passive orders like that turn into active orders when we get our triggers that we're looking for.
Destroyed it, dude.
Started the wrong bias, really around the 200s, 20,200s. You said
Yes,
if it keeps
indeed.
above the 200, if I recall correctly. Initial gave you that kind of lean towards your long bias earlier in the day, right at the open, or last night. What? The fact it's Taco Tuesday.
Oh,
Taco Tuesday, Turnaround Tuesday, Election Tuesday.
Yeah.
hey, how are my gold
Thursday.
traders doing?
Does anybody
to
still
check
believe
on
in
this.
Turnaround Tuesday? We should pull the chat on that one, Eddie. Who still believes in
Let's turn-
Turnaround Tuesday?
Let's turn around Tuesday.
Whatever the market did on Monday, we'll do the opposite on Tuesday. It was an old.
Now, this is
Andrew,
really cool.
from
I'm
the
seeing
trading
this in
floor
chat.
days.
Says, Jamie Stowe says, Rip's trade ideas got me 2,500 across my 5 new XFAs. Boom. Thank you. That's what I'm talking about. Great trading there.
Ooh,
Way to
and
hold
you're
on
up-
to it. Way
you're
to
up
stick it out.
10,000,
Beautiful
right,
trading.
Rip?
I'm up over, I'm up, what is it? 10,500.
That is good.
You know,
feeling.
JD, explain this turnaround Tuesday.
I mean, on election day where I didn't expect to trade, I will tell you, I'm tickled pink right now. I'm very smitten to have
Keep it.
10,000 extra clams in my account here.
Keep it
Clams.
in your
Keep
pocket.
it.
We have a button. We have a button for that. I don't think you're ready to get out of the ring yet. That's your decision, not mine. But there's a button up there that you can press that gets you out of the ring, and it throws.
I
in
believe that's called the
green
Lacasito
green
button.
towel, not the white towel. Goes in the green
Lacasito.
towel. Yeah.
Oh goodness! I think I might actually lock it here. I think $10,000 that's a decent open there. That's a decent open. I think.
I think it's a smart play. Eddie, do we have a lock it up? Like you lock it up. Do we have one of those bits? Sound effects?
You gotta lock it up. I think we got something to that extreme.
What's you lock it up? No, you lock it up. What's that? What movie is that?
Wedding Crashers.
Perfect.
There you go.
We need to find that one, Eddie. It's a chuckle every time you hear it.
I'll look for it there. But yeah, as I was trying to ask before here, how our gold traders are doing that. The buy's coming back again, but hit that high, did a 180 extreme, and sort of fell off the side of the cliff. But landed on
News in 30 seconds, by the way. News in 30 seconds.
There you go. Landed on a pile of pillows. Yes.
What do we have coming out?
We've got the ISM coming out here. ISM new orders, paid prices, employment. We'll see. These are minor numbers. The bigger one was the PMI final. That was.
I think this is going to be a pretty dramatic print here. Actually, order book is pretty cleared out here.
Yeah, order book's nothing. Ones and twos. Oh my.
Yeah.
Be careful, everybody. Check your positions.
Cancel all. Every time, guys, no matter what.
Oh my
just
God!
click
Here comes
cancel all.
307. Oh my God!
And
There it
here
is.
we go.
Holy smokes!
Who's still long?
Wow.
Anybody who was holding till 307,
yes.
congratulations. You've done
Good
it.
job.
Who's still long?
Oh my
And
god.
we got our PMI coming in at 56. They were looking at 53.8. Also, the paid price 58.1.
Wow.
Boy, we've
Yeah, tell
swept
us-
307 in a heartbeat.
Tell us
50
if that's a good
straight up.
number, bad number, and what about it, Eddie?
Yep, looking it up here right now. As far as our ISM goes, coming in at 53.
And we tagged 5790s as well in the S&Ps. What a beautiful, beautiful move that was.
Excellent. What a call. Nice call, Rips. Man, you're on fire.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You know what's so funny? If the house account, I'm just gotta use this as a joke because somebody just goes out, made a bunch of money, I'm done. See you, have a good day. And then when if the house account loses, people are like, oh, you're just doing that so people reset more. I'm like, what? If the house account, or if the guys are trading down here, well, they're like, everybody leaves. Now we have no viewers. Come on, like it's like a double-edged sword here, guys. If you call it a day,
I made my best attempt to sabotage the company this morning by giving away some free alpha where people were making $10,000 or more in their XFAs today. So my bad.
I mean,
so we did have that number coming out, Manufacturing Purchasing Managers PMI, which basically is a composite calculated overall economic conditions for non-manufacturing sector.
$2.99.
Is that with tax?
Nope. That was a quick in and out. Nope. It was just showing out.
We're looking healthy here. Forecast of 51.7 coming in at 54.9. Anything over 50 indicates some good things are happening.
I still don't like the short here since we haven't shown confirmation. I only like a short underneath 270, 250.
Yep, I'm getting smacked short in this thing. Still looking for a pullback.
We ripped through 3 or 4 short-term bull flags yesterday before we started reversing. I feel like we're going to get the same kind of price action today. So keep looking for those short-term bull flags, and if you see them fail to the downside, maybe we're starting to form some structure to the upside to get those reversals if you're looking to trade from the short side. Otherwise, play those breakouts. Those breakouts look good on those short-term bull flags.
My head's starting to hurt. I'm still at 300.
Hang in there, Dakota. You're literally the best trader on all of Topstep, in my opinion.
Some days like this, it doesn't feel like it.
Well, you know what they say. Some days you're the bug and some days you're the windshield. It's okay to be either one on either day. Just don't remain in your own head.
Well, gold traders riding the rodeo today. I hope you're hanging on. This market really has no direction in gold here today.
Tonight's going to be
fun. So we did back down to those 285s. We are reclaiming 300s here.
Nick for a tick and myself are going to have so much fun tonight.
Talk to us. What's going on? Let the audience know what's going on tonight. Do we have an election, Chauvin, slow markets?
Exactly. Yeah, we're just going to be joining each other. He's going to be joining me for slow markets, and tonight is obviously a very, very big night tonight for the United States, and we're going to see some crazy moves in the market. Not going to be talking politics very often. We're going to be talking about markets, not trading it.
Yeah, what's cool about having Nick for a tick on is that both of you, you and Nick for a tick, have commanded the top 10 portion of the leaderboard for pretty much the entire year of 2024. So if you're looking for a lot of value out there, folks, this is the show to tune into. Slow markets tonight with Coach Dakota.
Yeah, it's been fun.
It's going to be at 7:30 Central right here on our YouTube channel.
And I do have an amazing cautionary tale in these news stories coming up right about now. First, want to take a look at the election trades, the popular ones. 10-year yields is the first thing. We're still dancing around that 4.3 level here. Next major level above, a little under 4.5. It's gone as low as 3.6. It's likely, if it seems that Trump is winning, that the yields will rise. Nothing's certain. Next, Goldman Sachs has baskets of basically the Trump trade and the Harris trade, which have been converging a bit in the last days of October into November here. There are many opportunities out there. But the most important thing, check out this story. There's a lot of text here, but I will summarize it. Okay? When SBF, yes, that SBF, Sam Bankman-Fried, was working for Jane Street during the 2016 election, they figure out a way to model states or get the information before everyone else. They knew Trump was going to win before, and they lost $300 million. They were initially up $300 million. It was the best trade they ever had. And by the end of the night, they were down $300 million, and they knew what was going to happen before everyone else. This is to say that all these trades we think are going to work, be it yield, crypto, things like that, you don't necessarily know what's going to happen when all
Welcome
the votes are in.
to the market. Yeah, 100,000. My worst day ever was during releases because I thought, you think It's my worst day ever. I mean, it was a $13,000 day, but at that time, it was pretty painful, like 26.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's painful at any age. Nobody wants to lose money.
Well, Sam Bankman-Fried looked at that $300 million and said, "That ain't shit."
Yeah. Let me just go into customer segregated funds. I got a lot of money over there.
Wow, look at my new trading account. This is sweet.
And that's the news for now.
Just transfer. Use a transfer button.
Actually, one last thing I would just like to announce, by the way, Eddie did earlier, but trading will be disabled tonight for all live funded accounts beginning at 5 p.m. Central. Expected to reopen at 8:30 Central tomorrow morning, the 6th. These hours are tentative. Topstep's risk managers will monitor and inform live traders once their accounts are enabled to trade again. So that is for live funded accounts.
Such a smart move.
Don't be SBF.
Yep. It's the right
I
thing
love
to
that.
do.
I think it's very smart. A great choice because you don't have to worry about margin requirements or contract sizing. It's like, hey, let's just cool off for trading until the margin requirements go back to normal.
Yep.
I'm curious, how many folks in chat, maybe we could do a poll for this. How many folks in chat think that we will know the result of the presidential election by tomorrow morning? Can we do a poll for that? How many folks of you out there think that?
That's a good one. That's a good one. Or is it just going to be a long, drawn-out debate still? All right, we're trying to get a 3-bar reversal here on the 5-minute chart.
Looking at the NQ still. Let's see.
Yeah, looking at the NASDAQ. I'm still short. Still short from 20,300. Looking for us to push, have a bit of a pullback here. We're still not doing it.
Whoever made that poll, I remember hanging chads. That's a throwback right there.
Hanging chads. God,
that was a long drawn out one too.
Remember they would go like that. That was like, they're like, that is a vote for Bush. That's a vote for no. That's a vote. Who was Bush running against? I don't know.
Gore.
It was Bush, wasn't it? Gore. Yeah.
What's a hanging chad?
Oh no! When we used to have punch cards, it wasn't a hole being entirely punched through it, and it left behind a little bit of a dingleberry.
Wow, you don't remember hanging chads? Hanging chads was it's Dominion, Dominion's sister company.
Oh wow!
I'm just joking. If you guys can't have fun with all this, you're dying fast. It was. You punched a hole through it. And if it barely put it through, it was like, did they vote for him? That was back in 2002.
That was 2004. 2000. Oh yeah, 2000.
Bush, wasn't it? Bush.
Yeah, I was still in my
Tipper?
Y2K cave. So much dumb shit happened. If you look back at the past.
Make sure to turn off your computer before midnight on Y2K.
It will attack you. I stayed home for New Year's Eve that night. I was like 20 something. Stayed home with my girlfriend. Like, we're staying home. I'm like, I'm not staying home. She's like, Y2K, and we're like small town Nebraska. And I'm back home for college. From college break, and I'm like, really? Okay, all right, let's stay home. Nothing happened.
Well,
the lights stayed on, TV stayed on. Yeah.
Yeah, I sat in our living room the whole night, just watching. Okay, cool. As a 20-year-old kid, it's kind of.
Yeah, on the trading floor, we were really worried about that. I mean, that was something like, everybody's talking about it. Timestamps are going to be screwed. Everything's going to be screwed. We're not going to. Nothing happened. Yeah, nothing. No.
Obla D, obla da. Guess what? Life keeps going on.
Yep.
We are kind of holding this potentially to the downside here. We could potentially look for bids down lower at 270. We're having some trouble breaking down, but we did have a rejection again at 307. So we've tapped that level now 3 times. We had the blow off top through the level. We had a retest of the level and then a second retest of the level. So if we actually break down below these 280s, you might be in for a nice trade here, Dakota. I'm rooting for you.
I'm rooting for me too, man. I actually, to be honest, I really don't care the result of this trade. It's just it's one of many. It's another day.
And here we go.
Another
Starting
day.
to roll it on over. House count feel good about this one? Good enough to take it maybe with a 3 guy?
You guys, who's
Because
house
if it
count
breaks here,
manager
we're
right
going to
now,
trade
JD?
70s at least. At least. I don't know if we're going to reject there, but I like what Dakota's seeing right here.
Let's do
So I
it.
think it's worth a house account.
We need guidance.
3 short.
And you didn't
here
put
she
anything on,
comes.
did you?
I don't know risk. I'm trying to get no. I did not.
Okay.
That's the trouble when you have a momentum trader on this show. They just start talking nonsense and it's gone before you know it.
Yeah, I love the chat.
You blink and
I
it's
love
gone.
it.
Yeah.
And it's gone.
And I'm still
Beautiful
short from
patience in this
300.
trade, Dakota. Absolutely glorious. Look at that. Taking it straight up to the promised land. We did just trade 260s to the downside here. What is your downside target here, Dakota?
Um,
What a
Where we
beautiful
open?
trade. Wow. Where are we open? Well, that's, it sounds like you got some hungry eyes, my friend.
You didn't cover, did you? You're still in this?
I'm still in this. Come on, Rips. Can't we be a little bit optimistic? Where did we open? Where did we open?
You got some hungry eyes, my friend. This is looking at the market like a buffet.
Hey, yes, that happened yesterday.
Do you think there's a chance for the house account to jump in here? Do we have any room to potentially get short slightly above the 80s with a risk to say 295? Because I want to get the house account involved in this trade.
Ooh, I do like little risk. It's carving up a corner of the market.
Yeah, if this does kind of start to fail underneath 80s here, we could definitely take a 3 guy short, risking maybe potentially above 95 here.
So you're looking at, and then Rips, or sorry, Dakota, you're short from 99.
And it's going.
Yeah, I'm short from 300. No, technically, I'm short 10.
Ooh. Oh, my.
Getting a little pop here. All right. We got a chance for a re-entry or entry.
All right, we're in.
All right,
We
what's your
should
risk?
join. We should join the 95s.
Cool. And I like to adding to this trade, maybe bring it up to 5 full cars if we start cutting below 72 halves.
Oh, we started at
Nice.
5 full. We'll add.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. House account
5 full.
starts.
What's the average?
81 quarter.
Gorgeous.
81
6
quarter.
points in the money as we speak here and now.
There you
5
go.
full Volkswagens.
Well, this thing
What do you
looks like
guys-
it's ready to roll. Can we get down there?
Got Carlos talking about the point of control rotating at 2292, staying beneath. He thinks if we can get below, we can see another leg higher.
Where's that VWAP thing?
Below
Where's
that.
that thing called a VWAP? Is that somewhere?
I think it's downtown right now.
It's downtown.
It's way downtown.
Is it
Look at
really
it
very
down his.
far down?
Oh yeah. I mean, it's way down there. So if we do actually start cutting below these 70s in a jiffy here, we're starting to see some orders coming through. I'm looking over at the Mag 7 right now. We had a very precarious bounce here from NVIDIA, from Meta, from Microsoft. So that is kind of buoying the market right now. If we do have Tesla, Meta, Microsoft, and NVIDIA all starting to roll over here, we could see this market starting to cut down. And we would see a lot of these longs from the open starting to cover and potentially some higher longs panicking in this market here.
So we're short here now, Rips. Where are we looking as far as a target for the short right now? Are we just taking this to Valhalla, as we say? Or is there an out we're looking for?
I like to take this thing way downtown. If we can get down to 55s, I like a nice little peel at 55s and then potentially 47 halves. That's where I'm looking to see most of this liquidity. If we start breaking below those shelves with a lot of strength, it could get much lower. But again, it's all contingent on a lot of different factors here. We're not going to see that until price is actually delivered at those levels.
Yeah, and if we have our out pretty tight on the top side, this is the sort of trade, like there's a lot of room to the downside. So I think the risk reward is there.
Yeah, we are cutting down there. We are sort of running into a lot of folks that are trying to cover short at 70s, and that's kind of fighting right now. We are seeing Microsoft tending that it looks like it wants to roll over a little bit. But again, NVIDIA, Apple, they're kind of buoying things. If those start to give up a little bit of these early gains, we can see the market kind of roll over here. The stop all the way up at 295 does make sense since the point of control since the open is trading at around 291 quarters. So 295 should give us enough room to withstand if we get a short-term pop here.
What is Jack? Then what was the area to the profit target side? 50s area.
150. 150.
I did say 150. I think I think it's worth a peel at about 257 halves. I think it's worth a peel, and as well as 65s have some liquidity resting there that we can kind of join the line with.
Sure, I could see 150 or 250s coming.
We got NASDAQ as the leader here today. If you're trading the ESRT or the Dow, watch what's happening here right now. We get some sellers back.
I'd love to see 150s.
I would too, but I think that we have to pace ourselves. This market is in an uncontrollable fashion at this point. There's going to be a lot of orders pushing and pulling in this market. 65s, I think if we can intercept and maybe get around 66 to pull a little bit of liquidity out. You can see there we go. We're into those 65s. Beautiful out there. Michael, how many did you pull off there?
Just one guy. I had a 65, a 60, a 55, a 50.
Yep. We just need to see this continuing to push down. We did have Microsoft kind of grab a little liquidity there and start bouncing above 412. So there's going to be a retest potentially of 65s. That's why I like the outs of front running 65 there. That's still a great trade. That's 21 handles.
The tilt is getting tilty to the short side.
Mm-hmm.
So we got folks starting to jump in here.
Yeah. Let's say that.
Yeah, on short-term ideas like this, I get the idea that you want to hold this to 155, but sometimes the market has different ideas when we're not trading with a lot of liquidity. So getting an out there into those 65s makes a lot of sense to me. That's why I recommended that.
And I agree with that, Rips. I do, 100%.
So we are still pacing underneath these 90s here. If it does start to come back down, we start to see bids relax. We can potentially see that roll come back down. But the problem is now, we're likely to get stopped out on the remainder here. Usually when we're that deep in the money and we start to peel off contracts, one of the things I like to do for trade management is specifically moving the stop back just a tick below where break even is so you can still realize some profit. We're having some rejection underneath those 95s. Remember, 91 is that short-term point of control here since the open. So what we're looking for now is a retest of that 65 to the downside. MP, are you still in the trade?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. Mm-hmm. I would venture that we might want to look at potentially front-running those 65 once more with about 2 cars.
You say front-run as in like...
67, 68, 69, giggity.
Are you talking about covering or getting in? You said front running.
Adding some covers, getting some passive orders there to cover.
Cover. Okay.
Giggity.
Okay.
Giggity. Put your seatbelt on. Here we go.
All right, boys. I'm in. My hair's weird. Let's do this.
Where are you? You're in a desert.
High desert.
Mars.
Camping out until the end of the election. No, this is the Atacama Desert in Chile.
Yeah, let's see if we can get these 69s. Do you have a cover order set at 69 here, Michael?
I do now.
I
do now.
Pretty much crude, gold, tilt, 50-50, really not much. Leaning, NASDAQ 70% short here with 60% in the money. 268 is the average price there.
Crude still has that gap a bit lower than that gap in crude is always interesting.
Where is that gap? Where do you see that gap going?
I was watching it last night. From Sunday, that ugly gap that we seen, all the way back down from 70 basically 70.26 all the way to 69.30s.
Okay.
We've gapped
Thank
up
you.
and then we haven't looked back.
About a week ago, Goldman said, "Hey, we're going to be trading above 70s here very shortly. See if we can keep it up that way."
Gaps don't always get filled.
Yeah, this is making the short quite uncomfortable here. We need to see, again, a nice blow off that will potentially start to reverse. I am seeing some offers coming in on the order side, but we're still seeing those thick bids above 70 here. So we need to start slicing through these bids. We need to see real sellers here on the tape. If we don't see that anytime soon, I am from the camp that we should start peeling at any point of profit that we can get, lacing up at 78, 75. You know me, I'm a short-term trader. I'm a momentum trader. I'm looking for momentum in this market. And when it starts to go against us, I'm looking for exits so we can mitigate our risk on a trade like this.
Yes. We haven't really. Yeah, I can see exactly what you see, Rips. Lots of consolidation right here at these 80s and 70s.
Yeah, I'd venture that we should start putting some orders at maybe 77 halves, at least to peel, and then you can sort of work with that profit on the table to kind of absorb a little bit of a pop. But again, we're not seeing a lot of sellers coming in on this tape yet. There's no reason for them to. Instead, we're seeing the market sort of being buoyed here. The S&Ps are kind of holding pace too.
I think if you want this to be the top, the more time it spends here is, concerning. So MP, we're still short 4 right now. Take a look at the house account screen, see what's up. As Hoag would say, the order that shall not be named, we got at, can't quite read it on there, MP. Where are we out?
96 half.
Okay.
96 half.
We're talking 95 earlier.
Yeah, right now we're running into a lot of compressed shorts that are kind of stacked underneath on these bids and no sellers on the tape just yet. If we could have a nice push to the downside, it might create some momentum. But right now, a lot of shorts are trying to get out of this market, which is then pushing it back up. So let's see if we can actually have another rejection up here. There's a lot of offers above us, but these buyers are out of control.
Okay, we got stopped.
And this coming over the wire here, China talking about the increase in the monetary adjustments. We did have that yesterday, that the Shanghai 300 jumping 2.5 and the composite rising 2.3. We keep an eye here on China. And Michael?
All right. House accounts flat, down 930. Dakota, are you still short? Are you flat right now?
Yeah, I'm still short right now.
Right on.
Yeah, we are screaming back above these 300s. I'm watching now 307s to see whether or not we're going to reclaim that. Again, we're seeing a lot of shorts that are trapped in this market, temporary shorts from that top that we had just around 320 there. And we're starting to see that bull up a little bit. We are seeing the Magnificent Seven starting to rise up here. Apple and Nvidia both kind of taking pace here to the north side. Above 307 is a nice, healthy long for a potential trade all the way up to 342 3/4.
All right. MP, we canceled all of those bids to get out, right?
Right.
Okay.
No, we have not. I thought I did. I pressed center. I did not press cancel all. There are 2 buttons on my hotkeys.
Playing with those hotkeys. Well, that's why I'm here, Michael. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Rip's looking for some momentum to the upside.
As mentioned, gold taking that down run, trading right now 27 to 44.90 in the gold. Saw that earlier on the overnight.
Got the 10-year yield up 4.36 right now. We're kind of barreling higher there today.
Yep, Mag 7 is starting to shape up here as well.
I'm flat. I'm flat.
Dakota's out. What's the damage?
Yep. 600 times 5.
6 builds.
Well, we're seeing a little bit of a consistent story with the election trade here. I've noticed in the prediction markets, etc., maybe a little higher percentage of Trump pulling through. That would be consistent with the yield, some of the stock stuff right now. We can expect a lot of that chop today, probably.
happy anniversary, China. 2007, launching their first satellite entering the lunar orbit. The Chang-1 launched
Oh,
2007.
Shine on, you crazy diamonds. All right.
All right, we are coming back down. I didn't trigger any trades here. I'm still just kind of watching the order flow here. We're kind of caught in a very tight range here between 260 and 307, 310. I'm just watching the order flow here, and I'm not seeing any clear direction on either side. I think that no trade right now is the best trade.
All right. Well, as long as we're hands off, we got JD coming in here. He's got some payouts and P&Ls to share with us. JD, what's going on? You're on the brick wall.
Here we go. Still sticking with the brick wall. It's not going anywhere. I might have a different color brick wall next week. We'll see what happens. But here are your top live funded P&Ls from yesterday. Here we go.
Wow.
Benjamin C. in the live funded account.
Holy smokes.
$46,782.
You're gonna go bankrupt.
Quick
Nice.
question,
You're gonna go
JD.
bankrupt if you trade too well.
How
You're
many
gonna
accounts
go
did Benjamin
bankrupt.
use to make $46,000? How many accounts did he use?
We only allow one
One.
single live
Only allow one
funded
single one.
account
Whoa.
at Topstep.
Whoa.
Guess what happens when you narrow your focus? You trade better. Something we'll be talking about in the future. But you might go bankrupt if they're good traders. No, you won't if you take them live. So,
man, live. They're killing it.
Trading the NASDAQ. All these traders were trading the NASDAQ yesterday. We got Nicholas, 14,772. Derek, 13,429. Lena, 10,363. And Hong Cheng, 10,238.
Ring it up.
All right.
Ring it up.
I'm going to switch up an overlay real quick. Who wants to take a guess at what yesterday's total payouts were?
Mm.
I
have a good idea.
Yesterday was Monday.
2.7 million.
1.6.
I'm gonna go. It's 1.978 million.
Chet, what do you think? Let's get some numbers in here. 1.1, 1.4, 1.2, 1.6.
Yeah, I know it's over
2
one.
million. 1.3. 8 billion.
Over one's a pretty
trader
safe
win.
bet these days.
8 billion.
Over
would
one
be
is a safe bet.
a story.
Here are your
Billion,
total payouts. Here are your total payouts from yesterday. Just over
Done.
Oh,
$1 million. 1.055 million.
Wah, wah,
It was just-
wah. That's a huge day. Still a huge day.
Oh no.
I was
Oh
gonna say,
no.
what is it when
$1
you
million
think 1
went
million
out
is
the-
in a short side?
Out the door to 542 people's hands with the average of $1,948 on average, but you saw the biggest payouts coming out. Did you? I think we just shared that. Yeah, that's how short-term memory I have. So you saw big
We haven't
money,
shown the
there's
biggest
small
payouts yet.
money. Yeah, you saw big money, there's small money, but it's lifestyle changing money for certain folks. Here,
We got a couple more
guarantee you.
interesting stats to share with these. From our good friend
I
Jacob
guarantee you.
on the risk team. Jacob says that 15.9% of these payouts, 15.9% of this 1.05 million are first-time payouts. Second-time payouts
Very
count for
nice.
16.4%. Third-time payouts count for 10.5%.
Start putting those stats out. It's hard for me to follow just hearing it. But you said 15 is one.
We just got these for the first
So
time.
what is two?
15.9 is one. Second-time
16,
payouts,
okay.
16.4. Yep. And then third-time payouts, 10.5. So second-time payouts.
What was the last one? 3 point? How many? 3.5?
10.5. 10.5 for third-time payouts.
16, 16, and 10.
Oh.
Huh. Interesting. I've never seen that stat before.
Saw it for the first time myself today. But yeah, hopefully we get these.
All right, guys, we're going to keep bringing you just more. We're going to kind of break down these stats a little bit so then you too can understand that there are first timers in here that just got their first payout. I mean, that's the name of the game.
Yeah.
Hopefully, you're not trading just for the sake of trading. Actually, who cares if you are, if you want to do that? But if you're trying to move your lifestyle in the direction and you chose the world of trading to do it, and you got to make money to do it. So we don't trade just to trade. We trade to make money. because that's the nature of trading. So those are folks doing that.
Big money, real money. We're going to get that payout link pinned to the top of the chat in just a second, too. While that happens, we got some XFA P&Ls to look at.
Oh, my.
Naughty.
XFAs, huge numbers. We got Hamza, 33,592 trading the NASDAQ and crude oil. 28,553 trading crude and 5,039. I'm sorry, 5,039 trading crude and 28,553 trading NASDAQ. Zachary had a nice day, 21,822 trading the NASDAQ. Eric B went gangbusters, copying trades across 5 XFAs. Total profit of $103,410 for Eric. That's 20,742 times 5. Then we've got Carl, 16,095 trading the NQ, and Jeremy C also copying trades across a handful of XFAs for a total profit of $76,420 for Jeremy.
Wow. Would it be safe to say that Jeremy has indeed spoken in class today?
Jeremy's spoken, yeah.
Jeremy's spoken.
This guy knows hanging chads, man.
Oh, yeah. Reference. For sure. This guy knows hanging chads. All right. I'll be back with some more payout numbers and hot streaks in just a little bit, guys.
Thank you, JD. We're selling off in the NQ. We bounced. Getting around again. We're about 25 points away from yesterday's high over there. Everybody still flat?
I'm still flat. I've been tempted. I might just lock out. I keep getting so tempted to click the button. I think I'm. You know what? I'm gonna lock out. I'm locking out right now.
Hey, hold on. You can always do this. Hey, hold on really quickly before you do that.
I haven't locked out.
When I see a lot of good, and you do whatever after this, or even right now, I don't care. We always recommend to traders, if they want to continue trading, keep half of it. Keep half of it. Like, do not, if you're going to keep trading and you got to the point where you're like contemplating, should I call it a day? Then we have had our risk managers when we're talking, hey, you want to keep trading, keep half of it. You're up 10 grand, don't end the day down or below 5. If that's what you want to do. Because there's sometimes where guys, they're seeing it really well. And we want to like try to understand and either put it in the pocket, call it a day, lock it up. Then we'll reach out to them and talk to them. You know, our closer traders. We don't just do this to everybody. You get to a certain point, usually live trading, where you get a lot more hands-on. You become like, hey, if we can turn this individual into Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, I don't know, Saquon Barkley. You see that jump he did?
Leave Barkley alone.
Then that's what we're trying to do. So keep half of it in your pocket if you want to trade it. That's my advice to the world, not to Rips right now. Rips will do whatever he damn well please.
Well, I took your advice and I just blew all the accounts, Michael. Thanks a lot. No, I'm kidding. I'm locking it out.
I did not say that.
I'm locking it out. I'm locking it out, babe. We're locked up.
Oh, you locked it? Okay. We're just going to put a poll up there and see what our community thought.
I know myself best, and I would be disappointed if I gave up $10,000. I mean, I feel like we were reading the market well. I was watching for other trades. I get this question all the time on my own stream where people are always asking me, how do you know whether or not you're in the pocket? I take mental trades, and I've been taking mental trades from the top there. I was looking for a blowout of 307. We had a retracement there back to 271. I took a mental trade short at 260s. It bounced back up. So I'm not reading the market well anymore by my own accord. So I locked it up there, and I'm locking it up. $10,000 in the green today, trading 5 XFAs.
Great work.
Very nicely done.
Great work.
And then plus adding your Friday. I mean, like I said earlier, brother, you're in fuego.
Hey, thank you so much.
He's on fire!
No, I do have some specific advice for the gentleman, I believe his name was, who made $52,000 yesterday in the live account. We featured that guy yesterday on Shoulder Tap when he was up about $35,000, something like that. And looking at his account, you have just received an incredible gift. That account had gone quite low, and now you in a single day have brought it back and a little more to where you started. Now would be the time to maybe pay back the karma on that luck and tighten up the risk limits a little bit. It reminds me of that thing with the podium with like the guy popping champagne on the third rung. It's like you're back to where you were because you made $52,000 yesterday. Do not trade like that is the normal thing that should happen. Great job yesterday. I couldn't do that. But now just let's do some good trading from here on out. Grow to 100.
Base hits. Base hits.
Somebody wipe that sweat off his brow.
Base hits win ball games. Every once in a while,
Gold
you
buyers
get
back in the game.
nice runner. What's that?
Gold buyers.
Gold buyers back in the game here. Crude 75% long with about 70% in the money.
We are bouncing back up
the
here.
Mag 7 is up. Naturally.
Yep, it would look like it was really going to break there. Did you take another short into that at all, Dakota? Did you fire in another?
Yeah, I did. I took one
all?
profit.
Nice.
I still have 2 on at 286 short, but yeah, what a pain. We're not breaking it. It's we tick lower by like 1 or 2 ticks and then bounce. Tick lower by a few ticks, then bounce. Lots of chop.
I think we're gathering liquidity for this breakout of 303 and 307. It looks to me like the market is bubbling up for that, especially since S&Ps are gaining this very big momentum towards blowing out for a new high of day. So if I still had my accounts unlocked here, you know what? I'm going to take this as my practice account. Put my money where my mouth is. I'm going to take 3 contracts long in my practice account here and now. And let's see if we actually get this breakout. If we've gathered enough liquidity to break out of that 303 and 307 area.
303, 307, gather enough liquidity to break out of it. Got it. And then you got Dakota, your short.
Yeah, from 86 to 86. Looking for us
we
to
are
return
hedged.
back to these
yes. One of them will be right, Michael.
But mine's only in a practice account right now. So
trading world, you can both be right and you both can be wrong. You can both not make money.
We have the Nate Silver election forecast over here with guests.
I do agree with Rips. I did. I mean, I just have to follow my process. I mean, win or lose, this is like 1 trade out of 1,000. And odds are I lose. Like that's the statistics. That's my trading statistics. I lose a whole lot more than I win.
So I added 2 down here to my practice account down here at 77 halves. So my average in this trade is 83 3/4. And this is just a practice trade. So I'm now 5 contracts long from 83 halves. 83 halves, looking for this to blow out those 303s, 307s to the north side here.
Dakota, what's your P&L here right today? You're...
I am down on my live and I'm break even on these XFAs.
I mean, earlier, you were looking at a difference here, and you showed some really good patience. Some of the questions here in the chat were talking about how you sort of keep this cool and calm.
This is 1 day out of 1,000. This is 1 trade out of 1,000,000, right? I know I'm going to be back. I'm going to be back tomorrow. I'm going to be placing trades tomorrow. The next day, the next day, the next day, the next day, and over statistically the long run. 1 trade out of 1,000 does not make or break a strategy. It doesn't make or break a system, and it doesn't make and break an account, or at least it shouldn't be making and breaking an account.
Right.
So that's what I honestly don't care what happens to every single trade that I place it. Yeah, it's great to see it win. It's also, you know what, if it loses, I'm like, dang it, too bad. Maybe tomorrow or the next trade is going to be good. It's
your management that is it's so successful.
Emotionally disconnected from the dollars. Yeah,
that's tough to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Emotionally,
that's what we're here for. That's what we're here for. Like going to Dairy Queen and not getting ice cream.
So I added to my practice account on that pullback there where the point of control was trading, and then I have a buy stop for full size above 90 halves. So let's see how this trade plays out. Again, I'm locked up for the day. This is just kind of seeing if I'm still reading the market well. There's absolutely no risk to this, and this is how I utilize my practice account here on TopstepX.
We've had 2 quick bounces to the downside off that point of control. Just dancing there right now. Dakota's about 7-8 points in the money right now on his trade.
Rips, when you said you're locked up, I'm like ready to get you a bologna sandwich and a glass of water.
How about 3 hots and a cot?
Right. Don't drop the soap, brother. Don't drop the soap whenever you do.
Why?
Hey,
What
I won my
happened?
fantasy football team last night by 0.04. The fact that Mahomes went to overtime. So it's a good day.
Speaking of that, of course, yeah, we got Topstep Sports, Monday Night Football. Buccaneers Chiefs. If you like the drama, it went into overtime. And yes, those Chiefs did win. 30-24 OT, going 8-0. Can you believe it?
That's a crazy game.
He
They
knows
haven't been
crazy.
playing their best football too. It's been very sloppy, but a win's a win.
What?
If you
When
went
did they
over and
pick
under,
up Hopkins? Really quickly. When did they just watching last night? I'm like, what's he doing on the team? I had no clue.
Like recently.
Yeah. Like nice grab.
yeah, over and under was
All right,
46.
we just got triggered
I
in
would've
full
went
size here in
over
our
on that
practice
one.
account. Averages 83 quarters.
Nice.
Let's see. Oh, I had a good night. That was good. Okay, cool.
Good Monday night.
Over under, Eddie? I got 43 and a
Yeah,
half.
46. Were you?
I got 43 and a
Yeah,
half
I mean,
last night, and I
well
got the
over
Chiefs, and I
46.
won them both. And I didn't even have to risk anything. $1,200.
Nice.
Very interesting app that's coming out soon. I know that guy.
Look at you.
Very-
You
My
guys have
son
a
is
watch
the
party
master.
when you guys watch the elections? It goes until like late into the night, right?
No, I go to bed at regular hours. I mean, they won't be done counting until January 6th. Whoa.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to look under my pillow tomorrow morning and see what the results are.
Right.
I know the markets aren't. Markets won't be sleeping. They'll be moving. It's going to be an absolutely insane 24 hours for the markets.
Yes, it is. And then we got the Fed coming up on a rare Thursday to complete this amazing week of trading.
I'm excited about the FOMC trade coming up on Thursday. It's going to be very interesting to have that.
Yeah, man. Elections, the day, like 2 days after FOMC, man, it's a scary week. If you're going to take a week off, I mean, maybe this one.
Yeah, I highly, highly recommend if you are feeling nervous about trading this week, this is definitely the week you want to take off. There's definitely some pockets of trades that are easier to read than others, but you control your exposure to the market and how often you are entering into the market. And you're in complete control of that. So if you're feeling out of the pocket, don't trade this week. Wait until next week.
Speaking of things that you are in complete control of, I'm no Muhammad, but the likes are too low. Please subscribe. You gotta subscribe if you want to comment. You can't spit your ideas, man, unless you subscribe. So do that. We want to hear from you. So
Mohammed.
subscribe, as Muhammad. Muhammad wouldn't talk yesterday until he got like 500 more likes. So do that, please. Not for me, for Muhammad.
Where is Mohammed?
Muhammad's great.
If you say so. If you may know. If you may know.
The Cure wrote a song about Muhammad, apparently. I love it.
That's incredible. Looks like longs are winning the battle here, by the way. We are holding above 90 halves here, looking for that 303 target. Let's see if, my practice account here. I'm going to go ahead and put a limit sell order for about 33% of the position here. Let's see if we can trade 302 quarters, rather. So still looking for longs here since we had a bunch of rejections to the downside. I do think that this thing can really catch some steam here and start to really blow out a lot of this liquidity above 300.
What's your entry?
My average is 83 quarters.
Ooh, nice. Great trade.
Only practice, though. Only practice. We're locked up in the XFAs, like I said. It's just a personal choice. If you're reading the market wrong, it's always good to flip over to practice account and see how you're doing on your practice account. There's no shame in that whatsoever.
Process over profits, baby. That's how it is.
Speaking of
There's
some
a question here in
process. Oh, go ahead, Eddie.
Yeah, James Slay is talking about the FOMC. Has it ever happened this soon after an election? I think we really have to look back and do some research on that one. But I tell you, two big, huge days in a row. I'm not sure on that. If anybody does know, by all means, share it with the community. But Jack, what'd you have for us?
I'm hitting it over to JD with a few more stats, including one that I'm always very, very, very ready for, which I believe is the hot streaks. So, JD, what do you got for us?
Here we go.
I'm going to tease you a little bit first. We're going to go over Monday's payout leaders real quick. We still have that 5K payout club link pinned to the top of the chat. If you've taken a 5K payout and you want your pin in your hat, click on that link, fill out that form, and we'll see what we can do for you. Here are yesterday's payout leaders. Shane, number 12 on the big board, $45,000 payout from 5 XFAs. Jaswell, 18,936. Jonathan, 13,315. Hui, 12,590. And Gozar, $11,726 from a pair of XFAs. Big money payouts yesterday, folks. I had that number. I think it was 14% of total payouts, maybe a little more than that. I just lost it. I'll come back with
a pie chart.
We should, yeah. All right. Jack, here's what you've been waiting for. I love that you and Andre are so invested in this.
My king.
You did it. $4. Delesh, 81 days. He's 19 away from that big fat round number. We're hoping. We're really hoping he does it.
$4 is a heater.
$4 is a big day for this guy. And yeah, we're in it well. Derek, our Hot Streaks P&L leader, had another great day. This guy's putting on a clinic right now. He did 1,871 in the NASDAQ yesterday, 1,256 on Friday, 1,700 last Thursday, 1,244 last Wednesday. This guy's putting together a nice string of winners. 36 days on this heater. Derek's racking up some dough. Then we've got Pin Kwang. 33 days worth $3,945 trading the MNQ. Next up is VJ. VJ made $13 trading the MNQ yesterday. VJ is eligible for a payout though, so $13 is $13 in the world for VJ. Henry I almost said his last name. Henry L made $20 trading the MNQ yesterday. Also, now at 31 days, Henry is also eligible for a payout, and he's got a Hot Streaks profit of $4,342 across those 31 trading days. There are your hot streaks for today.
Derek crushing it.
I'm your huckleberry.
Derek's having a great couple weeks.
Crushing it. Yeah.
All right. We got Big Board and VIP coming up in just a little bit. I'll catch you guys in a few.
Thanks, JD. We always respect the anonymity of our traders. With those last names there, sometimes it's tempting, especially since I've seen some really cool-ass last names along the way, but we'll just keep the first initial. All right. Crude oil trading 72.33. Not much going on
This
there.
market's looking good, Rips, if you're for your long.
Yep, we've just been trading this in our practice account. So far, we've realized $5,500 in our practice account. Make that $5,700. Just got triggered on another out there. So just in the practice account, like I said, just in the practice account.
I should just have you I just follow you. Just follow along with you.
On the markets when it's days like today, I sometimes can read it well, but I call it luck.
It's great.
More than anything.
Yeah, it's great when you got traders, when you're around traders. We used to have this in the pit as well, that could read the market really, really well. Because there's days where you read it really well, better than others, and there's days where others read it better than you. And that's why having a community, B, trading pit back in the day was awesome, because you weren't just in a computer screen in your parents' basement. And then here with TopstepTV, you can get that flow and the vibe. Even if somebody's in chat and they're calling out, you know, they're here's what I'm looking to do, and here's what I'm looking to risk, and here's where I'm looking to target. And if you're doing that and you're carving it up on the day, people are going to take notice of that. So I do like to always encourage people to drop your thoughts in on what you're doing, so others can see. For one, it also just holds you kind of nice accountable to what you say is what you do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Michael, and that was pretty much a practice on the trading floor too. You watch to see who's got the good trades on the day, and try to follow along, not necessarily do what they're doing, but you'd want to sort of get in that on that path that they have.
And
we're
we're
seeing
back
a
to
bit of a
point of
pullback here
control.
in Apple right now. Apple is pulling back. Meta is starting to pull back a little bit, but we're not seeing a lot of big sellers on the tape. Like I said earlier, for a big confirmation in this, we need to see the S&P slicing through that 5790 to the downside. And we do need to see Amazon, Microsoft, Meta really starting to find some sellers. Right now, we're chopping in a pretty large range, 260 all the way up to 300. It's about 40 points in the NASDAQ. And if we're looking at the S&Ps, the chop is right around, I'd say, give or take 8 points. But this is, again, I just got stopped out of my practice account. This is a no trade zone for me as we are trying to find directionality in this market.
But you made money on that trade, right?
Practice account. Let's be real. This is a practice account. If anything, it just helps me stay sharp in between the ears here.
Yeah, I want to prove a point because I see traders coming in here saying, just bail out on this trade. Look at this market. Here's a beautiful example where Rips closed out with profit and made some money on that long trade. And I've been in a short for the past hour. And I could technically close out now and be profitable on the same trade. So process over profits. I'm going to continue to say that all the time. Don't be backseat driving someone else's strategy. Everyone will have their own opinions, but someone else's strategy might be different in terms of time frame, in terms of execution, stop loss, take profit. Exhibit A, you guys are watching it right here, right now.
Yeah.
I kind of now want this trade to win just to prove a point.
Well, I think that you are winning in this trade, and I think this does tell a very good story, as you were talking about here, that if you have a certain style of trading and that style is completely different from another person's style of trading, you can have two opposite ideas like how we just had, where I'm long and I got profit on the trade. You've been holding this short. You are now deep in the profit on this trade. And we took completely different entries, completely different trade ideas, and the market had served us both up alpha. So it's always best, like you're saying, stick with your own trading style, whether it's momentum, long-term holding, whether you're using technical analysis, if you're using smart money concepts, ICT, whatever works for you, lean into that and continue honing your own strategy, because that's where you're going to find success in the market.
All right. We are selling now.
Man, don't you wish you were short all the way up there?
Yeah. Position. You're still in the money. All right. We've got about 40, 45 points in this 5-minute bar here. Made a run at last week's high, which is at 22.48. Dakota has hands of diamonds, it would seem. Good stuff.
I have my trade idea. My trade is the process of us returning back to, maybe where we opened. First stop's going to be possibly these 230s, 240s, and then maybe hold one into see how far we could go down. If we do, this could still be a loser. Okay, everyone, I could still lose, whatever the stop loss is. I'm risking 5,000, but a true strategy and a true statistic is invalid if you adjust it so many times. Is this a true risk reward if you're closing your profits out too soon? No, it's not. Because if you close your profits out soon and let the market stop you out on your stop loss, it's not a true risk reward.
What I do like about this trade too is that you have extremely lofty targets, and the idea that we are rejecting up here, it looks like we have 3 separate, very defined rejections here at these highs of 300. If we do continue to reject, there is a good chance that we could hit that target that you were talking about, 150, I believe it was.
Yeah, right where we opened. Wherever
there
we open,
where do we open? Dakota, risking the $5,000 short 2 NQ, I friggin' love it. I love that so much. That is music to my ears. Take it.
Well, it's technically short 10.
I see.
Yeah. I realize traders love to put what is that, trader math? I mean, it's technically correct. Yeah, but
2 for 1,000, I still love. I thought you were just calling the top of the NQ for good. Anyway, with that, we got Eddie.
Guys, going into the election tonight.
Go to the election. Dakota's just sending it to the downside. We got Eddie coming in. I believe he's got a few announcements for us real quick. Mr. Horn, what's up?
Yes, thank you, Jack. Yes, today. Hey, if you want to stalk us, we're green light here. Follow us on Instagram. We got a lot of things going on Instagram, a lot of updates, a lot of fun things, behind the scene things. Also, join us on X, the good old Twitter. We've got an account there. This is something that we're trying to build up. I'm going to be posting the Instagram link here right now, and right behind that, I'm going to post the X link, and get on it. Okay, let's do what you can here to join us and see what's going on behind the scenes. But hey, we've got something more important here as far as right now. Want to make sure that you do understand that we do have the elections coming up, and want to make sure that you do understand that live funded traders. We're gonna cut that off at not about 9 o'clock. Cut that off at 5 o'clock today. Open that back up, but we'll keep you up on that with the risk management team. Also, Topstep Labs. You hear about this one, folks? Coach Dakota Q&A. Yes, the guy that we've got here today. Here, Coach Dakota, is going to be hosting an exclusive private 2-hour Q&A session Wednesday, November 13th. All right, not tomorrow, but on the 13th next week, 5 p.m. Central Time. And here's the thing, only 20 slots are available. All right, 20 seats, and they're all in the front row. The only way to attend this question and answer is to tune into Slow Markets. We're not going to do nothing here during Topstep TV. You got to tune in to Slow Markets, and that's every Sunday through Thursday at 7:30 p.m. Central Time, right here on the YouTube channel. And you got to fill out the form to check in. Forms are going to be dropped only during Slow Markets. So remember, as we do it here for VIP, we're going to be doing it the same way. More forms you fill out and submit, the better chances at winning this giveaway to get that one of those 20 spots. And Jack, that's what I've got so far. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Eddie. We briefly went below last week's high there in the NASDAQ, popped back to the upside. Dakota is still short from, what was it, 86? Right
86.
there.
I did close one out
86.
at 42. I closed one out exactly at 42 evens, which I'm
Okay.
Man, pretty close to bottom ticking that one with one contract. So this
Nice
is
trading, buddy.
I'm still in one. We'll see if we
Dakota
could
short one.
get further momentum to the downside. But risk-free trade, no matter what happens.
Anne Marie is quoting here in chat. I got a comment here. Single print fight. If we fall 2246, 2217 will be next. Pretty like a bounce zone for now, watching the bounce to fail and then short again. Thanks, Anne Marie.
One of the Mag 7 has trickled 1 cent into the red. Google, shame on you.
Shame, shame, Google.
Shame, shame, shame.
Bring them all down.
Right.
I think maybe a little bit more of the election trade. The high winner today in the Mag 7 is Tesla's up 3.3%.
Ooh.
And they have certainly gone out on the limb, shall we say, with the results today. So take that for what it's worth.
Everyone here is going to I love the trash talk, and I always have to give it back. Soon you guys will see what I mean by process over profits when they bring the big board.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
You'll just have to stay tuned, man. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. You guys have to stay and watch, and you guys could take all the screenshots you want.
You have not seen my final form. You're like Bane talking right now. I love it.
Batman, you have not seen it.
I don't mind saying that because everyone knows I lose so much. Sometimes you just have to feel good about some trades. Yesterday was a rough one.
You love holding, though. One of the trickiest thing, that trade, that short was in your face for a long time, and you were not quick to grab the profits when the green reappeared. Of course you're not. That's not how you trade, but it's something that's pretty hard for a lot of traders out there.
Yeah, it's fun to close out profits quick. And it depends on your style, right? I mean, like Rips, you said, you're a momentum trader. You're looking for that momentum, and momentum can change really, really quick. And you absolutely just crushed it when we had the volatility at the open and a little bit after the open.
That's right. I'm actually joining you on this short in my live account here because I didn't realize I could still trade my live account until like 9 p.m. tonight. So I'm riding this short with you. And in fact, I like this tuck under 50. I'm going to close that out right there. That's $1,200 in my live account. Thanks, buddy, for that trade idea. I appreciate you, Dakota.
There we go.
That's a good trade.
That was sick. That was a nice little failure. I got short at the 60s and we covered at 37. Whoo!
And
Now-
we're still selling off.
Yeah. Firmly for the moment through last week's high. Next stop, perhaps where all roads lead.
Might take profit. Yeah, you mean VWAP.
I do.
What's VWAP at?
I got to see where mine's anchored. I don't use it too much. I have it at, it must be like the entire session. I have it at 2210.
2210. Makes sense. Makes sense. That's about where I might get out of this trade.
Yeah, that was, thank you so much for that short trade idea. It was beautiful. I was watching that pump up to the 60s and we saw so much overhead supply and I couldn't say no. I just couldn't say no. I had to take it with you.
Thank you.
Let the house account know, guys, on the if you're getting in on this too. I know we missed the 98s. I'm lost in the dirt. Playing in the dirt.
Lost in the sauce, huh?
Lost in the sauce. That's the word.
This short trade was definitely not one for the house account to hold.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very true.
Good cover too, Reps. Did you cover 42s?
Thank you.
Who covered?
37s.
Dakota covered one at 42 earlier.
That was it. Okay.
Yeah.
37s, 42s. Nice.
Yeah, when we start to see some bids stacking up like that, yeah, we can slice through them. But we're at the quarterly open as well. So all of those things create a confluence for me. And I'm looking over the Mag 7. We're starting to see some of those names bouncing. That to me is saying, hey, let's pull the ripcord. So, it's good for $1,200. That'll cover your dry cleaning bill for the month,
And then a
couple extra bones there.
I think I've spent like $20 total at the cleaners since the beginning of COVID, which is like 5 years now.
Man, I've never went to the cleaners. I went one time, and that's when I spent a lot of time in Peru. It was so cheap in comparison to in Utah and here at the States.
What do you mean? Cleaners that drop off like your button down shirts or whatever?
I mean, here in Chicago, cleaners have two meanings. Bada bing, bada bang.
Like the way I see it now, it's like Dakota, you're still young enough where you probably go to weddings and stuff. I'm like too old for weddings and not old enough for remarriages. Topstep doesn't have a holiday party anymore, Michael. So when am I ever wearing a suit anymore?
What about
we
divorce
should have a
parties?
holiday party. We haven't done a holiday party.
I went to one wedding, and that was well over a year ago. I do have some tips for business. I take a lot of higher end business meetings with CEOs overseas, and China and Vietnam. They are all for the respect, and if you don't wear a suit, it's very frowned upon.
Duly noted.
Yeah, this is giving us a little bit of a rinse here. We bounced at the quarterly open, and now we are trading up towards that level of 271 and a quarter, which is one of the levels that we were tracking on the venture up to the north side here. One of the levels that I want to see if we are going to continue to the top side is a hold above 285. Now, I don't think I'll venture myself to take any more trades today, but just looking out for the rest of everybody out there, 285 quarters is sort of this point of control that we're tracking. If we go back over to my trading view chart, let me just go switch this over here. 285 quarters is what I'd want to see trade out. If we do have exhaustion up into that area, I do think that there is a chance that we can have a failure back below quarterly open and potentially interact with that session VWAP down at 212. How do you feel about that, Dakota?
Yeah, I can see that happening. Yeah, I agree. I still like that too. The 210, 212, this support that we were seeing this morning. That is one of my targets. And then 150, right where we opened. Wherever we opened at. Where did we open? I don't even know. Is that bad?
Way downtown.
We're gonna go wherever we open.
We opened at, what was the opening print? 152.25.
Yeah, there we go. That price.
It's not pulling the upside down V, inverted V quite yet.
You know, I'm actually surprised that we are getting decent price action. It's not the easiest price action to trade, but that opening print was a beautiful, beautiful thing. To be able to have that much momentum on the open for the election day is a real nice treat and a nice gift from the markets. So outside of that, it's been a little bit difficult. If you have the stones of steel like Dakota has, you're able to hold a short down into that kerfufflation down there at quarterly open. But very difficult trading session outside of the open here.
Yeah, I mean, this could have. I mean, being a devil's advocate of the opposite of my trade is that could be a very well a pullback and then looking for a continuation to the long side. And if we zoom in, you can see this is where we broke out right at these 240 level is where we broke out this morning, and this was resistance, and then resistance is can become support. So this market can very well have a continuation and make new high of session. Like that is a possibility. I'm not counting that out. It's just not my trade. I'm already in a trade. But yeah, it's very obvious. And with a little bit of hindsight, right, we've been rejected. And that's why I pilled one contract off at 42. Was because of this.
I feel like you have very clear eyes on your trade ideas here, Dakota. So hats off to you. I think that's really, really nice.
Thank you.
All right. Drifting back towards point of control and then Q.
And here we go. Right back up.
Yeah, super, super strong off that quarterly open. Now we are back at that level that we're talking about, 285. This is where I want to judge the market and the order flow of the market here. We shot right to 285. We're starting to see some stops getting popped. We're seeing a lot of strength now from Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, NVIDIA. These are the Magnificent Seven. This is what is moving the NQ. Remember, the NASDAQ 100 is a weighted index of the top 100 tech-related stocks in the United States. So when you see big names like Amazon, NVIDIA, Meta, Microsoft, they hold a very large percentage of that weight. And when they start to move to the north side, NQ will follow. There's also a mix of those names that are also in the S&P. So when you have that contagion effect from both of those indices going up, it starts to create this cocktail of a move to the upside.
Cocktail of a move. I've not heard that.
I like it.
Johnny
Yeah,
like
Evans-
that. Kentucky snow cone of a move.
Might have a few of those tonight. Dan Evans is mentioning here that the anchored VWAP 2250 level has been support since 9:30. Yeah, that corresponds with last week's high as well. We have seen some resistance there.
Thank you, Dan.
Reaching up higher. MP, how you doing this morning? What's up?
I'm doing great.
Good to hear.
So if we do actually break above these 300s here, I think that we will make a run up. We've had a very nice V-shaped recovery from that last failure at 303. If we have the liquidity to get up and through 303, there are some upside targets that I'm looking at, namely 345 and a half in the NASDAQ here. But again, contingent upon whether or not we can break through the sellers that are nestled up at 303 all the way up to 320 right now.
Yeah, it's looking pretty dang bullish on that rejection. Pullback, buy
Yeah,
the
still looking super
pullback,
strong.
buy the dip. Buy the dip.
All right.
Why does everybody keep talking about poly markets? What's this poly markets? Is that just the
Poly
event
market is
contract?
it's an offshore. It's you're not allowed to use it if you are a US citizen. Some do through VPNs. It's crypto.
Kalshi and
It's like-
Robinhood, you
it's-
can.
Yeah, it's like an offshore Kalshi, I'd say, is the closest way to do it. To say
Why
what it is.
then? Why? What what gives us like? Why do people give it so much power? Like they go, oh, this, whatever this. Is it just because it's a sediment indicator?
I
Probably.
have some thoughts. Is people tend to go whichever one of these sites is backing their narrative the most. So you can tell if someone quotes. So someone quotes like Kalshi Predicted or Polymarket. I could pretty much tell you who they're rooting for.
That's like where traders change time frames, whichever is in favor of their trade.
Exactly.
It operates off of blockchain technology, right? Pretty sure it does.
Yeah, I think it's important with all these.
Hold on. But really quickly, not Robinhood. Today, I just was like, okay, why is everybody? I'm trying to understand this, but all it is just event contracts that were approved by the CFTC. CME has event contracts. You can do it. It's $, binary, pretty much. And now Robinhood has it. It's under their Robinhood derivatives, which is their futures arm. And you can see what people bet on the election. Yeah.
Do they have? Because I've not heard of
They're futures contracts. They are futures contracts.
Well,
so all this like Robinhood and the betting thing and the Kalshi, these are all futures. That's why futures is going to get bananas, guys. It's just getting bigger and bigger. But this event contract is it's new to the industry because it's been around for what, 5 years, 3 years? But it's like new to everybody, feels like now. I don't know. Do we know an event contract?
Polymarket includes politics, economics, sports, and even crypto trends.
Sky's the limit, baby. Anything you want.
There you go. Probably want to market.
You really put money on anything.
Yeah, and the problem is they tend to get gambly pretty quickly because everyone looks at, say, who's going to win the presidency, but then there's a million markets for like on Polymarket, like for who will be leading the head-to-head on this date, and this has been going on for months. So there's a lot of games to play and a lot of like quick hitting serotonin boosts, I will say. So just be careful.
Hold on. So there's a limit. The Bitcoin beast CFTC approved is limited to 5K. So right now I can go on Robinhood and can't do anything more than 5K on the Harris Trump 2024 election thing.
Michael, most of these sites have limits for it, except for Polymarket, and that's why you got the French guy with $37 million riding on this election result tonight.
Someone says you can also bet on the color of their tie. Is that true?
Oh yeah,
you bet on anything, man.
You can bet on anything. You literally can.
On Predicted, the most active market used to be how many times Trump would tweet a week, and people would just be betting between the contracts of the brackets every week. And that's probably why they got mostly shut down. Like they don't have any markets open there anymore.
The bet I used to like was the national anthem on the Super Bowl, 2 minutes over and under. They used to have that one. It was a crazy one, but it was out there.
Action. People like action more so now than ever, it seems.
Man.
How's it count? I do like along here above 295. I think that we're going to get that eventual explosion through these 300s. For a little scalp season to the top side.
Yep, I'm no longer liking my shorts.
77 halves. Here and now.
Let's do it.
I like this for 5 guys.
77 halves.
House account is in around here, so probably somewhere around
9.4 quarter.
9.4 quarter, risking 77 half. I think I heard.
And I like peeling out on a break of 300s, at least half the position, because we're right at the 4-hour open. They're going to start stacking offers above this, and we should blow out right above this here. And I like an ad at like 82 evens.
82 even ad. Your stops down in the 70s. 75, 6 as I have ours. House. And then peeling off around above the 300s.
Oh,
Doing
here
about
we
half
go. We're
around.
booling. We're booling.
Am I old again? Is
Crude.
booling the new thing?
I don't know. It sounded good.
It does. I like it.
It's what
It
ghosts
is
do.
now.
You know, yeah. Crude,
There's a lot of
longer.
alternatives above this stops, namely that will get blown above 95 and lead us right to those 300s. So if we gather that liquidity, that's why I like getting a bid in at 82. If we gather that liquidity, we'll make a run for it. And if it doesn't happen now, it's going to happen in the next 25 minutes here.
Okay, 50-50 on the tilt. Not too much.
Real quick, do we need our
No
stop?
lean.
That's a pretty tight stop if we add at 82 and then have the stop at
That's why I like it, because
77.5.
that ad becomes
Okay.
pretty risk averse.
Alrighty. Okay, holding 290 at the moment.
It's going to happen now or in the next 20 minutes where we get that blowout into 300s. And it's going to, you have to be quick draw McGraw to pull that out. Because we're going to pop through 95s and it's just going to flip out at 300s.
Trader Page, you like how I do the bracket orders? I've done bracket orders my entire life. Auto OCOs is what they used to be called in my early days.
Order cancels order.
even.
OCO.
Yeah. Yeah.
House account, long 5 NQ. You can see it up there on our handy dandy score sheet. Dakota's still short 1. He peeled one off.
I'm
way
neutral.
below here.
I'm neutral. I'm not liking this short. I'm probably gonna just close this here soon as well. I'm less bearish. I'm just neutral, and I'm just gonna manage this trade.
Here comes the 95 flop. Let's see if we can actually get through this. There is quite a big iceberg up there, and there are people front running that iceberg, but I think we should be getting through that. Let's see if we can find the liquidity to start punching up through this 95 area right here and now. Boy, there's a lot of icebergs above that. Let's see.
6s, old highs. 10s, old high. 30s,
A lot of
21.
icebergs above that right now. We just need to get through that, and we'll see stops starting to pop through those 300s. So here we go. Bid showing up there right below 95, which is what we want to see. Is very precarious in this area here.
Ugh. Hey, someone's got their old Gandalf staff right there. All right, come on, let's go through it right now.
I see it.
Thou shall not pass.
Do we have an order that's into those 300s to peel off a little clip there?
We have not yet. I was looking.
I
I was
think
saying
it's wise to put that in there here and now.
Let's put
I
it
think
in
it's
because the
wise to put an
stops
order
could
in.
pop.
Yeah, and it will reverse just as quickly.
And you guys were liking it around the getting above the three handle to the 5.
Well, there's going to be a little bit of resistance there. This thing might dive down, refresh liquidity, and then dart for it. Just watching this pattern here, 95 still being front ran by a few icebergs here. They're starting to relax a little bit. Now moving up to 96 here. Watching for this to be booling up to 300. Add that to the trading glossary.
Add that to the lingo page.
Here it comes.
Right
Coming into the
run.
like a big there at 98. Gandalf there with his staff again. Oh my goodness. What was that? Iceberg good for about 200 orders there. 200
Do I need to close my trade so we could go up there?
That's probably what it is. It's Dakota sitting there with 200 on the offer, you dirty dog.
All right. I'm flat. I'll close it. Now we could go up.
That
Okay,
usually
fair
sends
enough.
it lower because then it actually goes the direction you wanted to go. So you should just wait until you get stopped out.
Yeah, I really, we might get an ad opportunity at like 86 as well. So we'll see. Still a lot of offers there up at 95. Market's kind of chilling out here. We just have to get just one little punch right here. One little punch.
Let's go now.
There's 300.
Yeah, 301. Did we get filled? Are we filled? Ah,
We did not.
no.
We're at
Where
the-
were we?
We're at
No.
we're at 02.
What
We're
is
at 02.
Put it lower.
Need that
Don't worry.
punch.
I'm flat. I'm flat. We're
Put it
going new
lower.
highs.
No, No, Michael, no.
We're gonna make a run.
All right,
now.
let's get back.
Go,
Let's
go,
take a
go
run.
lower,
Let's take a
for
run.
Pete's
Don't
sake.
worry, don't
Let's make a
worry.
run.
We gotta make
Lower.
a run.
It needs a running start. It needs
Yeah,
a
we're gonna
running
make a
start.
run.
There
Don't
we go.
worry.
Just put it lower, please. Oh, God.
I closed the short.
If I put
we're
it
running.
if I put it at, okay, I'll get out at one lot, but this is pretty tight for the
How many?
wrist.
But this is scalping. This is scalping out of consolidation. This is what you want. Just a little.
Okay, we'll have the rat-ta-ta-ta at the
All right.
5. 2s, 5s, 3s, 4s. We got out of 2 of them.
All right, they're definitely they're starting to put heavier offers up there, so they might swipe the liquidity, but since we didn't get up there and start pushing through very, very hard, it's kind of precarious now. I put it stop back at break even. I mean, you realize some profit on that thing, right?
Yeah, some.
Okay, that's good.
Nothing to write home to mom about, but yes. We needed a pop.
Something,
We need to take the
right?
top
Something.
off the defense, as Randy Moss used to say.
Yeah, I think we can. I think we could push up through these 300s now.
The problem is that we see front runners coming back in at 97s, 98s, 99s. Let's see if they can be broken through here. Let's see. Here we go. 301, 301. I like outs at 301, 302. Just have to lean on it. There we go. There it is.
There we go.
All right.
340, 410.
Nice trade, Michael. Beautiful.
Nice
Real
execution.
question, though. Did the sound effects help you on that one?
Oh, yeah, the rat-a-tat-tat. Yeah, they definitely got it going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
It is showing strength here, too.
Are we in the green in the house account? That's all I want. I just want
No.
green.
It's
What?
down
In the
4-5-0.
aggregate. We are down
No.
450.
Warning.
We need a couple 15K days to get we had a 15K loser on Monday. We need to there you go. Need to put those up on a W.
All right. Well, with that, we got our man in front of the brick wall back to release another one of his legendary hostage videos / stats updates. What do you got for us, JD?
We got that big board, folks. Eddie, you know what I want to hear. Let's hear
Here we
it.
go.
We will be perfect in every aspect of the game. You drop a pass, you run a mile. You miss a blocking assignment, you run a mile. You fumble the football, and I will break my foot off in your John Brown hind parts. And then you will run a mile.
Hang on a second. We don't have the big board. I thought Robert sent it over.
It
need
was
2 more
typo.
minutes
It's
on the
actually a
big
big
board.
bird on Sesame Street.
We need 2 more minutes with the big board. I'll be right back, guys.
All right. Well, that was a lead up.
Well, that was
I have
that was a freebie. Freebie
have something
sound
that we
effect for
can
everybody.
Here's something we could test in the meantime. Gabe, if you look in the web controller, there's a brand new thing that says XFA to live monthly. And here it is. In October, we transferred $4 million just about from XFA to live accounts. There were 357 total XFA accounts that were brought up to live. Several people obviously had multiple accounts, but the number of new live traders, not people refreshing live accounts who have been in before, is 190 in October traders that we brought up from XFA to live accounts to trade real money as real professionals. They are the pinnacle of Topstep. Good stuff. And of course, there's a disclaimer. Only the tippy top of the top makes it to a live account. That is what it's all about, right, MP?
That is what it's all about. End of the rainbow, top step of the top step of the top step of the pit. Biggest and best stood on the top step.
Right on.
190 new live traders for October. Hold on, what was that? All October.
The month of October.
Hey, we got
4
London
million
close here in
live-
5 minutes.
4 million live dollars, 3995, 768 started balance totals for the all live 190 new folks. What's the number of accounts? 357.
And also,
new live trade.
because that was the number of XFAs, because some people have multiple XFAs that are combined.
Got it.
One thing I'd like to add,
Okay. No,
we're not up.
Got it.
We're not up to date with this new starting balances yet for the people that got called up yesterday, but there's some names on there that we might recognize. So hopefully we'll have that by the afternoon once Risk is done with them. If not, we'll show them tomorrow because we have some new live funded traders. And MP,
Eddie, what do you call somebody?
I will change
What do you
that
call
word.
somebody that gets pulled up? Okay. Yeah. That's starting balance. Live starting balances. Total starting balances. Eddie, what do you call when you bring somebody up to the live level? We call it. You call me that. I've called you that. What do we call it?
Pro ball, baby. Pro ball.
Pro ball, baby.
Change that right.
That's what you
now.
want to do. I mean, that's the overall goal here.
I know.
You don't want to sit.
I did a little Twitter post. I'm like, who wants to stay in Sim? Somebody like, I don't see the difference. I'm like, then stay in the minors, man. Then stay in the minors. Chattanooga Lookout would love a lifer. You know.
There's a major difference.
We are
Gents,
seeing
while I'm loading
Apple
something
and
up
Meta
here.
starting to roll over, by the way.
Hey, Gabe.
I got a message in our inbox here. Just Nick for a Tick posted something. We sent him a little care package for his upcoming newborn, and he received it. Just wanted to give a little shout out to us for the flowers, for the misses, and the onesie, the Topstep onesie.
There you go.
Those are dope.
Very nice.
Nothing.
I need like 8 of them.
Jack, you had one of those too, right? I had one of those for I think every one of my kids. Yeah, our team's really good about like caring.
We had one, but I'm having 2 children in January, or at least my wife is. I will be there.
Twins?
Hold on, you're having 2 kids. You're having. Oh yeah, you are having twins. Forgot all about that.
Yeah,
That's
boy
why he
and
bought
a girl.
the bus. There you
That's
go.
why I got my Sienna.
Wow. Okay. That's awesome.
That's very awesome.
So
I could go
that
for
will
2 more.
be
I go for one
something.
more.
MP trying to get him a beat here. All right, 2300 NQ.
Yeah, I'm thinking about getting
Jackson
short
had
here.
3.
I actually like that a lot, Dakota. I'm with you on that one.
Say that one more time.
Short.
short.
I'm
I like
getting
the short.
trying to get short here at 303. I just got short 302 and 3/4.
Yeah, I like this
303
for the
even
house count
is
too.
my
Short
All
with
right.
a stop at 316.
Get in there, Michael.
Yeah, 316 is the 316.75. Average
Where are we
price
short
is
from?
01, 5 lots from 01.
All right. Let's see if we could get back down to the bottom of this range. 260s,
Do
260s,
it.
maybe 270s.
Yeah, this thing is on a pill of Molly and rolling.
All right, we're off to an auspicious start on this trade.
This will put
Do
us
you
back.
add to any of this, or is it see money, take money? What type of world are you guys viewing this through?
If Meta and
thinking-
Microsoft start to tool down here, it's gonna really start to roll here.
This isn't as long as the previous trade. I could see just closing out in like 260s, 270s. So for me, it's closer to a see money, take money trade.
I want to see this thing crack through 290s, and then I'd start feathering orders out at 85 and 80. So contingencies abound, but I think this thing can really get downtown.
Well, with London closing in a minute here, George is talking about London's dumping.
London's dumping. Well, yeah, we're back on schedule now with the daylight savings adjusted.
Thank God.
Yeah.
All right, we're dancing around our entry right now. Don't know what's going on with my voice today, but we do have JD is back. He's got the big board. We also have Hoop waiting in the wings to give a little VIP update. We'll keep you updated on this trade. JD, how you want to do this? You want to come in for the big board first?
Yeah, let's do the big board. Big board first. Big board is ready. Let's do it now.
You're ready here? I got another one for
Ready.
us. You ready?
We're ready this time. Here we go.
This isn't Monopoly money we're playing with.
There she is. Dakota, I know you thought
Oh,
you're going to be in first
so
today.
close.
Apparently, Rafa
Wow.
playing chess while the rest of us were playing checkers. He had spent
He
the last
traded
couple
you?
weeks. We thought he was out of the market, but he was just putting together 5 new XFAs. Yesterday was his first day and 5 fresh XFAs. He quit trading his live account for a little while. His balance was down to below $400 in his live account. So we started hitting those trading combines, and he put together quite a few of them. Quite a few wins in the trading combine. 5 fresh XFAs yesterday, and he won about $3,500 in each of them. So big day for Rafa, back in the markets, and reclaiming some ground on the big board. So
there we go.
Yeah, Dakota, you're still up there at 340. You're only 12 and a half, 13 grand behind him. So
sweet.
We got Nick for a
Love
tick
it.
down
Love
there
that.
in 7th place. Oh yeah. Was Eric B. Eric B was our XFA P&L leader today. Had that huge $103,410 day trading in 5 XFAs, boosted from 22nd up to 5th place. I didn't mean to cut you off there, Dakota. You got something to say to Rafa?
No, I was just saying that's the competition I want to see. Like, that's awesome.
Good stuff.
Rafa, he's a wily veteran at this point, so he's on it. Who else? Nick for a tick down there in 7th place. A couple of our bigger movers on the board.
Let's stop on
We
that,
got
guys.
Jeremy C.
Yeah.
Be right back.
Stopped out on the house. Jeremy C in 20th place. Jeremy was also on our XFA P&L board a little while ago. He made a total of $76,200 trading on 5 XFAs. Moved up from 205th place to 20th place. Big move for Jeremy. And then Yusuf down there in 25th place. Yusuf spread $63,829 across 5 XFAs yesterday. Got a boost from 249th place all the way up to 25th. 224 position move for Yusuf yesterday. Those are your big movers and some of the other shakers. Get your cams ready. Take your screenshots. Big board's coming down. All right, folks.
Love it.
Camera's ready. We tagged new highs in the NQ. House account got stopped out. Take a picture to last longer.
Yeah, that was an insane move, ripping through those highs. It's giving me a little bit of FOMO.
Yeah,
I'm all closed out of my platforms here, but by golly, what a move. Congrats to
And
anybody
people
who's still holding long there.
Pulled a Spinal Tap there. Oh, I thought you had just disappeared into a mist like the drummer from Spinal Tap.
No.
When we got stopped out there.
No.
Beautiful.
A BRB restroom.
Michael, if you like chasing highs here, there's room all the way up to 345 if you want to try the opposite end of that trade that just cranked you out there. Risk could be 320, but here and now long to 345.
Hey, we got a new high in crude. Crude shooting the 7260s right now. Nice little trend moving up here. Crude? How's the crude traders doing out there? We making some money here today?
If they were long, they sure did.
Rodeo. Not much of a rodeo like we're seeing in these other markets, but consistency.
So, what did you like about this? These levels up here, the 340s. Were you guys talking about these
345
earlier?
halves, and then above that is a big air gap to 387. So I think we're going to tag just above 345 halves here, since the market is again really finding a lot of liquidity. We had a blow off top through 315. We exchanged liquidity, but we're not selling off into that. So as long as we can press back down to about 320, there's a great opportunity for longs here. Might open up a trade in my practice account here just to see.
Dakota, what's going through your head?
I'm flat. I mean, that was the trade, and you could see that when it blew through that the highs, there was a ton of stop losses, and that's what basically teleported us to those 30s. So it's hands off again for me.
I think
I'm
we
in
lost
my
your
practice
screen,
account
too.
and I'm looking for longs.
I lost my screen. Let's go.
All right, I'm in long in my practice account.
Well, the old house account will go with your reads today. We're long 5 from 25.75.
345 and 3/4. 345 and 3/4.
What's the risk then that you look at on this pullback?
Risk
to
on this
continue higher?
is down to 313 halves.
313.5 stop. House accounts long 5 and Q. And now we play the game. We are ready now. We have Coach Hoop patiently waiting out there. JD and Hoop, if you guys want to come in to talk a little VIP update, we'll keep monitoring this trade in the background.
Oh, pardon me. Yeah, let's do it. What's up, Hoop? How are we feeling today?
Not much, guys. How about you? Can you hear me?
What's up, Hoop?
Sure.
We got you.
Yes.
We got you.
All right.
Well, Hoop, you got a trader graduated from the trading combine to the XFA yesterday. We're going to be talking about him in just a minute. Has not. Today's his first day in the XFA, so we don't know how they're doing, but I've got a trading card coming up with some of their stats from the trading combine that they just passed. But what's going on with the Pit Raiders? What are you guys talking about in Discord? What's your coaching style? Has anything changed? Has anything shifted? Tell us everything.
I think the main thing that we started talking about late last week into this week was just volatility and risk were kind of the the two things that were going to be kind of important going into late last week and into this week. And I think it's hard, coming from the environment that we came from the floor. Sometimes it's hard to kind of relate the risk as a local that we took on the floor and kind of translate that and kind of give a little perspective of what that was like. And, I kind of went down the YouTube wormhole and found some really good, some floor video and some floor recounting of some trades that I think people don't understand. There used to be big S&Ps and big NASDAQs and understanding like what the prop space does. And I think more of my traders and just more of the people in Discord, I get a lot of understanding wow factor of the risk and exposure you had on the floor versus the environment that we're in today. So, and I think that's helped. I think people understand, especially the people in the VIP who have got the opportunity, from being selected. And so I just, I kind of found one that just it was a guy that was from the, he traded Hogs, not necessarily when I was there, but he was a NASDAQ trader MP. Do you remember PAX?
PAX acronym?
Yep.
Yeah.
Just I shared it in Discord. Once again, I think it's hard to, when you're a local and you're trading your own money and understanding, what can happen. It's just so much more of a controlled environment. And I just think the reality of it, sometimes it's hard for us to translate to the people now. And I think when they see that, they kind of, I think, have a little different respect for understanding volatility and risk.
Hey, Hoop, what years were you down on the floor? Like years, start to finish?
Graduated college, clerk for my brother in summer of 90, and left the floor in 99.
Left the floor. Okay, nice. Do you remember Peter Brandt?
Yes.
Okay, very cool. Yeah, no, I got a DM from him last night, so we're chatting. I think he has a ton of good and Rips. Dakota, I just sent it to you, our convo, and he's wanting to get you chat with you, get us all on in January and talk about the prop industry, both what he knows it as, the evolution of what we know it as, where it's going, all that kind of good stuff. So I figured, Hoop, that you, in your history on the floor, would know he's been down there or around there for, oh man, before that time, I think.
It's like I said, once you kind of go down this of pictures and, we come from a visual world. So I try in my Discord and with class, try and give some visuals to what the boards look like. There's some cropped out videos of, just more of kind of like, even I've shared the video you guys when you did a tour, just trying to create a little more interaction of what our environment was like. And I think we all go through emotions, and just, understanding technicals is great, but the emotional side of our business is just as important. I think because guys from the floor, a lot of it was reactionary. I think you have to be careful of that in the environment we work in now. So,
yeah, I did get that message, MP, but and I agree. I mean, that's one of the things where we need to be having constructive conversation, because as this industry changes and as technology changes, as like all these different companies are starting to embrace futures more and more and more, there's that little joke, instead of paving the way, I said pathing the way, because like we are at the forefront of the futures market, the futures industry, and looking to continue to stay in front of everything. So I love that. Thank you, MP and Peter Brandt. We could always butt heads, but to be able to bring that constructive conversation is extremely important, rather than just shouting out at each other saying you suck, this, because we're all in this together. And so I'm actually, that's what I love. That's why I like Peter. I don't mind that conversation. Of course, sometimes it can come off very blunt. I'm like, okay, right. Very, very, what do you call it? Oh, man, just black and white sometimes. But then, someone like him and yourself, Hoops, who has so much experience in this industry, who's able to pass that knowledge on to the newer generation and help us build something that's better for like these new and inspiring traders.
Well, I don't want to hijack this because it's a Topstep VIP and we're talking about pit raiders, but we do have Hoop here. And Hoop, you've been around for the 90s, and you've also been around the prop trading new evolution, if you want to call it. The market's changed. I mean, we went from brokerage firms to discount brokerage firms to no commission to online trading to all that kind of stuff, to event contracts.
And I brokered for 2 years. So
yeah,
I was I worked for a futures and stock firm and had my Series 3 and went through retail accounts and people opening accounts. So yeah, I've been through from where it was to where it is now, for sure.
Yeah. So again, Hoop, we would like you to be a part of that conversation when we have him on, because you've been around and you've seen props and again, evolution of the industry. And then the props kind of got kind of small and quiet. Like there was really nothing too busy in 2010 with props. And we started the prop e-funding, if you want to call it. You don't have to go into a brick and mortar, just prove you can trade and earn a funded account concept. So that's like a new model. And then it's the kind of evolved into kind of what you're seeing now, which has always been like, the copy trading I wasn't really a fan of, but like, I don't want to be the guy saying, damn you, and yelling at the clouds, so to speak, on the innovation or evolution. And then all that kind of stuff. So there is this like history from like the turtle traders all the way back to Peter was talking about what was the CC group that Wikipedia he dropped on, something commodities, but it had the Marty Schwartz, a bunch of the Tudor Jones, all that, a part of that like developmental prop group that came out of that. So it's just really interesting, the conversation. I think Hoop, having your perspective in there when we get to that conversation, we'll let you know about it. Will be really great. But point of story right now is pit raiders and what you're doing with that group. And are you enjoying being a coach right now?
Yeah, I mean, I love it. I think I've learned, I think we all learn from other traders, and that's why I kind of love our environment. But it's just, I think at times I got to be careful of, everybody's got kind of a different way to be successful. And I think, back in the day, when you're in the pit, it's buy the bid, sell the offer. And now there's so many different indicators and, VWAP. There's so much information that a lot of times people are sharing with me their setups and how they trade. And, some people say, well, is it right or is it wrong? And I said, if it's working and you're managing your risk, I'm not going to be the guy that says, it's right or wrong. That's why there's so many ways to do this business. And like I said, working with other traders and, them trying to lean a little bit on our experience, it's great. I love it.
Yep. Good to hear. Good to hear. I know you're the newer coach and team of the I would say quasi Topstep trading league.
Like.
Yeah. Do we have those?
Indeed,
we do. We only
right,
got them. We got a minute left. Let's burn through this real quick. So one trader passed through the XFA or passed through the trading combine. Yesterday, first day in the XFA, we don't have the trader data. I'm sorry. Today, first day in the XFA, so don't have any trader data for that trader yet. Bumped up your pass rate to 12.7% though. So do we have a trading card for this one trader? I am a little worried about him, Hoop. Let's pull up that trading card for Muhammad real quick, Gabe. So this guy burned a couple of trading combines in a single day. He passed the recent trading combine in 2 days with a P&Ls of 3,000.
Yeah.
Just over 3,000 and just under 3,000. And now he's about to enter the live funded account. So in his trading combine, average winning day of $3,000, 100% winning days. Only 2 days in the trading combine, trading gold in the NQ. Average winning trade, $860. Average loser, no losing trades because he was only in there for 2 days, made a couple of trades. 100% winning trades. Risk to reward, none. What would you call it? Whatever. 4 trades a day, trading 12 lots. So a little worried about this guy. I'm afraid he's going to be shooting from the hip.
Yeah.
So, a bit of a gunslinger. And I don't want to see him blow this account in 2 days. What can we say to Muhammad? Maybe help him slow down just a little bit.
Well, and I think the other thing right now with this week, I think you saw the other Muhammad going to micros yesterday. I kind of feel with everybody right now needs to size down. So, and kind of let the smoke clear this week. That'd be, I have a session this afternoon, so it's definitely on the top of the chalkboard for sure.
Very good. Hoop, wish we could stick around and talk a little more. We got to close this out, though. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you again next week. And, hope to get some more.
Thanks, guys. Great trading, Rips.
More positive updates.
Have a good one.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Hoop.
Oh, baby.
Thank you, Hoop. Well, as you heard with the order filled sound, the house account did get stopped out on that trade. Now we're back to pushing close to the highs of the session in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we
are. Yeah.
It stopped us out at what, 10s? Went down to 2s. Now back up to 30s.
30s.
I took the refresh in my practice account, and we caught the lows off that 304 trade.
A little bit choppy out here.
It feels just like yesterday.
Minutes.
Just like yesterday.
I think we need some resolution of the elephant in the room, so to speak. But with that, Eddie, I understand you have a few quick announcements to hit before we wrap up Fast Markets, hit some appreciations and all that good stuff. Eddie, what do you got?
Yes. I really like what we did here this morning. I really enjoyed how we flowed through it, how we talked through it, and how we put some trades up and how our community was right behind us on this. Now, hey, if you like what we're doing here, raise your left foot behind your head. Actually, if you like what we're doing here, please take a moment to leave us a review on Trustpilot. I am going to drop that link like a hot potato here in the chat, and we'd appreciate it if you'd take a minute, Let us know what you like about Topstep TV. Also, please pass this on to your fellow traders if they're asking about it. Today, trading will be disabled for all live funded accounts. All right, live funded XFA, Trading Combine, have at it. Okay, this is going to begin at 5 p.m. Central Time today. So all you live funded traders, you're not going to be able to trade here overnight until we get our risk manager team back up here tomorrow. Now we expect to reopen at 8:30 tomorrow a.m. Central Time. Right, this is November 6th. This is tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. Central. But remember, hey, these hours are tentative. The risk management team, they're going to be monitoring. These guys are going to be up all night monitoring this. So I'm sending them coffee and donuts. So hopefully we can be back here at 8:30 if the overnight isn't a complete cluster foo. So we will monitor, and we're going to inform our live traders once their accounts are enabled to trade again. So if you're a live trader, take a break here. All right, take a break tonight after 5, and then our risk management team will get in contact with you and let you know when you can fire off some more contracts. So that's what I got, Jack. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Horn. Okay, we're in the final couple minutes here. Fast markets. Everybody is flat. House account took a little licking. We'll keep on ticking. We got lots of great stuff coming up later today. Especially next segment. You're going to want to stick around for that because we got David F. is coming in. He lost 5 XFAs yesterday and was 618 on the leaderboard. And he's coming back today in combines to work his way back up. He'll be with Dolby and JD. We're going to get him back on the right track. Learn anything that he learned from that process because that is the goal of all of this. And with that, is anyone trying to get any last second trades in here?
I'm still looking on the short side. I'm looking at this market exactly the way I was looking at it yesterday. I'm not looking for a very big continuation to the long side. I could very well be wrong, but my bias is going to be a consolidation back down in towards the 200s, 220, 260 area. So, but nothing setting up just yet.
Well,
since I'm locked out in my live account and my XFAs up $12,000 on the day, I'm just trading my practice account. And we just traded 15 lots off of 303, covered 10, and we realized $4,700 on that trade so far.
Nice. Very nice. So with that, it's time to hit a few appreciations on this day of democracy in the United States, at least. Let us know in the chat what you're thankful for. It's a good way to end this session. And how about we start with Rips? What are you thankful for?
I'm thankful, of course, for my God, this beautiful country that I was lucky enough to be born in, and thankful for everybody in our Topstep family here. I really appreciate all of you, and I appreciate trading alongside of you. It's a lot of fun to do this, and I really count my blessings every single day that I'm able to do this with each and every one of you. So I thank you all very, very much, and I thank the Topstep team for putting on a fantastic production today.
Thank you. Dakota, love the background.
Yes, I'm actually thankful for all the coaches. They put in so much work behind the scenes, being in some of the coaches meetings, Hoop, Jay, Paul, Ray, Robert, everybody. And you guys would be, I don't know if you guys would be surprised, but all of the meetings that I've been in for the coaches has purely been on what can we do better to help the new traders. That's what it is. It's never anything else outside of what can we do better, when's the times, what can we be coaching. So I'm really thankful to be part of that because I've learned so much from the other coaches.
Excellent stuff. And Eddie, I see you back there ready to fire off some wisdom. What do you got?
Got it. You know what? I'm very thankful that I have an opportunity to vote, to express my freedom, to express who I believe should lead this country forward. I do believe I'm very proud to be an American, and I'm very proud to have a lot of friends. And I'm very proud that Optimus Prime is friends with all of us. Yeah.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
So we're safe. We're safe. Back to you, Jack.
FB.
I think 4 a.m, I got that DM from Peter. And Peter, I want to thank you very much because he started the conversation. I won't say exactly what it was. Basically like, hey, I appreciate what you're doing, blah, blah, blah. And got to a point of like good conversation. And I think having that online, having that in the Twitter world, the social world, and not like this rather than what you always see, the impulsive like thoughts that drop on to get vomited onto Twitter. And you're like, this is nothing. This is not helpful. This isn't constructive. And it goes all the way to any topic outside of just the trading world. But Peter extended the olive branch. And I thought that was really cool. And I think we need more of that. So I appreciate taking the first step in doing that. Peter, I appreciate you and what you sent me at 4 a.m. I replied to you by 4:30 in the morning. So
look at you early bird. All right, I'll finish it up. I am thankful, of course, for my family. Thankful got the opportunity to vote. I don't know where my camera is. There it is right there. And for Michael getting the green cups for TopstepTV. I can't imagine what would possibly go wrong with that.
That is true. I never thought about a TopstepTV cup. Let's put it on TopstepTV, but then kind of forgot about the green screen that some of you folks have. So
these cups are like literally green screen green. That's the color I think it's called. All right. With that, as mentioned, I see him in the on deck circle. We have David coming up next. David S. going to talk to JD and Dolby. Rips is coming back for Power Hour today. We got Kamikaze's on at 1. It's going to be a hell of a day. Enjoy it. Markets are choppy. Let's all be friends tomorrow and the day after. Sounds good? All right.
By the way, 345 halves, target met.
The target's been met. All right. And our time target has been met too. It's 10:57. Great show, Rips. This has been Fast Markets. Let's go, as Andre would say. We'll be back right after this.
I like the idea, and I'm biased because this is how I did it myself. I like the idea of having a full-time job and a full-time career while I'm learning trading and while I'm developing my trading skills. It takes so much pressure off. It also gives you a fallback, if the trading doesn't work out. And it takes the pressure off if you go through a period where you're not making money in trading. It's not all of a sudden like your family doesn't have money. So I think there is some wisdom in what the questioner is asking to have a secure base and then use that secure base to work on the trading over time.
Welcome back, friends and traders. Welcome to Power Players. We got a great guest for you today. This guy, he's been funded. He is funded. He passed 4 more XFAs today. He's been on the leaderboard. We got David F. from Brooklyn, New York. David F., welcome to the show. You are officially a Power Player. What's going on, my man?
Love to be here.
How are you?
Love to be here. Appreciate it.
Excellent. First question we always ask on this segment. How did you find Topstep? Or how did Topstep find you? What's your journey? How did you make it here?
It's a crazy journey. Did not believe January I would make it here, and I would be here. I started paper trading back in December. Found futures through a buddy. Paper trading. January, I come in to NQ. I fund my live brokerage account. Didn't know anything about pop trading. Deposit a couple of grand. And man, did NQ take me for a ride. Not in a good way. The first trade, I come in NQ 9:30 in the morning. All of a sudden, smack. I get smacked in the face. I kept on getting smacked in the face. Decided to do more research. Kept on trading live NQ. Didn't even think about MNQs. I was like, you do it all the way. First 2 months was terrible. Actually, in March, I actually did great. The last day, I made a lot of profit. And the last day, there was a huge rally in the market. I was short. I kept on adding in more and more contracts. Didn't even know what it meant to be like a deer in front of a headlight. You know that expression? And
oh, yeah.
I'm new to the markets. I'm trading live. I'm trading real funds that I put in with my hard-earned money. And all of a sudden, I didn't even know. I was in that trade for 3-4 hours. Just getting steamed over. The market is going up, up, up. Then a buddy of mine that trades, he told me about prop firms. I did not believe it at first. Just didn't make sense. It's just do the math. And then I came to Topstep, my first prop firm that I started. I love it. It's the greatest thing. I have tremendous appreciation to what you guys do. Serious. It's the greatest thing in the world. When I started with Topstep, I realized I couldn't even pass a combine. And then I'm saying to myself, how am I that I couldn't pass a combine and I was trading with live money of thousands of dollars? It just doesn't make sense. I was like, I couldn't pass a combine. I finally passed the combine. After I passed the combine, I got to XFA. I got to $1,000 in profit, blew it. I'm still new. This is my 4th or 5th month in. I'm nobody's training me. I'm listening to TopstepTV. I'm hearing all that advice. It's not going in. I'm a New Yorker. stuff just don't go into New Yorker's head the same way that it goes into other people's head. We cross the middle of the block. We don't listen to the red lights. That's how it works. And so I just studying the charts, looking at the charts, making mistakes, of course. And I think finally, middle of the summer, I took my first payout. Of course, after my first payout, I was on a high. I blew my XFA because I'm like still experienced that mix of feelings. And you got to learn the hard way. In trading, you got to pay that tuition. If you don't pay that tuition, you're not going to learn. You can pay on practice accounts forever. It's never going to happen. Passed a couple XFAs. It started getting easier to pass XFAs. Of course, I had revenge trading. I was going through that. And so far, it's been great. Got a little nervous yesterday. Yesterday was a really bad day. I was actually ready for a payout, basically. It was going to be like an $8,000 payout. And of course, you know how it works. You got to learn another lesson. So these lessons I figure out, I only learn the hard way. So that's it.
I'm a little curious now. So you're about to take an $8,000 payout yesterday. You were all set, and then you started trading. And what happened?
So I started trading. I was actually back to basically break even. I was in that long, and then there was a failed breakout. And I said, no way this market is coming down. And I said, I am absolutely not getting out of this trade because the market is never going to come down. I was up to basically break even. And the market's like, we just don't listen to you. You got to respect your rules. And if you don't follow your rules, we're not going to, we're going to teach you a lesson.
Market's like Santa Claus.
Yep. Yeah. I don't know if you were paying attention during, do you watch the opening call when we went over our, this week's tip of the week? The market is always right.
Sure.
Markets are infallible.
Yeah. So do you know what the hardest part is? Humans as a nature, I come from a family of, psychologists and stuff. Human in nature, they like to be right. This game is a game that you got to be right, but wrong also in order to win. It's impossible to be right. Mm-hmm. So I could go on a 10-day winning streak. Everything's fine. And then one day could just knock me out. I got to get better at that, 1 days.
Well, delayed gratification. Sometimes you don't know how good it feels to have a small losing day until you wake up tomorrow and then see that you still have an account that you can still trade and there wasn't that much damage done.
Exactly. So, yeah, but I don't blame myself. I'm 6 months in. It's pretty, with Topstep, I'm profitable already. Topstep made that happen. I mean, I had days when I actually got approved for a payout. And I sometimes get caught up in the dollar amount, which is terrible. Terrible to get caught up in the dollar amount. And then I blew it because I got caught up in the dollar amount. I had that story so many times. And then I finally made a rule to myself. I am not trading at night. No trading at night, no touching the market at night. I might look at Coach Dakota's stream, but follow your rules. Additionally, I think a lot of people need to realize you need a break from these markets. Your brain only has a certain amount of mental capacity. And, the last, I think 2 weeks ago, there was, what's his name? Who's the psychologist? Brett.
Steenbarger?
He was
Steenbarger, yeah.
Yeah, Barger, yeah.
He was on. He said a great analogy. I don't know if it was on this one or it was a different one after I searched him up and he came on the stream. Imagine a surgeon or a basketball player. You can't say the surgery went wrong and all of a sudden start taking instruments and just banging it around. It doesn't work that way. Or basketball player, just because you missed a shot, it doesn't mean you just take from half court and just shoot it at the basket. You gotta know how to control yourself.
Yeah. Mental capital, or I should say managing your mental capital is just as important as managing your actual trading capital.
100%.
You need time. You need time away from the markets. You need things to do other than trade. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I actually used to have it on my phone, and then I put a time limit. That's it. I don't look at it from this time to this time because even if you're trying to study, it's not helpful. Overstudying is not helpful either.
Got to execute. I mean, if you're studying and not executing, then what you're studying is not really going to matter. If you have a trading system, like you said, and you end up breaking all the rules, then it doesn't really matter what your trading system is because you can't even get good data to analyze the system you're trying to trade.
1,000,000,000%.
So
That's a great point. Yeah.
Where you said you come from a family psychologist. It seems like you are very, very aware of your emotions as a relatively new trader. Is that helping coming from a family of psychologists? Is having that extra bit of self-awareness before you get into the markets?
That does help. Self-awareness, controlling myself. Truth be told, this journey actually made me a better person in controlling my not losing your temper, be able to I travel a lot for other business. I'm in real estate also. So I travel a lot. I go to airports. I get held up in airports. I get held up by hotels, car rental places. It just makes you a calmer person. I became a calmer person in negotiation and everything. And just just because you're losing $10,000 one day or something's going wrong, you still got to have a great day. And I got to that point where I'll have a bad day in the market, but I'll still have a great day everywhere else.
That's really nice observation. I do want to get to the charts here. NASDAQ is moving still pretty aggressively to the upside. David, I noticed that you like trading the MNQ. Do you have any? So your friends that got you into trading, did they also introduce you to MNQ, or did you find that market just organically, or did you try other markets before you got there?
I found that on TopstepTV.
All right. Hell yeah.
Oh, really?
Hell yeah. And what kind of system do you trade? Are you like momentum trader, range trader? Is there something else that you're looking at? Who taught you what to look at, or did you teach yourself?
So I taught myself. It used to be I think I'll need to agree to everything everyone's saying. The market doesn't work that way. You could say one thing, I could say another thing, and we're both right. So I told myself my primary strategy. I love EMAs.
Cool.
I try to follow EMAs and work my strategy around it. Obviously, bounces off EMAs, the 9, 21, 50, 200. Pivots, I love pivots. I'm just waiting for that day that Topstep X gets pivots on the platform. And I trade a bunch of different pivots. Like I have Fibonacci, regular, Carmelo, and I work my strategy within it. So right now, I saw that down here at the 200320s, there's a pivot up at 350, and then there's another woody pivot at 364, where the market's 366, where the market is right now.
Yeah,
so
right
I would have
now.
made a mini bull flag down at the 234 level. It came in, it tested the 21 EMA, shot straight up. That would have been my perfect trade. Right now, we're just way too extended. We just hit the pivot. I want to wait to some sort of retracement before we get into anything.
That sounds good to me.
But everything you're seeing is still telling you to be bullish on the day. So you're looking for that pullback to get in based on everything else that you're looking at. That sound about right?
I learned this lesson 30,000 times. Don't try to predict the market. Wait for confirmation.
Just checking.
Yeah. It never worked. It absolutely never worked. It worked once or twice. That's where it got to my head.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, that's the worst. It works once or twice, and it's this doesn't work every single time. It's yeah, that's not how that works.
Yep.
That is not how that works. Yeah, NQ is cruising right now. We are just making new high after new high. If we had a sound for it, it would just be going off constantly, trading at 20,369. 370s, 371s. I mean, the bids are just coming in here. Shorts must be covering or something's going on. But they are getting crushed right now if you're on the short side. You get those EMAs, though, so you're probably trend trading most of the time. Is that correct?
That's correct. So I do have one other strategy that I love. I have I find, it could be, this is just my new experience. NVIDIA does control a big part of the market. So let's say right now, I have on my screen, NVIDIA is at the 50 EMA. The NQ is extended. And NVIDIA did have a pullback. So I'm not going to say that the NQ, I think the NQ has a long way up to go, being that NVIDIA did already reach that pullback. Now, I want to wait for confirmation that NVIDIA is ready to shoot up again, or, the Magnificent Seven is ready to shoot up again, someone to lead us higher. But, that pop up right now happened without NVIDIA because NVIDIA is pulling up right now.
So do you have any any ways to get into trending markets? Like, do you try to find pullbacks to get in on? Are you leaning on your EMAs for pullbacks? Or are you leaning on pivots? How do you utilize those in a trending market?
So just for example, right now, the trending market this morning, I waited probably close to a half hour into the market to take my trades. That shoot up, I just didn't feel comfortable. Wasn't a pullback.
Are you looking at your Topstep X platform? Or are you looking at a different platform? Whose screen are we on? Oh, there we go. I see. You just haven't. There we go. Thank you.
So I can't see you guys now, but basically,
that looks great now.
Obviously, there's no pivots. So right now, like this would be a perfect spot for a trade right over here. Would have took this straight up, and I did this morning. That's how I passed my couple XFAs.
Nice.
Right over here, another daily level, Topstep daily level. So great opportunity for a trade. On TopstepTV, they were actually getting shorts somewhere here. I says I'm going long. You know,
follow your off strategy. Of our own level, huh? Off of our own damn level.
Exactly. I was like, you got to follow your own strategy. Doesn't.
It was right at the 248, correct?
Yep.
Is that what we're looking at?
Yeah. Hold on. Oh my goodness.
That's pretty funny.
That is pretty funny, actually.
And then I stopped for the day. I locked myself out.
Like do you feel like the lockout button? Oh yeah. How do you? Okay, I'm so jealous that you're trading now, JD. How jealous are you that he's just learning how to trade with Topstep X, the lockout button, cheap trading combine fees? I mean, how have you used the lockout button a lot? Is that something that's core to your strategy here?
Truth be told, I just discovered it last week. Not discovered it. I always thought it. So Hoag, Eddie, they always say all this great stuff about it, in the market opening. And I'm always like to myself, that's great for someone from Chicago, not for someone from New York. Eddie got to learn someone from New York. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, I'm not, there's no way that's for me. And just going to pull that back up. And it got to a point that I was like, it could be they have a little bit more experience than me, trading 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And that's when I told myself, that's when I was like, okay, after you use a certain amount of mental capacity, stop for the day, walk away. More is less, as Hoag always says. Too bad he wasn't on today.
Hoag's taking a break. He's doing his civic duty, getting ready for the U.S. presidential election here in the United States. We're thinking about Hoag. I'm not sure if I'll be back tomorrow. He might have tomorrow.
He waits in line to vote.
He's out today and tomorrow. Andre's back tomorrow, so rejoice.
Oh, excellent, excellent.
We get to await Series 3 information and see if
is he taking it?
I believe it's today that he is taking
it today.
Yep. So
starting in about a half an hour.
Prayers on Trey. Good luck.
Good luck, Trey. If you're listening, we're thinking about you, bud.
What is Series 3 and what does it help?
It's the National Futures Exam. It's for if you ever wanted to become a licensed commodities broker, an introducing broker, commodity trading advisor, something like that. It's like the first step in going to that next level of managing futures accounts. So it's licensed by the National Futures Association and the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. So it's a not a federal test, but it's a national licensing exam.
One day I get there.
Yep. I'm assuming you have your real estate license, right? Oh, really?
Yeah, I actually have relatives on the floor without getting into specifics, and
do they know David Green
or Peter Tuchman
I don't know. I could find out. They actually got onto the floor when they were 19. This was like 30, 40, 50 years ago.
Timelines.
I started on the floor when I was 19 also.
Yeah, they very well could know David Green. Well, let them know that we know David Green.
Gotcha.
So, David, we do this thing around here where we pass out our study guides after we pass the Series 3 exam. I actually have 2 study guides. I have the Kaplan exam book here. And I also have the, what is this one called again? The Securities Institute of America study guide here. So if you're serious about taking the test, reach out to Tim or Danielle, whoever booked you for the show. Tim, I believe, right?
Tim, yeah.
Reach out to Tim with your address, and we'll ship you one of my study guides if you're serious
That's
about
cool.
it.
When am I getting my cap? I want to my 5K cap.
Oh, you want your 5K? You took a 5K payout.
Oh, you need to take a 5K. I got more than 5K.
Yes. Okay, then you should be getting a 5K.
Drop the form. Yeah, we'll drop the form in chat.
Then you're in the 5K club. Let's
yeah, you are in the
let's
5K
drop that
club.
5K club form in the chat right now if we could. Whoever's watching or listening.
Well, someone literally just asked about it in chat too, so that's pretty appropriate. Here, I just found it. Look at this. Bam,
The
payout
timing.
club in the chat.
I ask you guys a
Bam,
question.
payout club. Of course.
What do you guys think, truth be told, of copy trading? I know it's a new thing. I did a lot of research into it. What's your opinion from a psychological perspective?
I'm just going to say, if you can't trade one account well, then you're not going to trade multiple accounts well. So you need to spend a little bit of time, I would say, building up that consistency before you're going to start copying trades. Our goal here at Topstep is to get everybody into a live funded account. We don't want people trading sim for later. And you cannot, when you're at the live funded level, you can't have multiple live funded brokerage accounts with a brokerage firm. So we don't do that here either. So when we transfer people to live, you're only allowed to jump into one live funded account. But as far as copying those trades goes, I mean, it's all about discipline. You're going to blow out of the accounts just the same way you blow out of a single account. You're just going to be spending more money to reactivate and whatnot. So again, I'll go back to, if you can't trade one account well, you're not going to trade 5 or 10 or 20 accounts well. So
do you feel
make sure you know what you're doing.
Yeah. Sorry.
No,
do you
go
feel
ahead.
the industry is ever going to get to a place that, hey, yeah, because I'm trying to figure out my goals. I want to get to live. Of course, I gotta get to live. Do you know, actually, my third XFA of me trading, I actually got an email from Topstep saying, hey, we're watching you out. We might want to move you to live. I was like, I just started a month ago. I was like, you think I'm that good to move to live? I eventually want to move to live.
That's
the
impressive.
question is, that I'm trying to ask myself is that obviously I'm trying to make my profits also. So you gotta have the profit goals. I don't trade NQs. I'm not holding there yet. My mind, my heart just drops out of my stomach every time I put an NQ on. It moves too fast.
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't the industry ever go to a place that you could do MNQs, use multiple brokerages account, and that psychological level would help you out?
It's on you, JD. I mean, it's a legal thing, I believe. Like, you can only have one.
I do believe
it's
I believe it's a regulatory issue.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Having multiple brokerage accounts under a single name trading futures, you have to break it up under different corporations, possibly. I'm not going to get into the regulatory problems with it, but most brokerage firms will only open a single brokerage account for one person under a single name.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think the copy trading thing is very interesting. It's relatively new. I think it's like any tool, though. If you use it properly, it can be a great asset. If you use it poorly, you're going to smash your thumb a couple times. Over leveraging, getting super excited. You might even be taking on more like real risk too, because if you're passing 5 trading combines, and now you're paying activation fees on those accounts, but you don't have the discipline to manage those accounts, you're kind of putting up quite a bit of capital that you're not trading responsibly. We've had people on here though. I believe it wasn't Fatima, who's a trader we've had on a couple times, and she did something super cool. Where she has like 3 or maybe 5 different accounts. But then, each account has its own risk reward profile. So I think one is 2 to 1, one is 3 to 1, one is 4 to 1. So I think that's actually a really interesting way to use the multiple accounts thing, is give each one its own personality and then trade it like that. Oh, I just heard an order filled. Who's that?
Yeah, so someone's on the market. I just jumped in for one MNQ right now. We just came back, retested the pivot. Nvidia
All right,
just pulled back. It
get
is
in
a
with
scary
you.
trade.
Those are the good ones.
I'm going to put my stop loss right below the level there where we hit the other pivot. But yeah, it looks like the S&P, the NASDAQ hit that pivot, came for retracement, 21 EMA, and we're bouncing now. So
cool.
What is your entry price, David?
My entry price is 53.
53. 23.53.
Oh, I was in a bid.
Dolby, what are your thoughts? Kind of running away from us right now.
I'll keep it around at like 348 and see if it still pulls back. I mean, we're still within structure, so as long as we're not above 20,373, then there's still a decent chance that this long can get filled at 348. So we'll keep it here and we'll work it.
I didn't want to interrupt.
House count working a bid.
No, please interrupt for trades. Trades always takes priority on this.
Trades come first, yeah.
Always. So nice trade so far. You're getting good price action. You were patient, waited for that pullback. And was it the pivot or was it EMA that got you into that one?
So there's three things actually.
Okay.
Pivot, EMA, and I saw the ES having a similar reaction to a pivot.
Ooh, how often are you cross-referencing the indices?
Every trade.
Every trade, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought I had...
And this one actually was a little scarier because NVIDIA is not going up yet. So, but if NVIDIA does start pumping, we could head up all the way. NASDAQ could get to the, 2454 if we have enough volume.
I do have this super cool correlation spreadsheet that Hoag has, and I'm going to post it in chat right now. It's called MRCI Online Intermarket Correlation. So it has all the futures gridded out, and then it has their correlation, like their correlation value. So it's pretty cool.
That's a great tool. Yeah, it's a very good tool.
That's it. We got
you're out just like that, and we did not get filled. Yeah, that was great. Actually, we can still keep this bid in there. There's still a chance this comes back because maybe some sellers up high end up selling that off, and we can come back on a little fill here. So we'll keep this live. Still bidding 347 and a half. Correlation link is...
Are you going to like it as much? Are you going to like that trade as much the second time down, though? That's the question.
So I normally would have... I mean, it's so-so. I normally would have, brought my stop loss up there. The problem is with this time of the day, 12:33, we don't really have the most volume. And, we're hitting another level. I wouldn't think that we're going to have a massive breakout right now. So it's probably going to stay within range. Or if, the Magnificent Seven dumps, it's probably going to dump. So who knows? I always wait for confirmation. I used to just jump in. I don't want to jump in. I want to wait for confirmation. Mm-hmm. So I had that confirmation. I saw a little bit struggle with the MNQ, so I was like, okay, that's good. We'll go for it.
Nice. Are you...
Very good.
What got you out of the trade? Is it fixed risk reward or is it a level? How do you determine how you're getting out of stuff?
I don't do fixed risk reward. It's basically levels. It's the same high as we previously had a couple minutes ago. And, I'm sticking to that.
Cool. Well, we'll still bid 347 here. I mean, NQ is just making higher highs, higher lows.
Yeah. Good plan.
If this JD, if this is the long that reverses the entire day, typical.
It doesn't look like it's setting up to be the long that reverses today, but
no.
Again,
that was yesterday. Oh my goodness, I was so upset.
Don't participate. And it was right around this time yesterday. It was right around this time that the market rolled over yesterday, just after the 11 o'clock hour.
Making me nervous, JD. Should we pull this thing?
I don't love it. NVIDIA is dumping right now.
Oh, it is? Okay.
NVIDIA is dumping. No, so if NVIDIA stays strong at 139, which it looks like it is right now, technically it might work. But NVIDIA looks like it wants to hit the view up.
Well, if you see it again, let me know. We can always put the trade back on.
No, but listen, if you think, that's the thing with trading. I could be wrong. You could be right. I could be wrong. You could, just the other way. But right now, the video is just like crashing right now, heading towards a VWAP.
Really? Peculiar. But might
Are we a
not be
point away?
permanent. I'll put this back on, yeah.
Oh, you pulled it. I thought you were still on it.
Well, yeah, see, I didn't like it. Now I put it back in. So now we'll work 345, so a little bit lower. We'll see if we can stretch just below that little low right at, where was that? Like 11:29, so like 6-7 minutes ago. It's basically stair step higher. We'll see if we can buy the bottom of the step.
House account is working a bid. Here we go.
Looks like a great trade. The video's turning around right now.
Nice. I don't think we would have gotten filled either way, JD, to be honest. I think we were working like 47, 47 and a half. I think we went to 3/4 or maybe even 48. But really nice 5-minute range here. And we just have like nice little stair stepping pattern higher. So we'll see if we can get a little fill.
Got a series of minor little bull flags forming on all the way up.
Yeah.
I love that stuff.
At a 3-minute
I love
chart.
the bull flags.
Yeah. They've been working today.
Yeah. Do you want to go over the bull flag formation since it's appeared so much today?
Yeah, what a bull flag is basically just a pullback in an uptrending market. Starting at earlier this morning, right here at 8:39, we had our first minor bull flag. Basically, what you're looking for is to play a breakout to the upside once it gets through this upper channel line. So we went through one.
So it's almost a series of lower lows and lower highs, but then you're looking for a breakout out of that to the upside, right?
Correct. We have just a whole bunch of them all day long. It's such an easy pattern to spot, easy pattern to play. Your risk is well defined, or I should say, easily defined, and they just pop up all over the place.
So
So
you only need like 1 or 2 setups.
There's 6 of them right there that all turn into pretty decent trades.
Oh, nice. That's awesome. Looks like Chad has eyes on crude oil here. We can take a little gander. Looks like crude oil traded at a high of 72.67. Now we're down to 72.30. It's only about 30 cents. That's not a huge move. And we did just get into, let's see, European close was at 10:30. Everyone's on the same time. How did it behave? We had a little sell-off after European close. But still maintaining higher highs, higher lows. Crude oil is a pretty fun market to trade when it is moving. You ever traded any other markets, David, or you just MNQ all the way from the very beginning?
No, I tried when I was my live brokerage account. Didn't succeed. But yeah, that's it. I actually, JD, from your both flag pattern, I counted from this morning. There was 9 opportunities on the 1 minute.
You counted 9 on a 1 minute?
9,
okay, I'm looking at a 3-minute chart, so I believe you that there were 9.
So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Another mini one, 7, 8. Then this one that I just did right here, 9.
Wow. Chat,
Very
if
good.
you like yourself a bull or bear flag, and if you execute those trades, let us know. Let us know. Oh, we might get filled here on this NQ.
Learn your chart patterns, folks. If you can spot a good chart pattern. Isn't that Linda Raschke's line? All you need is one good chart pattern.
I mean,
retire.
Shit, Dakota's
like
made
that.
6 figures just trading 3-bar reversals. Almost
Yeah.
exclusively.
Yeah.
Very true.
You don't got to be fancy. You don't need to use all the names that I see like floating around all the thing. Just basics. EMA, VWAP, support resistance, pivots, flags. That's all you need.
Manage your risk and you're good to go. I mean, you can do anything you want if you can manage your risk.
Oh, tell me that again.
Roll dice. Just got to manage the risk. Let's see if we can get a fill here. What would be your stop, David? Let's say you're living vicariously through the house account. We got 340. Let's say we actually got filled on 345s. Where would you place a stop?
Right now, I will place my stop max by the 32s, but I wouldn't want to go into such a trade. We're so far away.
I'm pulling it.
Yeah. But each to their own, strategy. No, each to their own strategy. I mean,
no, I'm hanging out with you, David. I'm hanging out with you. I'm not putting that.
I mean, we did hit the 50 EMA right now, so it is looking good.
Oh, that might bounce. Well, we still didn't get filled. Just saying, still didn't get filled. But do you often go back? I'm getting conflicting messages here. Some are saying don't, some are saying do. We still didn't get filled even at the 345s, so we got very, very close. I mean, it does seem like buyers are coming in. Like I said, it's still the same stair step that we've had before. And stair step is just how I define a uptrend using range terms. Basically just support becomes resistance, vice versa. Resistance becomes support for an uptrend. And so that's where you get the stair step. So that would be the step that we're trying to buy.
Market is just moving really slow right now.
Yeah. I'm kind of curious to see what's going to happen in the power hour.
Yeah. Yep.
What would you do?
You know what I do? You know what I do love that really helps me out for beginning people? I have on my side screen, I have a Heikin-Ashi chart. I find sometimes with the bull flag that JD's been talking about very often, if you see a change in the for example, pull up the Heikin-Ashi right now. You see, we had a sort. You see right now, this Heikin-Ashi candle is showing me that we're starting a new trend. You get in right here. Obviously, I don't love taking my entries from Heikin-Ashi because they're very inaccurate. But you can see right over here also, it looks like we're going up. We started a new trend over here. We finished this red trend. Obviously, it could turn around at you. But, it's all about correlations and figuring out from, confluence from other sort of ideas.
Yeah, that is
very good.
We don't have a ton of people using the Heikin-Ashi, so it's kind of cool that you also cross-reference that stuff. It seems like you use a lot of cross-referencing to get confirmations, for your entries, whether it's other markets, switching to different charts, just trying to get more, validation on your concepts. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah. $1,000,000,000%.
Easy peasy.
Yeah,
who made trading so hard? I don't know.
Yeah, NVIDIA is shooting up right now. Hit a level, it's shooting up. Ooh.
I kind of want to put in this order. Let's put this order in again and see. Let's work 344s. It's just NQ loves just running stops. I'm really curious to see if NQ can just run a stop here. I mean, it's probably it's up against David's 50 EMA a little bit. We're not really making higher highs though, which is a little bit concerning.
No, we're just drifting right now. This is a drifting market.
Is that not another bull flag then, JD? Because we got lower highs, lower lows, but you wouldn't get long.
This looks more this looks more like a range than a flag to me.
What's the difference? Is on the 1 minute? Is it not lower lows, lower highs, and then bull flag breakout would be like 360?
There's a difference between, I think, a range and a. There's definitely a difference between a ranging market and a retracing market.
Tomato.
To JD's point, we already have a confirmation a little bit in my mind that there's no flag and pattern going to play out. We came back to this level twice and rejected. So we came here.
Mm-hmm.
If this first flag pattern should have worked out and we should have made a higher high. We didn't. We stayed in this level. So, that's why, I'm a little bit saying to myself, when in range, why would we break out of it if we couldn't break out this time? It's late in the day. It's the middle of the day,
Because shorts aren't done throwing up yet? I don't know. How much pain can they handle?
Yeah. You guys both live in Chicago?
Oh, yeah.
Sure do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Have
We got Randall in chat saying...
What do you got in chat? Randall?
Oh, Randall in chat says he sees this rising wedge. What time frame are you looking at, Randall? We need some more context there. But yeah, good question. David, you ever been to Chicago? Would you ever come to Chicago?
My brother's married to a Chicago girl.
Oh, yeah?
Nice.
So, yeah. I was there 2 or 3 times.
Does it feel small to you?
Nice place. It's not like New York.
That's a good question.
It feels like a copycat of New York City. It's like Chicago came and tried to copy the buildings in New York. New York's the real thing.
What?
Yeah, but we have alleys. You
What?
can copy those.
What?
This is true. The alley system.
The alleys. Aha.
Yeah.
That's right. Thank the Chicago Fire for allowing us to completely rebuild the entire infrastructure of Chicago, including alleys and the grid system.
And the grid
Oh,
system.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, we got alleys. That's right.
We do.
We don't throw our garbage out front. No, we got alleys.
That's correct.
You don't got rats. That you don't have. We have the best rats in the world.
Yeah, that's right. We got the best. We got the biggest. No one can compete.
Man, I was walking down the street the other day, just minding my own business on my phone. I walked next to a garbage can, and I turned to my left, and there was 5 rats popped out on me, like huge. They were the size of full-grown cats.
Elephants.
Yeah, were they trying to sell you? Hopped out and tried to sell you some crypto.
Oh. Yeah.
Got a deal.
I got a great.
I got
New York and
got a rat coin. I'm trying to sell you. Oh, you got a New York story, JD?
Was it in 2008? My little sister was graduating college. She went to school in New York, and the Super Bowl happened to be playing that Sunday. So we were at a bar in the Brooklyn area around to where she lived, and we were walking out of a bar. It was on the lower level, and I'm walking up the stairs, and I tripped on a bag of garbage, and I fell into a giant pile of garbage just sitting on the street. So
an airbag.
That's what you have to watch out for. That's what you have to watch out for in New York. If you're out after dark and you've had more than a few pops, you got to watch out for the trash.
Yep. They actually just made a new law that's going into effect.
What is this?
You need to have city-approved garbage cans only. It could fit 1.5 garbage bags. I'm not sure who designed it, and it officially has a latch that rats and cats can get in.
Wait, it fits 1.5 garbage? How does that work? 1.5 garbage bags.
And it doesn't make sense. And they're giving a fine. The first fine is $50. Second fine is 100 and something. Third fine, they probably take you to jail or something like that.
That's the most political civic thing I've ever heard. That we're gonna make a garbage can that can fit 1.5 garbage bags. Where are they gonna get? Do they have to make new garbage bags then that are 1.5 size for? That's like when they sell. You get 6 hot dog buns, but then you get 8 hot dogs in the package of hot dogs.
What's that about, huh?
Yeah, huh? Is that a conspiracy? Is that what's going on?
Actually, David, we've got raccoons and coyotes here, and the raccoons, they know how to open anything, and usually coyotes travel in packs. So that's what we got here. Yes, they usually travel in packs and steal hubcaps. Yes, those coyotes.
They suck the freon out of your air conditioner.
I saw some coyotes. I saw 2 coyotes on Ogden, up by that. Yeah.
They go through my alley here.
They're intense.
So they don't eat my dogs.
Intense looking. Yeah, they look hungry. It's like, ooh, that's,
of course.
You don't look like a happy dog. You look hungry.
No fill on that bid, Dolby.
I got spooked. Kept on playing with my entry, but it's a really nice range trade. It's a nice, higher highs, higher lows, stair steps. It's good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, I'll keep on labeling for the stair step system for range trading. Step 1, 2, and 3. If you're really patient, you can buy the bottom, wait, try to buy it again, and just keep on adding as it goes up. Takes a lot of patience, though. A whole lot of patience.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. What's your average hold time, David? Do you get sweaty palms if you're sitting in a trade for a long time? Or are you cool as a cucumber?
Ooh, I am not as cool as a cucumber. I'm getting used to it to be. I'm trying to get to a point that I'm sitting there stoic, what's his name? Like Dakota does. Dakota's sitting there, looks like nothing happened. He's not down $5,000 right now. I'm like, everything's fine.
He goes to sleep at trades on Madman.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do that. But I'm getting better at it. I like sniper entries in for I try to get in for like a short amount of time. I had those trades that actually I was in for like 10, 20 to 40 minutes.
Nice. Were you watching it the whole time, or you go take a lap and come back?
It happens to be. I don't know if you're going to be a fan. I a lot of times place my trades through my phone on Topstep X.
Okay, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that.
I like holding it in my finger, so I'm able to monitor it always.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's easier to monitor.
Did you? So you do practice? Yeah, go ahead, JD.
Did you say you'll initiate a trade from your phone, or you'll just manage it from your phone? You'll initiate
both. Yeah.
Okay.
You know, it really.
Were you
yeah.
in a practice account before you started placing trades on your phone?
Yeah, I was using like TradingView, paper trading.
Okay.
So, and then obviously Topstep X came out. I thought like Topstep X is relatively new, but like I only discovered it recently. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great platform.
It is, and it's only getting better. Pretty impressive what you guys are doing. You guys are making a community out of amazing.
Just yeah. I mean, I just just saying it's like. I know some traders are on like trading mobile, but if you're a desktop trader and do decide to trade mobile, just switch to a practice account just to make sure you know how to do everything fast. There's nothing worse than like accidentally getting into a trade and then you panic because you don't know how to flatten it efficiently because you're fumbling with the phone. So if you not you specifically, but if you are in chat and want to start getting into mobile trading, practice account all the way until you can open, close, get flat, everything in like under 5 seconds. Do not want to be
super efficient with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Learn every button. Learn every button before you do it.
Exactly.
And also double check to make sure. Double check to make sure you're on an XFA versus a combine.
Yep. Yep.
Good to know.
That's a big one.
Good advice. Excellent advice.
Been there. Done that.
Did you call customer service though and complain and try to get that P&L moved over?
No.
Right.
Good.
No.
Good job.
You know what the best thing to do is change the color of your background of your charts.
Yes.
If you got that odd color, you're going to say, wait a minute, this isn't the XFA. Or for the practice account. I use that.
I actually didn't know you could do
It helped
that.
me a lot.
Always double.
That's actually cool. I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, broker's not coming to save you when you place a trade in the wrong account. Let me just tell you that right now. Nobody's coming to save you.
I look at it, Topstep gives you the amazing thing for $49. Like sometimes you go on Discord, like it's like, don't complain. Obviously, not everyone is fortunate enough, but to have 49 extra bucks, it gets hard out there. But the opportunity that Topstep is giving you for $49 to go from level to level, it is mind-boggling.
I'm glad you see the value.
Very. What's the value in that? I'll tell you exactly.
No, I'm glad he sees the value in that, but now I want to hear your opinion on it, JD.
Oh, when I first started trading, you couldn't open a brokerage account for less than $25,000, and if you lost it all in 3 weeks, and you went crying your brokerage account, they laughed at you and just threw you out the door. But yeah, seeing the value and basically $50 to give you access to $3,000 worth of leverage is truly mind-boggling. It really opens up the doors. It breaks down those barriers of entry to people that historically did not have access to the futures markets. And now it's we're just opening the floodgates, and we're just getting started. This is just the beginning. It's only going to get bigger.
Sweet screen time that all traders desperately need to get better at their craft. And before you had to pay full price for all your mistakes, JD. Every single mistake you made, you're paying
every
full
single
price,
one.
no discounts.
Everything was a very, very expensive lesson.
Yeah,
now you're learning lessons for $50.
So I wish I knew that before I paid my tuition.
we all do.
It is tuition.
Yeah. But I wouldn't take it. I wouldn't take it back. It was it was invaluable.
I would agree. Sometimes you just got to burn your hand on the stove once or twice, 3 times before you figure it out.
So New Yorkers got to burn the hand on the stove like probably close to 30 to 50 times. So,
Yeah. It doesn't help when you get a callus, though, David. You can't callus your hand and then just leave your hand on the burner.
I know, but we got thick skulls.
And thick hands from all the calluses from touching hot stoves. Stop it.
Yeah.
Hey, folks. Hey, do we got time for a fun question for David?
Eddie.
Oh, yeah. We got about 5 minutes here. David.
Yeah, let's do it.
Thanks for being with us here, my friend. Fantastic. Great to have you here. And now it's time before we call it a day here. Power players, I got questions 1 to 24. Fun questions. If you give me a number, I'm going to ask you a question. And if you can give us an answer, that would be great.
Oh, I was supposed to give you a number. My bad.
Yep,
Let's go.
pick a number.
Oh, sorry.
Lucky
It's
number.
too late for the buzzer. We're going to close out.
13.
Lucky
13.
13.
Yep.
There we go. All right. If you were given a ticket to go anywhere in the world, where would you choose to go and why?
My bucket list is Alaska. Go to Alaska. Go to the wilderness there. Find some bears eating salmon. Maybe learn how to go fishing.
There you go.
Alaska's,
Can I go with you,
beautiful.
please? 'Cause I'd love to
Yeah.
do that. All
Yeah.
right. You
Eddie,
gotta
it
watch
looks
out
like
for bears.
You're probably the guy that knows how to fish, no?
Yes, I've been fishing my whole life, and I finally got a wife. Yes, and she's a keeper. I mounted her on the wall right above the mantle. Wait a minute.
I actually used to have a ton of animals. I had like tons of birds. I actually had an African gray parrot for a long time. African gray is like the smartest parrot. And then all of a sudden I got to like a point that like I didn't like the mess. It was great. I loved it, but it was like, first of all, it was very time consuming. You need to give your animals a lot of love, and unless you really had a time and you were home often, you couldn't really take care of it properly. So it was sad.
That's it. Yeah. Animals, people that have animals and pets, great people. Those are good humans.
Yep.
This is very true.
Alaska. Back to you
All
guys.
right, guys. I'm glad we ended that on a very precious note. I do apologize, though, David. We are out of time for Power Players today. Congratulations again, though, because you are now officially a Topstep Power Player. Thanks again for joining us. This has been great talking to you, getting to know a little bit about you, a little bit about your trading habits, trading styles. Thank you for sharing that with everybody. I'm sure everybody appreciates that also. Dolby time. Always pleasure sharing the spotlight with you. Go ahead.
Great
Anything
session.
you want to say before leaving, David?
Well, pleasure meeting you guys. And once again, thank you for Topstep and their team for everything they do. It's been, it's really amazing.
I'll second that. All right, folks, we're going to take a short break. We're going to be right back with the shoulder tap. We've got Mick and Jack, the dynamic
Mick is
duo,
missing.
coming back.
Mick's been abducted. It's Jack and Ben now.
Jack and Ben. All right. Nobody updated the sheet. That's fine. All right. Jack and Ben.
Buy a new
coming up
camera,
next with the
JD.
shoulder tap. Fine. Everything's fine. Catch you later. We're taking a break.
Welcome, all my friends, to the show that never ends. It's Shoulder Tap. We got the NQ pushing near the highs right now. I got Ben with me. I am Jack. Ben, how are you doing? And are our funded traders navigating this election chop well or not so well?
Yeah, I'm doing well, Jack. It's interesting. We're moving into the thick of it. We've got a tremendous amount of events and news coming up between now and same time next week. Whether that's the election, obviously, and hopefully we get some quick results back on that, or the FOMC decision. CPI is coming up, so should be lots of opportunities to capitalize on day trading these markets here very soon. And so far, I think that anticipation has impacted some of our traders. It's easy to go into an election or an FOMC announcement or any news event with an opinion about what should happen, and can really paint, what you think is about to take place in the markets. Looks like a lot of that's just conjecture on my part, but lots of red on the live boards today. Quite a few people. Max loss limit, daily loss limit that they've hit, and actually one or two max loss limits, losing those live accounts as well. So it's been a tough one overall. As always, there's a handful of standouts, outliers. We'll talk about those, but give you a quick rundown of the highlights. House account down 4,300 currently. Rips up $1,200 in his live account. That's good to see. Dakota ended up daily loss limit today. And then a few pretty brutal U-turns here. Caleb was up right around $10,000 earlier this morning, ended up taking the daily loss limit. That one slipped past us. Hate to see that. Hung Chang was up $7,000, took the daily loss limit. Lena up 3,000, took the daily loss limit as well. That's a theme we're going to come back to. But Andy is up 4,500 at the moment. Anthony's up $15,000 currently. Got a bit of a late start, didn't trade the open, but moved into profit in short order a little bit later on in the morning. Renato is up 5,300 and Nicole up 1,900. So good day for a few traders, but on the whole, certainly more red than green today. And I think a lot of that has to do with anticipation for the elections and everything that's coming down the pipe. So with that said, we've got a couple trading cards hopefully can provide some insights here, especially as we move into what is likely going to be pretty volatile trading over the next week.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the cards. First, I just wanted to reiterate what we've been saying all day, that the live funded accounts will be closed today at 5 p.m. until the morning, but that's at the discretion of risk managers like Ben, so keep an eye on your emails. Also, as we mentioned, there's a difference between knowing and what the market will do. We told the story in the news of the time when SBF, while he was at Jane Street, they developed state models that actually got the outcome of the election before everyone else in 2016. They knew before everyone else. They lost the most money they have on any trading day. They were up 300 million and then ended up down 300 million, right? So just because you got a hunch, just because you got something, you're feeling the vibes, does not mean that any of these trades we talk about are going to do what you think. So be super careful, watch your risk. And with that, Ben, let's take a look at these cards.
Yeah, let's do it. And honestly, along that theme is going to color the trading cards that we have. Let's pull out the one for Darcy J. I think to that point, Jack, a lot of times the ideas that we get, trade ideas can, inflate and pick our feet up off the ground and end up chasing larger and larger P&Ls or trying to recover losses that we had. We've seen that today. Darcy has had some battles in this live account related to that. So average daily P&L here is minus $246, trading in the 100K account size. And this card, as well as the next one, have both been in the account for a total of 25 trading days. So we've got a decent amount of information to digest here. Trading equities, but different indices there, and taking 9 trades a day with an average of 2 lots. That's not high. It's not necessarily low either. But the reward to risk related to that win percentage is giving us pretty plainly that negative average daily P&L. Now, the distribution of those days is relatively wide. She's got an average winning day of 4,300, an average losing day being that daily loss limit. The best day is really what has put this account, in still within striking distance of the account balance highs, but $12,000 was made by Darcy in this account. That was back on the 31st. That was on Halloween. So end of last week, we saw quite a few, contrasting the beginning of this week, saw quite a few really big P&Ls. Some traders really knocked the cover off the ball at the end of last week. Darcy was one of those with a $12,000 day on Halloween. But if you were to strip that day out, it's not been relatively good trading. And I think there's some small things that can be done here. As I was going up and down this trade report, Jack, I noticed first of all, something that you pointed to, and I've been looking at more and more, is the relationship between the P&L high and the P&L low, the averages. And the average P&L high for this trader intraday, and that's realized, meaning you are flat up that amount of money. P&L high is greater than the P&L low, which means that Darcy is trading at her highs, higher highs than as low as she can go, which is backstopped and helped by that daily loss limit, of course. But anytime I see something like that, I know that there's probably some issues going on up here, not necessarily within the strategy that's being deployed, where oftentimes, we're up several of these days, up $2,000 took the daily loss limit, up $3,000 took the daily loss limit. Many of those instances, frankly. And, even if you're able to say I'm above a certain threshold, right? I've hit $2,000 of profit for the day. I'm not going to take a red day. My loss limit is now $0 P&L for the day, not negative 2,000. That's a really difficult, and I think it's a trap when people talk about YouTubers or otherwise talk about, now I've got more drawdown because I made money. That is a losing formula, giving yourself more room to draw down just because you made profits. That's not how the most successful, most profitable traders at Topstep do it, and it's definitely not something I would recommend. So find that level, set a personal daily profit target. That's what the PDPT at the bottom there stands for. Set a personal daily profit target for yourself that's comfortable for you and your account size and reasonable. What do you mean by reasonable? Reasonable means, aiming for 50% of your account, but profiting 50% of your account balance every single day is not reasonable. I see a lot of traders trying to do that. Yusuf, who we'll talk about in a minute, actually did that several times over. So, it can happen. Just because it can happen doesn't mean it should be your target, because if you were, shooting for Saturn every single time, it's very unlikely you're going to get there and survive. If you're aiming for, Mount Everest, or even if you're aiming for the moon, that's more reasonable. That's something that you might actually be able to achieve and hit on an intraday basis. So keep that profit target for the account on the day reasonable and within range, and then say, determine what you're going to do at that time. Say, I'm not going to lose, X number of dollars beyond this. I'm not going to give back half of that money. That's usually what we recommend as a risk team. If you're up $10,000 on the day, you cannot leave that day with less than $5,000. I know we talked about Caleb doing that earlier. That's a cardinal sin in trading. It's all relative, but $10,000 for the type of day trading we're talking about, Jack, that's a big day. And if you give that all back, it's going to be hard, not just from an account balance standpoint, but mentally to recover from. So, I've covered quite a bit of ground here. What are your thoughts on this card? What do you have to say here, Jack?
Yeah, to go back to what you said before, it's like what Jameis Winston once said. Why shoot for the sky when people have already been on the moon? Think about it.
Right.
Great thinker, Jameis Winston. Here's what I think about this. 25 days, 20 of those days are the daily loss limit. Okay? People can make that work I usually look at the days because it's a complete data set versus we know things get messed up with the average winner, average loser, reward the risk. But this is a rare opportunity where I will say that what is happening with the reward to risk on these contracts, and we have a sample size of 25 days, and the percent winning trades is totally out of alignment with what Darcy is trying to do with daily P&Ls, right? If you show me someone's card that has 47% winning trades and that risk reward on each futures contract, I would say that they were down, but I'd imagine that they were bleeding out. I wouldn't imagine the sort of card where it's like, oh, they lose 2K, they lose the loss limit 80% of the days, and then they make $12,000 or $8,000. It doesn't make any sense.
Right.
And my guess, I have not seen these reports, but I have this strong feeling that the only way that you could get those numbers is if you're kind of aggressively moving your stops to like even or something to bring down your average winner, right? Because Darcy's obviously going for runners or big trades here.
Mm-hmm.
So that brings me to the next point is every card we have a problem with over leverage is an issue. But also just these statistics need to change. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of like going for big days and stuff, but if you're going for big days, you can't have that winning trade percentage and that reward to risk limit. You're not, there needs to be a difference there. It's got to be, I'd rather see the win rate come down and you have like a 2-to-1, 3-to-1 risk reward or something like that than this, which looks like a very like kind of flipping a coin, but then either losing or making a bunch. Do you see what I'm saying here?
Yeah, I do, and it's a great point. I think oftentimes the urge to trade kind of bites you, right? The urge to put another trade on because you are perceiving opportunity. It's very easy for your brain to play tricks on you when you're looking at a chart and when you are trying to capture profits out of the market. What I have seen so often, Jack, and this is a really important truth at this point, in my opinion, across the all of these different trade reports that you and I have covered, and many, many more that I'm looking at on a daily basis. So often, traders are on their best days green right away. They aren't going into drawdown very often. Now, that's not, a hard and fast rule. Obviously, there's some exceptions to that. People that might be down close to their daily loss limit recover and make $20,000 in a day. But far more often than not, traders on their best winning days are green or very, very small red immediately. That's the P&L low for the day. And then it's off to the races. And their best, those are their very best days. That's the same here with Darcy. And that's why included in this trading card at the bottom there, it says study your best days. She's got 2 days here where she's logged, $20,000 of profit across the 2 days. So you can have big winning days. It's actually necessary to be very successful in trading long term. You've got to have those outlier days. But if you are pursuing those aggressively every single day, you're going to bleed out and give back all of the good work that you did on those best days. So figure out what those variables are that are most conducive for your success, not just market variables, personal variables. How are you sleeping? Are you eating well? Are you in a good place, emotionally within your, interpersonal relationships? Are you in a good, healthy spot on that day? And are you prepared for the setup that you are, planning, or whatever the case may be? So when those things match are when you see days like what we'll talk about here in a moment. But last piece there, we can move on to Yusuf if you're ready, Jack.
Yeah, let's do it.
Talking about, don't want to miss out on this conversation. For Yusuf, the stars aligned on Friday.
I remember this.
Yusuf took we talked about it briefly, I think, on TV. And at that time, Jack, during that shoulder tab segment, he was up about $30,000. In very short order, made it to a P&L high on the day of 61,000, which thankfully Yusuf was in good communication with us. We were monitoring it along the way. He ended up locking in $57,300 of profit for the day. So first of all, that's sensational performance on a single day. Reminds me of someone else's performance a single day that we won't get into now, but 255 trades taken that day. So that is
1,398 NQ contracts.
That's right. Yeah. He was whipping some volume in the NASDAQ in the live market, to be clear. This is not sim. He was really picking it apart that day, seeing the market well, and writing out the positions where he was right. He did a very good job of writing those into significant profits. So he put size on when he was right. He held on to it and, closed the day out very, very near P&L highs on such a massive day is super impressive. So I want to give him a shout out there. But now that we have, properly accredited him for that performance, there's quite a bit of, same things that are afflicting Darcy going on here, giving up even more so some of the big P&Ls, one, or I think there were 2 different days up $10,000 took the daily loss limit. So I'm concerned that after Friday's performance, that kind of becomes the new goal, the new standard, the new expectation. And it's unsurprising that, the 2 trading days, including today, since then, Yusuf has hit the daily loss limit. So similar recommendations here. If you're going to have a boom bust style, you've got to be able to put up multiples of whatever your losing day is, and have a positive expectancy there. So that being said, a personal daily profit target here would be highly appropriate, with an opportunity to, potentially let that run on in your favor. We certainly don't want Yusuf, if he enters the zone that he was in on Friday again, to, not take full advantage of it. But at the same time, recognizing that those opportunities, the last time I can recall seeing it was Susan, that I was this impressed by was Susan's $41,000 day. So keep that in mind, that they are not even just in an individual account. We're talking firm wide. These types of performances are exceedingly rare. And to try and go and, replicate it the following day is just irresponsible from an account management standpoint. So I would say, Yusuf, we need to book a payout. Haven't done that yet in this account. Work towards that minimum threshold. Get yourself one more winning day of $200 or more. Take a big payout, and then let's start working towards, building the account balance up progressively. And then when all the stars align, take that big swing and let's put up another big day. I know that's what everyone wants to do, but you have to be responsible about the way you're pursuing those types of performances. So that's the lesson and the shoulder tap of the day, Jack. What thoughts do you have on this trading card?
You used the word sensational. I think obviously there are things that I don't love about this account, but they're back. They're, essentially they made a new high in account. They came from like $3,000 in the account up to 60 that day. The most sensational thing about this, Ben, is what you said. The P&L high was 61,000, ended the day 57,300. That is awesome discipline. That is Yusuf. That is unbelievable. You guys want to hear something else unbelievable? I mentioned that he traded, this is a live account, 1,398 NQs. The volume in the NQ on November 1st, the day this happened, was 551,000 contracts, right? Which means, I believe, that Yusuf traded 0.25%, was involved in 0.25% of all NQ trades in the December contract.
It just makes me smile. There's nothing to say.
It's one. Let me see if I get this right. So 1 out of every 400, 1 out of every 400 NQs that traded on November 1st, Yusuf was involved.
That's right. Yeah. It was truly amazing, especially, in real time, Jack. It was cool that we got to, speak about it on shoulder tap, and then it continued to unfold into that afternoon. I think it was a total of like 699 fills in total on the day. I know for us it registers as 255 trades, but almost $2,000 in commissions. There's a saying, you got to spend money to make money. That is definitely true in trading. And he racked up commissions, and really the wherewithal to say there was plenty of time left to close, to continue trading into the day as well. The end of the day, he locked his account with about an hour remaining. And to have the wherewithal to be that close to your P&L highs, have had such a monstrous day, and truly resurrect the account in such fantastic fashion. To have the wherewithal near your P&L highs like that, to say, no, I'm okay, I'm done, up 57,000 is just super impressive. So
he basically,
go ahead.
He like speed ran, like a year of trading, to make $60,000. Right. I love this. His winning trade percentage that day was 59.6%, and his risk reward was like, let's say 1.3 to 1 or something. Like it's not outrageous for the 57K day. He just caught. He just had that dog in him that day. I don't know what happened, but you do, Yusuf. So maybe find more of that. That's crazy. But listen, you've been given a second chance here. Get a few more winning days. Get a payout. Don't let that get too much to your head, because this is going to be, no matter how good you are, it's going to be infrequently. I have more to say. I have a heater that I'm going to save for tomorrow, because I have something to talk about distributions of profits. But we're at 12:30 now. I don't want to step over group coaching too much. So Ben, thank you for joining today.
Of course.
All right. Well, election day. We'll be back tomorrow with more shoulder tapping. But in the meantime, stick around, because coming up next, we got group coaching with JD and Robert. Questions are in the form. Should be super informative for everyone there. You can ask some questions in chat as well. This is TopstepTV. We'll be back right after this.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. You know what time it is. It's the time we take your questions from the chat and we answer them here on live on TopstepTV. There is a question form pinned to the chat. Go ahead and hit that link and fill out a question for Coach Robert or myself if you feel so inclined. We got a bunch of good ones though. Coach Robert, what is happening today? Busy little bees all over the place. What kind of news are you hearing? What's happening?
Yeah, my goodness. Well, the news we're here, I think all of us back here, can you jump on this? Can you take care of that? We need to push you in right now. Turn up the volume. Let's make sure the screen is. That's kind of what we're doing today with a couple folks. We got Andre doing his due diligence, his good deed here of the the Series 3 and stuff. So Hoag being out too and some time. And it's that time of year, it's that time of year. But I got my little background up there, a little AI election day thing, which I think is pretty cool. There we go. We just made it. It is an important day for us here in the United States. So do what you will for your voting. Choose your candidates, whatever you want. I do absolutely probably no talk about politics other than how it affects the market, and we know that it does affect the market. So do what you think is right. Do what you think is best for you and your family, and I'll do my best to answer your group coaching questions.
Whatever you do not go crying to Muhammad if you do not vote and your favorite candidate does not win. All right, that's all we got to say about that. We will be coming in with updates on the election throughout the day, today and tomorrow, though. So once any big news comes out, we're watching the tape. We got your backs, guys. Fear not. All right. First question comes from Seb. Seb wants to know, would you help me get the cumulative volume on the dome on Topstep X? Cumulative volume on the dome. It's that bar on the far right side. All the number of contracts that trades at each price.
We're actually going to make this a little bigger so we can see it. I will drag it over, and that's no big deal. This is just a template, so we'll just drag it over. This is the dome right here. Right-hand side, we can see we have the ask, the sell side over here. We have the green, and you can change those colors. There's a little settings tab up here. You change the colors of the DOM bid background color and the ask background color. Either way, I think it's good. To your own preference, you can change the size of the font and the spacing between them. But then there's this one at the top right. It says hide the volume profile column. This is the one on the right-hand side over here. This is the volume profile. That's going to show you there are at a certain price how much volume is at that price. We have the number of contracts currently on the bid or currently on the ask or the buy, the offer, and how many have been traded, the volume at that level. So it's pretty cool. I like it. If you're a DOM trader, you'd like to use a DOM slice to glance over there and see, well, there's a whole bunch of traders waiting at a certain area for sells, and there has been previously a whole bunch of traders at that area previously, historically, so the volume is higher at that level as well. Might be an area of concern, whether they get filled and it blows through it, or whether there's not many traders there, whether they get filled and it hovers around there, like back and forth, like the point of control, or if there's not many traders there, even though there was a lot of volume. There's not a lot of traders here now. The trades happen quickly, and it will just go right through that area pretty quickly. That's the market's job, is to facilitate trades. That's not a bad idea. So that's how you show it. Question was, how do you get it on there? It should be on. I believe it's on by default. But if it's not, check your order settings, and it's this hide volume profile column, and that's on the right-hand side up here.
Yep, I do believe it is on there by default. Hope that helps you, Seb. All right. Next up, we got a question from Julio. We'll go over Julio's question first. Julio says, I have a 9-to-5 job, a toddler, and a 10-month-old. The house is a mess, as you can imagine, and I keep getting distracted. What would be your advice for someone with my lifestyle if I want to become a full-time trader? I've managed to be profitable for 1 to 2 weeks, but haven't found the discipline to stay consistent after that time period. I keep having a day where I lose my 2-week profits and blow my accounts. Thank you, Julio. Story old as time, Julio. Giving back all those profits that you worked so hard for in one day. Our guest on Power Players was just talking about that, Daniel F. from Brooklyn, New York. Yeah, same exact scenario. Working a 9-to-5, trying to be successful, finding success, but lacking the discipline to keep the money. What do we say to guys like Julio?
Well, Julio, first, thanks for the question, and thanks for putting your part of your personal life out there. So I use your first name, so I appreciate that. Hopefully, you're in the chat listening right now. I cannot speak to the toddler of 10-month-old. I do not have any kids, although I know a lot of people with kids. And the second part of that is, as you can imagine, you're distracted and the house is a mess. So I don't have too much to say about that because I just don't know about it firsthand. And I was a 10-month-old at one point, and I made a mess of the house as well. So yeah, barring that, I can talk a little bit about the trading. One thing specific that you said in here right at the start was that you have a 9 to 5 job. Well, the market's open 23 hours, and you can trade 22 of those, 22 hours and 10 minutes of those in Topstep. So you don't always have to trade the U.S. market. There is liquidity elsewhere. Dakota was doing it. It still does it every night on slow markets. And that's where he found it. He wasn't on TopstepTV during the day until several months in. It was always the slow markets. And he did super well and still does super well. So if anybody says, oh, there's no liquidity, there's no volume, it's like, well, I will unequivocally and non-hesitantly disagree with that. Because if the market, let's just say you have to change things up. If a market, whatever it is, let's use an arbitrary number, it moves 100 points in a day. You go, well, dang it, the overnight only moves 25 points. We'll use 4 contracts. Now you're doing the same market. It's still structured. It's still activity. It's still volatility. You're not going to worry about getting filled. These are futures, so you're going to get filled. Yes, there may be a slightly higher spread. I'm looking at it right now between the bid and ask. It's toggling between 0.5, 0.25, 0.5, 0.25. There's a 0.75 in there. And I've seen that at the overnight also. That was my strong suit, is trading the beginning of the Asian market and then a little bit into London. And I hated the US market. Still don't like it that much. It just moves so far, so fast, especially if you're an NQ trader. So the first thing, and which I'll repeat, is that the market is more than 9 to 5. It is more than the US session. I would highly and strongly encourage you to take a look at that. Now, if you're trading bonds, that's a little different because you're not going to have that movement. Trading gold, platinum, you're not going to have the type of movement. So you may need to switch it up. Jump over to NQ, jump over to YM. You'll get some movement that you're looking for. You may need to scale up a little bit. You always hear about us saying, size down, scale down, take it easy. Yes, if you're getting blown out all the time, absolutely. If you're trading in a different market at a different time with not as much volatility or movement, you may need to scale up a little bit or take a few more trades than you normally would and potentially lower your target, your target. So if you're trying, let's just say you're looking for payouts, okay? $200 a day, 5 days of $200 or more to take a payout. Let's say you're targeting $250. And let's say you do that in 2 trades during the day. Well, you may need to do 4 to 5 trades on the overnight or 2 to 3. So now during the day, you don't need to reach 250 anymore. You might need to make another $50. So that would be my suggestion to you. In the second half of this is that you're having these days and you're profitable for a couple of weeks and then you have a day or two and just blow everything out. That's just too big, too far, too fast, too much size. There's I hate to say no reason because there are reasons for it. But if you're finding yourself building up over weeks and then a day or two you lose everything, that's not really good risk management. Try to balance that out a little bit. So my end all suggestion is slow it down a little bit. Plan some time where you have a 10-month-old. I'm assuming they're sleeping at night, unless you're prepping them for night work or something. But I'll just assume that. And then jump into Asia. Jump on to slow markets every day. You have at the buzzer with Jay. The markets are closed. They start talking about things. And then next thing you know, a couple hours later, Coach Dakota comes on and he's in slow markets. You can do some real good damage in slow markets. Absolutely. I've been in some of those sessions and the guy's amazing. The traders in there are excellent. You kind of slow it down a little bit. It calmed down a little bit. You can focus a little bit more. You get into a trade and you're like, oh, I'm not sure about this trade. It gives you a little more time saying, yeah, that's right. It's not going my way. And you lost 75, 100, 125 bucks, not 800. So that would be my strongest suggestion for you. Take another look at another time and get rid of some of that stress for you. As far as the kids and the house and things getting distracted, I don't know about that. Can't help you with that. Maybe somebody else can. I know we got a couple, Jack's got some kids and Mick, and maybe they can talk about the risk management of the children. So I certainly can't. But I wish you the best, Julio, and thanks for the question.
And whatever you do, Julio, don't quit your day job. As Hoag would say, you make the most money in the markets when you need it the least, and you lose the most money in the markets when you need it the most.
Touche.
And I think that's pretty true. All right, next up, Highway says, if I have more than one XFA account, can I take a payout in all of them at the same time? The trick to that highway is all of those XFA accounts need to be eligible for a payout in order to take a payout. So let's say, for instance, you are copying trades across 3 XFAs. Then when one of them is eligible, all 3 of them should be eligible. So you should be able to take close to the same amount of payouts from each account. However, if you're trading different strategies in each XFA, then each will be held to their own eligibility standards. Anything else? Anything I think I might have missed there, Coach Robert?
No, I think that was great. The one thing that I don't know about miss, but in addition to that is when you take your payouts, if they're eligible in your XFAs and you start building them up and you get called to live, you can take a payout during that process. So you close an XFA, move into live, say, no, I want to take some money out of it first. So that is another opportunity where you may have a couple XFAs. So you're trading one product on one and another product on another, or one strategy on a third one. And one is doing really good and one's not, and then one's almost there, and you get pulled one to live. Sure, take your payout at that point in that process. And then on the other one, once it gets there, if you're struggling with it, take your payout once you get that $200. But JD, you're absolutely right. Can you take them all at the same time? The answer would be yes, as long as they're all payout eligible. Other than that, just take your payouts as you make it, qualification, and you can also take them when you're moving to live.
There you have it. Hope that helps, Highway. Next up, Hussam wants to know, micros or minis? How do I choose which one to trade? We could use a little more context with that question. What size account are you trading? What types of trade setups are you using? What are your risk parameters for each trade? There's a lot that goes into answering a question like this. But you feel like taking a shot at it, Robert? What would you say to someone that?
Yeah, that's
somewhere
pretty
between
much
micros
it.
and
JD
minis.
is just and I think the biggest one there, the biggest one, it's going to be 2 parts, is your account size. So if you're in the 50K combine, it's kind of tough to trade 5 minis on there. There's not a lot of room for drawdown. Not easy. Not very forgiving if you happen to get on the wrong side of the trade and it goes against you really quick. The second half of being account sizes. What if you're in the 150K account, but you're very close to your loss limit? You may want to scale down to micros at that point. Micros are nothing to be ashamed of at all. We had a trader, was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday or even Friday. What they do, $23,000 trading micros or something like that? Like that's great. In a night, in a day, of one trading day, that's unbelievable. So there's micros. Don't be shy from those. You know, everybody wants that. Everyone wants the big win, and they're like, great, you want the big win, you're going to suffer the big loss. And if you copy trading 5 accounts, you're going to suffer 5 big losses. That's what we talked about earlier when the question was asked for the group that was on air. It said, what do you guys think of copy trading? It's what's the thing that the fastest way to the hardest way to make easy money or something like that? And man, that is certainly the fastest way to lose a lot of money too. Is, dang it, I made one bad. It's on me. I should have seen this. It went against me, and I just lost 5 accounts in one fell swoop. I don't like that setup at all. It's better off to scale it down. And somebody asked me what I would do if I was trading 5 accounts, and I would do just like I mentioned on the last comment, was I would trade them differently. Hey, which strategy is working? It doesn't look like a trend day, so I'm not going to trade account number 1 because that's my trend account. I want to see how better I'm doing. I've been dabbling around in some practice stuff behind the scenes. We don't trade on air, but a little bit on during break time and stuff. And I didn't realize that. I think it was 80-something% of my trades were shorts. I thought it was really close to 50-50 or 55-45 or something like that. And I was wrong. And just by looking at that. So point being is I'm going to trade one account as a trend. I might trade, I was going to say gold, but I don't trade gold anymore, ever. I won't do it. Oil on one, platinum on another, NQ on a third, a bond on a fourth, and see which ones work for me. The name of the game isn't to just make as much money as fast as you can. It's to be consistent over time. If you're trading a product and it's not working for you, try a different product. You can use multiple accounts for that process. So multiple accounts, and the question about the micro to mini, sure, you may be trading a product that may not have a micro account associated with it. Yeah, we have micro Bitcoin, don't have the full Bitcoin, for example. But don't shy away from the micros. They're nothing to sneeze at. You can walk away with some hefty money right there.
Excellent. Thank you for the question, Edgar. And I'm sorry. That was Julio.
That was Hussam.
No, that was Hussam.
That was Hussam.
I lost my place on the sheet. I already marked it answered.
There we go.
I lost my place on the sheet. Anyway,
36.
You marked one more.
36.
You marked one more question from Edgar that you wanted to answer. So we'll jump down to line 45, if that's cool.
Got it.
Edgar says, "I'm about 7 months into trading, and I was wondering, After years of trading, do you learn a lot about yourself as a person and a trader? And what is the best mindset to have? That's a question. We probably should have started with that question because now we're only down to 5 minutes, and I feel like this one could take a while. But after
It
years of
could, and
trading, you do.
yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, you're
You mark
absolutely
this
right,
one.
JD. It can take
Take
a
it away.
while, but I'm going to do the best I can with them. Keep it a little short because I really do want to get to number 36 also for the link in there. So, Edgar, for yours, about 7 months. You're pretty close to me. I was trading 8 months unsuccessfully. It wasn't futures. It was over into the small cap, low float stocks, trying to catch a 1 minute candle at the open and get a momentum play out of it with a 10,000 shares on a $3 stock. And my problem was I did pretty good for about a week and then did horrible for the next 8 months. Lost, lose, more money, enter, gone. Just did not know what I was doing. And that was my education. I mean, it was a significant amount of money, especially for me. And however, it was less than a 4-year finance degree, which I don't know if that would have helped anyway. But your question about after years, what do you know about yourself? The market will bring out your best and it will bring out your worst. It will really show you who you are. I've always historically, I think I'm a pretty sharp guy. I catch on to things pretty well, and I have a good discipline behind me, and I'm pretty much for the most part successful at something I attempt. It's not to make this big head out of this. What I'm saying is this: how I looked at the market, and the market humbled my ass. It showed you like, no, you're not going to outsmart the market. No, you need to learn patience. No, you have to learn some humility. It will bring out your best and your worst. And it took me a long time to accept that. And it cost me. And it really cost me. And the funny part is, I still didn't accept it in that penny stock world, in that low cap stock world. I was in a chat room and someone asked me, they said, hey, I think you're doing okay, but you're trading the wrong stuff. And this is why I always say try different instruments. This person introduced me to futures. Took about a month or two to get used to it. About 2 months later, I made back everything I lost the year before. And that was 7 years ago, 7 years ago. So that after a couple months in was the humbling part, being like, man, I thought I knew what was going on. I thought I could beat the market. And like even computer driven and mathematical and equations and statistics, who was I to think that I'm better than the people in these large funds and large firms and institutions that have like multiple PhDs in statistics and economics and computer science and trading, all these things. Like, who the hell was I to think that? It took me a long time to figure that out. And it wasn't even when I switched to futures, it was switching to futures. And then after I switched to futures and was like, oh, now I'm starting to see what's going on. Started to follow that process. And the one thing that I still struggle with right now is patience. My discipline is there. My attitude is there. I don't think I'm better than the market or anybody else. It's only me. I'm only after me. I'm always learning something. My final struggle, which is still a struggle even today, is patience. Because I see something, I want to get in there, and I know better. So it's kind of funny. It's like the discipline tells me to wait. I'm pretty disciplined, but I don't wait. So I'm going to wrap that around the patience factor. Edgar, thank you for sharing that and putting your thoughts and putting your mind out there, and it's just kind of like opening up a little bit and asking those after trading for 7 months and then after years of trading. It's a humbling experience. It really is. Slow it down, spend your time learning, get your screen time, lose the attitude, lose a chip on the shoulder, lose your expectations, manage your risk, and be patient. And that's about the best I can say. I'll talk to anybody about my experience on that at any time, because I used to not. I used to try to hide it. Be like, yeah, hey, I'm doing pretty good. Well, pretty good means I didn't lose $2,500 of real money today. I only lost $1,500. So I'm doing better. It's the wrong attitude to have. Nope. It took me a while to do it. I paid for it, but I learned from it. I moved on. Final step is patience.
Coach Robert in here speaking truth. All right, real quick, we got one more from Wheels BT. Wheels asks, can you explain RSI like I just started trading yesterday? I found myself profitably leaning on it as part of my strategy, but I don't think I understand the metric as well as I'd like to. I know you wanted to hit this one. What do we have for Wheels BT and trading the RSI? Relative strength.
All right, relative strength index. You got it, JD. And relative strength is it's relative of the positive to the negative, plus to minus, up to down, long to short. That's what it's looking for, the relative. Which one is stronger? And it's a simple calculation. Put the calculation in the chat right now, and it's just a copy and paste the calculation is what it means. And all it's doing is it compares the average gains to the average losses, not money losses, but in the market over the period of time. The default, I believe, is 14, so it looks back 14 periods. If it's a minute chart, it's 14 minutes. An hour chart is 14 hours. If it's a tick chart, it could be 14 minutes or 14 hours, depending on how the tick levels are set. Range bar is the same thing, but it's a 14 period, I believe, by default. So it's going to look back and say, well, what were the average gains and what were the average losses? Down movement. And as it drops down, we have an overbought and we have an oversold. And this thing is 30 and 70. Honestly, I don't use RSI. I'm not that great on oscillators, but my recommendation for someone who's using RSI is to move those a little further out. So instead of 70-30, make it 80-20. So therefore, it has to be not only oversold, but really oversold. And then wait for it to make some movements on the other side. If it's not overbought at 70, wait till it gets up to over 80 and then starts dropping down. So that's what I would say. It's a pretty cool calculation. The final thing I wanted to share, I'm going to put this in the chat also, and I will bring it over to my screen because I'm really proud of this thing. It is a GPT tool that I made. I'm going to drag it right over to my screen here. It's called the GPT Mentor for Topstep. There's thousands of traders using it right now, and you can simply ask it that question. Not what is RSI, but just tell me about RSI in day trading. Just as an example, I hit enter because this is part of Topstep. We want to make sure we are not giving advice. So I am forcing you to type the word agree, and then it will go and give us the information. I'm not going to let this whole thing. Let me hit enter here. And you can all use this. It's free to use. I pasted it in the chat. I have it in my Google Drive also. It's also in my channel in Discord. I love doing these things. I love making this stuff up. There's thousands and thousands of traders are using this every single day, looking for us. You can upload your trade reports, and it compares everything to. It looks at the Topstep sites and the rules also. So you could say, "Hey, I'm really interested in trading oranges." It will come back and tell you, well, we can't with Topstep because it's not part of the product. However, here's a link to what is available. So I think it's really cool. I like it. Give it a shot. Give it a try. Have a conversation. It's not just a question and answer. Just have a conversation with it like it's another person. You can literally just type in like, tell me more, or can you provide an example? Give it a shot. I love to hear your feedback on that and see what you think. But it's a Topstep GPT Mentor for you. Have a ball with it. JD, we're out of time.
That is it. 1 o'clock on the dot. It is time to end group coaching for the day. But that's all right. Stick around, folks. We have plenty more tradertainment coming your way. Coach Robert, thank you for answering all those questions for our traders. And thank you to everybody that submitted a question. We do apologize if we didn't get to all of them. Maybe we'll get to you later in the week or tomorrow or whatever. Stick around, though. We have got Back to the Future is coming back up. Trade with Topstep. We got Dolby, Tim B., and Tommy Kazi. I read the wrong thing on the chart again. All right. Trade with Topstep. Dolby, Tim B, and Tommy Kazi. Coming up next, we're going to take a short break. Plenty more tradertainment heading your way. See you in just a minute. Whoops.
welcome to Trade with Topstep. Got some frequent flyers with us. We got Tim. This is your second appearance, and we got Tamikaze, who we all know, CEO of the Financial Cloud, our fellow algorithmic trader. And if you don't know Tim, Tim's actually trading quite well in his XFA account. Hasn't quite locked it up yet, but I did see the balance, and it is very, very nice. Boys, how we doing today? It's an election day. We've made it so far. Have y'all cast your vote yet? Or are you going to wait in line like I'm about to do?
I voted.
So you voted? Yeah, nice. I see a little sticker there. Well done, well done.
I'm a wait in line kind of guy. I've got some stuff I got to do this afternoon, but I'm going to go vote after I'm done with it. So,
congratulations, we're all doing our civic duty here. Very, very important stuff. Make sure to cast your vote. I have my little party hat on actually it's happy birthday, but whatever. Party hat, nice, nonetheless. Man. However, let's get to the charts. This is the 1 p.m. segment. Tends to be a little bit slower than the other segments. Power Hour is going to be coming up at 2 p.m. That's typically when things get a little loosey-goosey. The 1 p.m. segment tends to be tighter ranges. But does anyone currently have a trade on right now?
Negative Ghost Rider.
I'm currently short 2 micros NQ. Took that about 20 minutes ago. So currently down about $30 on that, but because it's micros, I'm not too worried if it goes south. But having a really good day today so far, so we switched to micros and seeing if we can get a little bit more on top of it at the end of the day today.
Yeah, I know we were talking in the green room. You are in some trading combines, XFAs, and you've pretty much locked it up across the board. So this trade is actually a personal account trade. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I'm done with all of my combines and funded accounts today, so locked that up in the morning. Didn't want to risk too much going into the afternoon here, so just trading micros on a personal account and getting a little action here for the end of the day.
Sounds great. Keep it nice and cool. Mental capital keep it at a high, right? You don't want to be blowing mental capital on election day. That does not sound like a fun thing. Tim, we were talking in the green room, talking about micros. You're doing really well in your Express funded account. So huge props on that. What's kind of your strategy in building that account? Because the balance is quite nice. Mm-hmm. You can say the balance if you want to. I'm not going to out your balance. But if you want to say what your balance is, feel free.
I think my XFA balance right now is $1,992.58. Nice. It's been interesting, but my approach is just like Tamikaze, just like Tom over there, I have a very systematic way of approaching my trades. I try to eliminate all subjective emotion from my trading. And so I've got a very strict set of mechanical rules that I follow, including like where I place my stop and my targets and everything. And I do that so that I can risk a total amount of the same amount every single time. And then my profits are always roughly the same. So that's the way you can track your edge. So, but in order to do that within the parameters that Topstep allows for your accounts, I trade micros because it gives me more flexibility with sizing up, sizing down if I need to. Because if I was doing just minis all the time on NQ, my daily loss limit would get hit a lot more often than it does. So, and also with trading micros, if my account starts to draw down, then I can also size down and like scale down appropriately as well to keep the keep the percentages basically the same.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're really trying to maximize the longevity of your Express funded account and not just start YOLOing, e-minis just because you can, right? So I mean, where did you develop that sort of habit of trying to keep the account alive? I mean, did you ever have a habit of just blowing up XFAs, or is this something that you've always just kind of stuck with?
Great question. I've gone through 2 XFAs. Well, actually, technically 3 XFAs previously to this. This one I've had open. I've had this account funded since July, I think. And then I got, because of copy trading, nice. I got into it. Yeah, I got into another XFA. But just with the way that the trading went, I ended up losing that XFA. So I'm working on passing some more combines right now. But really, the foundation of the way I trade and like how I do all this stuff is really from the thought process of Mark Douglas, with Trading in the Zone and everything. I read that book, and I also watched. He actually has, I don't know if everybody knows this on here, but he's got these seminars on YouTube that you can watch for free. That basically, where he basically tells everything that's in the book, but like in the seminars. And I find that a lot easier to digest that information in video form than actually from a book. Yeah.
Whoever's in chat can hop on YouTube and just type in like Mark Douglas live seminar. I think it's like a 4 or 5 part series, but so whoever's running chat can put that link in. But yeah, if you're like an audiovisual sort of learner, it's basically just the book in that form, and it is fantastic.
100%.
It's so good.
Yeah. So good. And so one of the main things he talks about there is you got to take every trade that sets up with your system, especially if it's a mechanical one. So that's why I like that, because then it removes all the subjectivity from my brain and it just makes it clear cut. It's like, if the system says to get in here, I do it. And if it doesn't say to get in, I don't do it. So
yeah, I kind of like the juxtaposition we have here, because we have a human trying to trade like a robot, and then we have a robot trying to. I'm just kidding. We have a human who programmed a robot to trade like a robot. So how difficult is it? I mean, I'll hand this off to you, Tamikaze, because were you ever a discretionary trader, and did you get into algorithmic trading because you wanted to have that mechanical sort of like discipline in all your trades?
Yeah, so I started out trading options. So one of the things I always wanted to do was, we had our systems for how we pick plays, we had our scanners and how to develop our universe, and then from that universe we would pick our ways we would enter and exit. Problem with options is it's a lot harder to automate. So with futures, it's a lot easier to automate because it's pure price action. You don't have to worry about the Greeks. And a lot of software out there already has it integrated in. So once I learned about NinjaTrader, and then once I learned about the fact that you could use prop firms so you can lower risk that way, that is how I got into futures trading. So it was kind of a progression of trying to automate and finding the best way to automate things.
Yeah, it's a little above my pay grade, but I heard AI makes programming a lot easier now. So maybe try to type
use it too. If you can,
type in range trading
use it to
into
save
AI.
yourself time.
Yeah, right. Well, maybe we'll talk off air sometime, and you can give me a little crash course on how to program an indicator or an entry system or something. It seems very interesting. It's very, very interesting. Because who wouldn't want to have a little robot that just makes money for you? That sounds like pretty good time.
Yeah,
there's
honestly,
a lot of
that's
software out there.
Yeah, that's what I'm going for. I would. That's part of the reason for me building the systems I have, is so I can eventually automate it and just have it trade for me, so I don't have to watch the screen all day.
Well, I know you're kind of locked up for the day. House account is not locked up for the day. So, Tim, if you see a setup that you like, I'd be more than happy to place that trade on your behalf in the house account in any market that you desire. But do you want to take us through kind of your mechanical entry system? Because I'm sure a lot of traders are interested in chat. I think we all aspire to be mechanical when we're trading, but discretion can creep in. So how do you pull this off? This is impressive.
Yeah. So I use a combination of a few things. I use the MACD, which is down here. And actually on this other screen over here, so without the I use TradingView. I've got my own actual TradingView account, and in that account there's an indicator available that is not available on TopstepX because it hasn't been fully integrated. But I use a combination of these two indicators to take my setups, and I'm actually tracking. Actually, we might be getting a setup here in 30 seconds. If this MACD crosses down and finishes crossed down, we'll take a short. I'm gonna sell 3 MNQ if that happens.
Let me know if that happens. I'll put in the order as well on the house account.
Yeah, perfect. Looks like probably gonna need to wait till the next candle here. Let me see.
That's all right.
7, 6.
We got 40 minutes. We got plenty of time.
No rush. Yeah, looks like we're waiting. Okay, so because I trade on a 3-minute chart here, so every if the next candle closes with a crossed MACD to the downside, then we'll take a short here. I'm going to take one.
Tim, why the 3 minutes?
But yeah, so it's loosely.
Wait, why the 3 minutes? We had a question here from Tom. Why the 3-minute chart?
Because I found that 3 it's kind of for scalping. It's a good hybrid between doing a 5-minute and a 1 minute. Because 1 minute is pretty fast and 2 is still pretty fast. And a 5-minute, just for my personal style, I like to have it be a little bit faster paced. So I just kind of chose 3 and just went with it. So no real reason beyond that. And then, yeah, so with choosing the 3-minute, I then looked at a bunch of data, kind of loosely based around the ATR and stuff like that, and doing like 2 or 3 times the ATR to set my stop. Because what I do is I set my stop more like a disaster stop, like pretty far away, but I've got my targets pretty close to my entry. So it has a high win rate. And so sometimes some bigger losers happen, but over time, the risk reward ratio plays out to be, it's inverted, but only it's like, I think last time I was on, I think Robert saw that it's like risking 1.7 to make 1, I think.
Yep. That's what the notes say here.
Yeah. So it works out to be in that range. And so sometimes you have days that kind of kick your butt a little bit, but usually it works out pretty well.
Yeah.
So looks like we're dropping.
And your win rate's really good. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's in the 75, 80%. I haven't looked at it in a minute. I actually can't remember what it is offhand, but yeah. So it looks like at the close of this 3-minute candle here, we got the MACD crossing to the downside. So it looks like, I'll make this a little bigger so everybody can see.
I'm on the 3-minute chart now as well. I'm ready.
Cool.
Ready when you are.
POC if we're gonna
ready.
If we're gonna go down. So
let's see. It's gonna be close if we do get an entry here. See, right now it just popped back up. This is why you wait for it to close. I found out the hard way.
So how many other mechanical things need to happen before you place a trade? So we covered the MACD. What else is in the soup that you're cooking here?
Yeah, so I've got let's see, 11 seconds. Man, that's the one thing about this time of day. It's like kind of drifty. So
it's very drifty. It's a tough time to trade.
Still nothing. Okay. Yeah. So the other indicator I use is what's it called? It's called like, I found it on TradingView. It's called the Bull Trading Easy MTF System 3.0. But what it does is it's from my understanding of it, it's a combination of one indicator that is combining information from a bunch of other indicators. And it's got a combination of like Keltner channels and Bollinger Bands, and it does a bunch of calculation. But essentially what it does is it has like a line that changes from red to blue. And so what my system is when the line changes red, I go, and there's a downward cross of the MACD. When those both happen for the first time, I take a short. And then if the line curves up and then there's an upward cross of the MACD, then I take a long.
So it's a two-step process.
Yeah. There's two main criteria for that. Yeah.
Any auxiliary criteria, or is that just the only two?
Those are the only two right now. I've
simple.
actually, yeah, it's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. I've actually been this past couple of months. I've actually been looking at other groups of data, even some stuff from my Topstep reports. Because if we go into my trade performance here, you can see how I had a little bit. It's been a bit of a tough October. Yeah, but we can see And when we go into my win rate and like how long trades are, this data has actually been pretty helpful. I've been looking at this stuff to maybe make some alterations to my strategy.
Nice. And this is all free in Topstep X if you're a Topstep X trader.
This is pretty robust, and I actually really like how much data you get on Topstep X here. It's pretty awesome.
Nice.
But you can see here that, you know, my highest win rates are the ones that are 5 minutes and less. And so what I've found is that if trades on this system go longer than like 10 minutes, the probability of them being a winner drops significantly, right? So I've been trying to figure out maybe a new metric or new piece of criteria to add to the system that would improve the performance of it simply by looking at this time metric here. I'm still kind of in the middle of doing that. I've been, over the last couple months, I've actually been exiting the trade if it's red after the close of the third candle. I've been actually getting out and actually taking the opposite direction, but I'm still kind of working that out. I'm actually going to just stick with my OG system right now until I get more data on that, because the last couple months have been kind of getting mixed information because I don't have as much data on that. So
yeah, Kamikaze is.
Yeah, it looks like we're bouncing here.
It looks pretty strong. We're up 30 points off at 20,300. Top of the 5 minute range.
We didn't take that short.
Let's see if
exactly. I was literally about to say, good thing we didn't take that short.
We're patient, right?
Yeah.
So exactly. Kamikaze, you just heard Tim kind of go over. He has two metrics that he's looking for. He's looking to kind of do a little bit of back testing and stuff. Is this kind of how you start building a automated system? Do you start with the criteria that you want, and then you just start layering it in, and then run in the system, and then reviewing your notes and so on and so forth until you have a winner?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what I do is start with an idea and then develop it, put it on paper, make it a fully thought out idea. So then once you automate it, then you start looking at all the stats. So exactly what Tim was saying. So then I would throw it through like a back test over the last couple of years, and I would look at the data, and it says, okay, if my winning trades on average are 10 minutes and my losing trades on average are 15 minutes, you know, that would be a situation where I might build in an exit after so many bars. So that way I can go then test it immediately, rerun the data, and see if it improved it. And if it didn't improve it, I'll just take it out and see if there's other ways to improve it. So, you know, Tim, was something you could possibly do is maybe export your trades into an Excel sheet, and then you can actually look at them from a mechanical standpoint instead of just kind of guessing these things left and right. So I always let the data tell me what to do, and if you do it over enough time, hopefully the future, while we can't predict it, we give ourselves the best chance to be profitable that way.
Yeah, 100%. Actually, to your point, Tom, I actually have a spreadsheet that I've been keeping track of everything, and for the last couple of months, I've been keeping a lot more granular data of everything. So for the exact reason of what you're talking about is I would love to get in there and use that data to actually help improve the system. So my downfall or my shortcoming is that I'm just not a coder. Like, I've tried and I'm just not the guy to sit there and write the code, because my brain just doesn't work that way. So actually the first couple times you were on here, sorry, go ahead.
I was saying, did you know that you can give your Excel sheets to ChatGPT and have it do the work for you?
See, that makes a lot of sense. Whoa. I don't know why I've never even thought to do that, but that makes a ton of sense to do. For sure.
Massive knowledge sharing going on right now.
If you're not good at creating functions in Excel, or you're not good at coding, ChatGPT is a wonderful tool that we are blessed to have in this day and age, and you should absolutely be using it. Because while I know how to code, I still use GPT because, one, it saves me time, and two, sometimes I learn stuff that I didn't think of. You know, that might suggest a different way to go about something, which would save me a ton of time, because maybe I would over engineer it, where they're like, well, you could just, you know, make a series here and access it instead of trying to recode it every time. So that's some jargon, but the point is, it saves time and it's very useful, and you should use it.
100%. I'm gonna look into doing that for sure.
That's really good advice. Kamikaze, you were talking about one of your new indicators. You have some pretty fun names. for your bots. I believe the latest one is Zenith. Is that correct?
Yeah, so what we have on the screen here is a master algo. This is something I was talking about on my last couple times on with Robert. I've been trying to code this for a couple months, and I finally finished last week. What it is, it's all of my algos coded into a master algo, which I can control my daily profit and loss. I can control my max risk per trade. So all of my trades bots I recoded to be dynamically adapting to the market. So this will automatically set the stop loss and profit target based on the range for the day. And if that range is too high, my override for max loss will override it. So that way I'm never risking more than what I'm comfortable with. And so Zenith is actually a collection of 6 algorithms that can run 2 templates each. So it can be in up to 12 different markets at one time and control it all from the same place. So that way, if I hit my daily goal, it turns off and I don't have to go and individually turn everything off.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, we appreciate you not calling it Apex. So shout out to Zenith.
No, I think there's enough things called that out there.
Yeah,
that,
things. Oh, market's still stuck in a range. I wonder if there's any other markets that are doing anything. We can take a little walk around the poppies real quick. Looks like crude is just finished up. Closed at 1:30 p.m. Central for pit session, so that should be pretty slow for the rest of the day unless some headlines come in. Gold is incredibly range bound. If you like Dorito patterns, that was a very solid looking Dorito pattern on the 5-minute. Higher lows and lower highs. Copper.
You call diamonds Doritos?
I call a lot of things. Yeah, Doritos. Looks like a Dorito shape. Higher lows, lower highs.
That's okay.
The old Dolby Dorito.
I call it double tops Batmans.
Yeah, the old Dolby Dorito. Alliteration, man. Come on.
I can do alliterations. That is one thing I can do. I can do that.
Yeah. So. Well, you're a songwriter. You should be good at doing wordplay and, and fun things like that, right? Name of the game.
I'm much better at alliterations than I am at coding. I can definitely say that.
For sure. See a piano back there. Any CDs coming out? Playing any shows? You're from Nashville.
Not playing any shows, but no shows coming up soon. I don't really play out too much anymore. That was younger Tim that did that. I still am open to it for sure, but I do actually just finished a singer-songwriter record about 2 weeks ago, and it's the company I did it for is going to be releasing it early next year at some point. So I'm not exactly sure when, probably sometime in January.
Nice.
So that's cool. And then I'm working on another new record right now as well. So
I did see that you're on Spotify. If the chat lords can put a Spotify link in there, that'd be awesome. Maybe
my artist name is my artist name is Einstein James. So you can check me out there
Tim.
on Spotify.
Another Einstein.
Pretty good. That's right. We got Einstein on Wall Street
right now.
What is moving?
The Russell. RTY
Russell.
Straight up right now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Honestly, I love
the RTY. Let's talk about.
I don't have any trades on it, but I was just saying if you're going to trade anything right now, the Russell would probably be what I would look at because NQ and ES are just going sideways, but the Russell is in a nice trend up after breaking a nice consolidation flag. So let's see. Let me load some more days on my chart and see if we got a target for this to go to.
This is a Russell stream now. Let's talk about the Russell. It's an industry that does not get a lot of love. What would you compare its price movement to? If you were to like you have ES, NQ, YM, and then you have the RTY, the Russell. Now, what kind of personality would you all say that the Russell has?
From my experience with it, I haven't traded it. Oh, sorry. From my experience with it, I haven't traded it a ton, but I would say it's like kind of actually a good medium between ES and NQ from what I've seen. Again, I've traded predominantly NQ, but I really like RTY actually.
I have found myself trading Russell more and more this year and trading NQ less and less. I really like the price movement of it, and it's been really good for mechanical systems on it. So I found NQ to really go stop loss hunting on me, and that is really annoying when it hits your stop and then reverses. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go trade other stuff because it's not working for me this year. So while I still trade NQ and micros NQ, I probably trade the Russell and Dow the most, and then ES and then NQ is probably the least of what I trade now.
Interesting. I really like that.
Interesting.
Yeah, like both of you have looked at other markets and are, we have our systems, but it's important to put that system into the right playing field so it can actually execute properly. And Tamikaze, you were just saying that the NQ tends to stop run all the time. Like, I would agree with you. Like, I love range trading. Ranges and boxes all day long, and the NQ makes it really difficult to place your stops because you have a nice little range, and then all of a sudden it wants to shoot down 20, 30 ticks and hop right back up again, and most stops are going to get tagged.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree with that. And actually, with my system, the main reason why I don't trade more markets or different tickers and stuff is pretty much because I just want to make sure that my full attention can be dedicated to trading what I'm doing. So, but I would love to actually apply my system to RTY and to ES and to YM as well. So, I'm with y'all on that. I think RTY is great, actually.
Yeah.
So a little trick for people out there. I know Hoag is a really big opening range fan. I have found opening range to be too crowded in NQ and ES now to be very effective. However, I have found on the Russell for it to be really effective. And so I have applied my opening range strategy to the Russell specifically. And it had a banger along for me today, which is what made a lot of my money, which is why I'm mainly done trading. So, that longed after we broke the opening range and hit PT a little while ago before I came on. And so it's been a wonderful day for me. And that's why I'm trading light into the end so I don't give it back. So if this trade doesn't work out on shorting the NASDAQ, I'll probably just call it. And I don't really want to trade tonight either. So I might just wait and see how overnight goes. I think it's going to be wild tonight.
It's going to be wild.
Yeah, for sure. Yep.
All the personal accounts have, I think, double margin requirements today. So, I mean, volatility is going to be very, very high. Russell's looking great, though. Should we just throw a little one lot on this Russell and just see how high it can take us? Pretty fun market.
Let me pull up my Russell chart here. So just did a little fib extension off of I did a little fib extension off of the open move we had here before we had that consolidation. We're hitting the 23% extension here right now. Let me see if we can throw another extension on here.
If you see something you like in the Russell, like I said, I'll be more than happy to put a trade on. I believe I still can trade this. Yes, I can. My orders are going through. I have a question in chat from Kelvin G. Jones. Kamikaze, what is your opening range strategy, and can you share it? You want to give us a primer on what the opening range strategy is?
Yeah, so this specific one that I used in the Russell today is I'm looking at the first 30 minutes. I'm looking at where we trade, and then I'm waiting to see if price is still around there, around when Euro closes. And then if we get a break after Euro close, then I will follow whichever way it breaks. And then I have a couple filters there. So if the move's way too big, I don't want to chase, something that's already up 100 points on the day. Or if we're really overbought going into resistance, that would be another filter that I wouldn't want to follow, because markets tend to revert back to the mean after a huge move, which is why I'm a little scared to put a long on the Russell here, as we're going towards the 50% extension of the previous move after that morning consolidation. And so I'd probably be looking for a trend break near that extension for possibly a short on the Russell. And so that would probably be what I'd be looking for. They say the trend is your friend, but I find myself when I manually trade, I think that's something people struggle with, is how do you go long on something that's already up as much as the Russell is up today? Like, how much meat is left on the bone? And that's a lot of times those trend days, believe it or not, people think are the easiest days to trade. They're personally, for me, manually trading, one of the hardest days for me to trade, which is why
let's talk about that.
Trend days are tough.
Trade them.
So Tim,
I
same
think it's
same
because-
vibes. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Same vibes. I always have trouble with trend days. Like I prefer either range days or just like really big rotations. Trend days are tough. The one thing I am looking at is every time David Green comes on here, I love his system and the way
So
he
good.
trades, and I'm a huge fan of it. And one thing he does, he's got those moving averages on there, and I think I've actually been experimenting the last couple of weeks with kind of taking some of his ideas and kind of applying like some of my own ideas to it, using the same moving averages but on a 3-minute chart. But when it pulls back into like a 15 or a 30 or a 65 or something, I've found that the bounces off of those can be really nice. And that's one. I know that he has a lot of different strategies that he trades, and I actually haven't taken his course yet. I actually really like to. But
He
I
has a
know
nice little
that's something that
toolbox.
he looks for.
That's what I call it. I call it the toolbox. Reach in there. I had a drum
Exactly.
teacher for a long time. He said, just grab one little piece from each drummer you listen to and add it to your toolbox.
There you go. Exactly. Yeah. So I'm actually I'm looking into that for myself and building some mechanical systems around those type of elements and kind of trying to mimic what David Green does. But probably the best way to do that would be for me to actually take his course, which I would really love to do.
Yeah.
So
He does offer I think once a month they do a free 1-week trial for Topstep users. So maybe next time he's on, you could grab his email. He's very, very generous. Like he'll just send him an email.
Yeah,
Actually,
he's awesome.
I'll give you his email after this, and then you can just send him an email. Just tell him Dolby sent you. We had a poll in chat. This is going to be a little bit shocking. Let me see where where'd the question go? It was like, how many people traded the Russell? Where is it at? Okay, 250 votes. Have you ever traded the RTY before? Only 38% said yes, 54% said no, and 8% said, "Well, try it in a practice account." What do you say to that? So did everyone try the RTY just once? Give it a shot.
Yeah, I think if you have something that works, there's no reason to change it. But if you're struggling on NQ and maybe ES doesn't move fast enough for you, you might find a good middle ground on the Russell. The Russell tends to be really good at having good moves. So you can see here we got this, while not a strong move over time, it is not a strong fast move, it is a good move over time. So you can control your risk and reward a lot more, and you don't have to respond to a trade really fast. Because NQ, you can lose $500 in 10 seconds. You won't get that type of movement unless you're trading around news with the Russell. But you could still have the same systems that you would have on NQ on the Russell, if that makes sense.
Yep, I totally agree with that. That's a great answer.
I think RTY is fun. You can also size up a little bit too, kind of like with YM. Like if you still want to trade an E-mini but want to add some size, like you can still do that without getting completely smoked in your trade within like 5 minutes. It's like that's a nice feeling to actually be able to sit in a trade.
Yep, and that's a good example of how it's like kind of like what Tom was saying. Like it's a good hybrid between ES and NQ because you can get a little bit faster price movement, but like you get more of the cushion of the sizing of the ES.
One thing I found with NQ as well is when I'm manually trading, I like to move my stops into profit as soon as possible. Problem with NQ is you can have huge candles and they'll take out your stop and then continue on down. You're like, well, I made $10, but I could have made 1,000. And then you get FOMO and then you end up pushing a trade that you normally wouldn't take because you want to get the trade that you should have had. With the Russell and ES, you don't get those wicks like you would on NQ, so you can control your risk a little bit better, move your stops a little bit more, and secure more profit a lot easier. So that's why I started moving a lot of my systems to the Russell and ES and even the Dow.
YM's fun, man. And it's also, Dow's going to be getting NVIDIA, so that's going to be pretty interesting to see how that goes.
Really?
We got, they just announced that, I think, a couple days ago. Yeah, it should be interesting.
Last Friday they said that?
Yeah, see how that impacts volatility in the YM. Maybe it becomes a hit market now. We're going to do a little bit here. It's called Jab, Jab, Jab. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of this before, but basically we got some comments in chat, people passing, maybe failing. But Eddie is going to come in and encourage these people to keep on jabbing.
Let's do it. Love it.
Oh, yeah. And in this corner, sporting the cool swag from Topstep, the trader who does the work and strives to be successful, keeps jabbing the setup for the uppercut win. This can be you. And in the other corner, thinking the Packers will win the division, thinks chicken nuggets come from a rooster, trading without a game plan like a damn fool. So dumb he thinks menopause is a button on the VCR. Take a look and see who is working the jabs, who is moving forward. Sailor Moon, we're going to start it out here with just past 4th combine. God willing, I will not lose this one. Thank you, Topstep, the best in the business. Thank you, Sailor Moon. July Peppers caught that move up, less than $100 away from passing one of the 50K combines, less than $200 from passing another. My goodness, July. Unlock both out for the day. Trade well out there. We will, and hopefully you'll get those also. AB, our good friend here, been here in the chat for a while, passing another 50K combine. Way to go, AB. Wheels BT. I got 2 combines. One is up 717, which is a new personal best day. The combine is closed for the day. There you go, lock it out. But remember, keep jabbing away and adding on those wins. TMP3 trader, manual lockout up $1,017. Being a smart trader, I think I commented to TMP on that. Lock it out and don't risk losing that. Great day here for TMP. G-Man just requested 4K from his XFA account. Awesome. Will be my second payout after a long time. There you go. Keep jabbing and you're going to get what you want. ALN trades up 69.40 for a pretty small win on a very frustrating day. Just couldn't seem to get a read on price action. Got chopped up, and then market just became slow. Smart trader here, folks. ALN not having a good day. Has up just $69 and says, you know what? Today's not my day. I'm going to come back, and I'm going to jab tomorrow. Good job, ALN. Sounds on X. Yesterday, I gave back my morning gains in the evening because I was bored. Right, that's not a reason to trade, folks. I was trading low volume and blew my account out of frustration. Credit to Sounds on X for stepping forward, stepping in the box, and letting us know about this. A couple of scalps this morning, and I'm locking myself up. I'm going to pass this combine this time. Way to be positive and way to keep jabbing. Good job. And that's what we got here. I'm going to pass it back to Dolby Time. That has been Jab.
Thank you so much, Eddie, and thank you for those comments and submissions. Trading is quite difficult, quite difficult, so just keep on jabbing there. Tim, do you ever have a jab moment where you just got to dig deep? Just keep on going?
Yeah, literally, yesterday was a pretty rough day, so today was definitely a jab day where I was like, I just got to get back in there, follow my plan, do what I've been doing. It got me to this point, so I just got to keep doing it. So 100%. Trading is hard.
Yeah. You ever have like a sad day trading and just turn around to your keyboard and just play a little Moonlight Sonata?
That's what I probably should have done yesterday. That probably would have helped. Maybe if I play beautiful music, the market will start to go my direction.
Yeah, I thought it would be cool. I know they have this thing called, what is it, like tick strike? I thought it'd be cool if they did a tick strike, but they actually change the melody as it like goes up faster, so it starts like running scales or something. But it just makes that clicking sound. I was like, that's not what I want. I want it to play a song. Tamikaze, what about you? Any jab moments with? What about with like coding? Is there a jab moment when they're like fighting the algorithm or the computer?
Yeah, I got a good story about Zenith, actually. So I coded Zenith, and I was like, normally I would put it on a SIM account before I would put it on my real accounts. And I was like, well, these are all algorithms that I've tested before. So I'm going to try it right away. The back test looks really good. And I put it on my live accounts, and it had its worst week ever the first week. And I'm like, what? thankfully, I did not give up on it. I was like, well, I'm on the ship now. We're going. So this week has actually been awesome, and it's almost made all of it back in 2 days. So we're having a really good week. We had a good Friday. Last week was not a good week at all. It's one of those weeks where you're like, what am I doing? Is this even the right thing? But no, it's just, you got to move on. Got to keep going.
It's actually really nice to hear, Tom, that you have those moments, because I've, like, the whole month of September and October, I've been battling those types of thoughts myself. Just like, is this even working still? Am I even doing but you know, it's just got to stick with the plan.
Yeah, I
know I've been
mean,
tracking it. Yeah.
It's one of those years too, which it's hard for me to personally backtest because we have an election year. We have an unprecedented election in terms of like how polarizing it is. And now the last couple have also been polarizing because, Trump is not the he's one of the most polarizing figures out there. You either really like his policies or we'll not get into it. Either way, it's one of those things that's hard to test for. So there's not a lot of data to form a plan around. So it's frustrating because you think you have a plan, you put it in motion, and then everything seems to go against you all at once. And it's like, what? It's like, do you turn it off? Do you give up on it? No, you keep going, and you trust that. I just heard target filled. I love that sound. And
you're better than the other sound, which is stop fill.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, so that was one of my sims. It wasn't actually my live trade, unfortunately, but we are green. So we get this breakdown, and POC can stop being a support. We could probably get move back down to either yesterday's high or potentially yesterday's value. So we have been trading above value all day, and it's been obviously a really nice trend day. Going back to what we talked about earlier, I didn't get to say this, but I think the reason why people struggle with trend days is they're the least common day. So you have the least amount of practice on them. Mm-hmm. So you're expecting most days to be mean reverting or kind of up and down. So you're playing the edges normally. So you're like, okay, well, I know this is resistance. It's tapped it a couple times. I'm going to do it again. And then boom, it breaks out and it goes against you. And you're like, oh, what, and that's one of the reasons stop loss saves lives. So you always have to have that good risk reward.
Yep. I'm actually looking. We might be getting a short here in about 40 seconds, Dolby. I don't know if we have time to take a short still, but
of course we do.
We're flirting with that downward cross on the MACD again, so we'll see.
Hey, if it comes up, we'll take it till 2:00 at the very least. So if it comes up, we'll take it, see how it plays out. NASDAQ does not need a lot of time to give you opportunity to make a couple $100. So if you see the trade,
that's the truth.
Maybe we can get a $200 $300 winner.
Why did you choose MACD for the crossover for that? Is it just something that you learned, or?
It just kind of makes sense to me, and I just liked it, so I just went with it. I'm always still waiting on that signal. Yeah, I just kind of I like it because it's a common indicator, and it seems like there's a lot of strategies that utilize it that work. So kind of for those reasons, but I'm open to anything really. I mean, I'm definitely not married to my way of doing things. If there's a thing that will work better,
MACD is very popular, and there's nothing wrong with it. So I was just curious if you had a reason for using it. So I've used it in different algorithms before with different types of success. I tend to stay away from it now. I find it to be a little lagging for an automated system because you have to be very precise with your entries. So I like to
something
use
that you
more
use
of
instead
like,
of it.
Yeah, so I was just getting that.
A
lot of I would say 95% of almost every indicator is going to be lagging because it's responding to price movement, right? If you could predict the future, then everyone would use it. So I do like stochastics and money flow. So money flow is MFI. It's a kind of a different version. It's kind of a weighted RSI. So those can be really good at finding divergences. So if you're, for instance, looking at a move and you're getting the same move to the same price level, but maybe the money flow is a little less, there's not as many interested buyers, there's a good chance that move may break out and form a double top, and that would be a good entry for a possible short. And you could short off of a green candle, which I think a lot of people struggle with. It's like, why would I short, on a green candle? We're going up, but that could also be a really good entry. So I have found shorting on green candles to be one of the best on bar close. You're looking, you see that 3, 2, 1, and then you short right at 1 second if you're going into a known resistance, and then you have your risk reward. And that's a good system that I like. So we are getting this breakdown here. We just lost POC, so now we have to hold below it. And I really like this trade.
Power hour's coming up.
I talked about it when I talked about if this flag broke, there's a good chance we trade back down to yesterday's high. So
I heard the
news. Closes.
Was there new? What's the? Eddie, you got some news there?
Yes, just want to let you know that coming up your Power Hour, we got Real Deal Zach and Rip's going to be joining us here in just a few. Back to you, Toby time.
Perfect. Yep, I got that coming up. We can get our final words in here. I'm not going to take the trade. I think it just manifested a little bit too late, but that's okay. It happens. It's the 1 to 2 section. It's a tough time to find a trade.
Yep.
But Tim, any closing words, and then I'll pass it to Tamikaze, and then I'll move us on to Power Hour.
Let's see here. I am short. That's my closing word.
Closing word. What's your price, and what is your? So you're short MNQ at what price?
Short from 288.75, and I'm looking for 89.79. Looking for 79.25 to be my first target.
Cool.
Let's see here. Actually, is it 79? See, 89.50. So 79.25 is target 1, and then 74.25 is target 2, and then 64.25 will be target 3.
Nice. If you're playing along at home, feel free to mark those on your charts. Good luck with that trade. That luck matters in trading anyways.
MNQ.
MNQ.
Trading MNQ. Yeah.
Tamikaze, any final words for everybody out there in the world?
I just, as I normally say, live to fight another day. I think when I was listening to Robert earlier, how do you deal with those days that just seem to wreck your account? Set yourself a limit and make sure you stick to it. When you break your rules, that's when you break your accounts, and that's when you lose money. So stick to your plan. If it works, trust that it'll work tomorrow. If it's not working today, maybe it's not your day. That's fine, but live to fight another day.
Hell yeah. That's great advice.
Totally agree with that.
Tim and Tom, been a pleasure to have you on, and I'm glad you guys got to meet. It sounds like y'all might be talking afterwards, because the whole programming and trading thing's pretty
100%. Cool. Yeah, I've got lots of ideas, Tom. If we want to connect.
Yep. So. He's so nice. Tamikaze's great. Been buddies for a while, but we are going to move on to #Power Hour. We got Rips, who made quite a few pennies this morning during fast markets. He's coming back. Also have the Real Deal Zach. I believe Jack and or JD will also be joining us. So Power Hour is coming up next. Please stick around.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today. Hey, yo, everybody. You know what time it is. It is Top Step Power Hour, fueled by Celsius. I am Jack. I am joined today by both Real Deal Zach and Rips. Zach, welcome to the show. How you doing today?
Pretty good, man. Trying to navigate this election day. Green in 150K, combine about $1,049. Stayed out of XFAs. Just figured I wouldn't put that kind of risk on this week. So we'll see what we get coming into this close, man.
Perfect. And Rips, you look like you're ready for some risk. You got the die-hard look going. Love it. How's the rest of your day been?
It's been good. Just actually got out of the jacuzzi, was relaxing before this stressful power hour because we know that, election day is going to bring a lot of volatility. Hopefully there's juicy volatility that we could all trade together here. But I'm, as you know, if you watch on Fast Markets, I'm locked up across the board, locked up in my live account, locked up in my XFAs, about $12,000 worth of profit today. And I just kind of want to look and observe it and watch the market as we are kind of having the election day come to a close and kind of looking at FOMC on the table for Thursday. So I'm trying to see if we have any clues in the market that are left behind right now that we can kind of use to our advantage for this final hour. Jack, I did notice that you forgot your beard today. Did you not get the memo? It's bearded power hour right here. Come on.
Oh my goodness. I am but a acolyte. So I have the house account fired up in my own name. I need to stay clean shaven so I can manage this. We're jumping into, I got the NQ pulled up. And yeah, we could see some major moves. This is the last hour, of course, of the open markets before election results will start coming in. We've seen some things rocking in the market, including the DJT stock itself. Yeah, so here we are, starting off power hour with a little bit of a pop here. What's everybody looking at? Thinking long or short?
Well, for me personally, I'm looking at the NQ here, and we are kind of cutting above those 303s that we're kind of trading around earlier today. You can see here on my chart, that is like the previous month mid, kind of mixed with the 4-hour open, and then we have an MC level right there. So if we are to stay above this level, we're now pushing into kind of this temporary point of control at 315. If we actually do stay above this level, I'm targeting 345 to the top side, or if we fail up here, looking for 271 to the downside. I don't know, though, because I feel like this market can kind of chop into this close, given that there's so much potential volatile action coming for the Globex session of the market when we have election results pouring in, if at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, screaming up here. Rips.
Yep.
Big day today before you locked it up. Good job on that.
Hey, thanks, buddy. Sometimes you get lucky.
Usually do. What are you seeing, Zach?
I don't know if I'd call that one luck, but yeah, typically trend day to the upside, we seem like we're coming off these highs, getting some consecutive lows put in, getting near that VWAP. I would typically be looking for this type of price action structure, a rotation back down. I'm with Rips on this one. I think we can see anything coming into this close. It feels like it might just be that chop, anticipating a whole lot of volatility coming in overnight and into tomorrow. But right now, retesting kind of this initial balance high area. I want to see what happens up around these highs, the like 34s, 35s. We start to reject, maybe looking short, but I'm kind of in a holding pattern. This was looking really good for a short. Thought I might have missed it as you guys were closing out that last segment. But we're all the way back up, and I'm going to stay patient just for a bit on this one, just in case we start to rally here. I don't want to be on the wrong side of that too quick into this last hour.
No, we don't.
Yeah.
All right. Our pushing up there kind of bounced off of the volume point of control for the day. And now we pick our places.
I agree with what Zach is saying. Go ahead, Eddie. We got something breaking across the wire here.
Yeah, you know what? This story just coming over the wire here. NATO flexing military muscle with extensive drills. What's happening here right now is they've got, they're calling it Lightning Strike 24 in Finland's region. 5,000 troops from 29 nations are participating in this. U.S. Army as the largest contributor. Also coming off the wire here from Israel. Israel's newly appointed defense minister vows to prioritize the return of the hostages regarding the destruction of Hamas and Hezbollah. It's just coming over the wire. Hot biscuits out of the oven. Back to you guys.
Thank you for that, Eddie. Yes. Looking around.
Market is trending to the north side here. We are seeing Tesla, Nvidia, Meta, Microsoft all trying to make a break to the upside here. Apple is kind of holding the VWAP. We're trading 223 almost in a quarter here in Apple. What I'd like to see for an actual breakout of Apple here, I'm going to go ahead and switch over to the Apple chart. What I'd like to see is a breakout to the upside and potentially taking out these midday highs that we had here. Right around noon, we were trading up at 223 and 80. If we can break above that, we can get to the prior 4-hour high. And if we continue along that trend, we could have a very exciting Globex session, given that there's a lot of volatility. And in fact, we do have some stuff coming tomorrow, not really big ticket items. We do get the services PMI tomorrow morning. We're getting a couple Canadian data points in economic releases, but really the star of the show is going to be on Thursday. That's right. Thursday, we have the FOMC. It's very precarious for it to be on a Thursday, but it's because it's election week. Usually for those playing the home game, FOMC is the third Wednesday of every other month or so. But it usually falls on the third Wednesday. So it is very precarious that we're going to see that. We may or may not know who is the next U.S. president by that time. But if we do, we will likely have a lot of commentary about that candidate's monetary policy suggestions moving forward. Now, Jerome Powell is still going to be chairman of the Fed, but he's going to be under guidance of a new president at that time. And that's going to come with new economic, potentially regulations or a relaxation of current regulations in the economic landscape. So that's going to be an exciting one to watch. And I think that paired with Globex tonight is going to provide an amazing amount of volatility. So if you did miss today's trade, if you missed the rip off the open, be prepared for a lot of volatility between now and the end of the week.
And a reminder, again, there will be tons of volatility tonight. If you were trading in a live funded account Topstep, those will be closed at 5 p.m. until tomorrow morning when our risk managers get in and assess the risk. Yields way off on the 10-year. It looked like we were going to close that gap today, the 10 basis point gap from the weekend. But we've gone down a good 8-9 basis points here, back below the 4.3. In normal times, that might be something that's, I would say, is bullish for stocks, but obviously it's very tied to what the election is doing right now. So could be anything.
Yeah, we are kind of chopping around here in the NQ as we are kind of chopping around this point of control that's nestled up at 324 in the NQ right now. Looking over the S&P chart, sort of the same thing. We have a temporary point of control that's right around where we're trading right now, and that's pretty normal to see if we have an exhaustive session. After this morning's big move, we've had a lot of liquidity kind of traded up at these highs here and exchanged at this midpoint where we're trading right here and now. Now into the close, we might see that changed around here. We might see a lot of liquidity dumping in as some folks are closing their orders ahead of the election or adding into positions, opening new positions ahead of the election if they're wanting to take some sizable bets into that. My biggest prediction here is that we're probably going to see somewhat of a docile session up until the final 30 or 20 minutes of close here.
Supple.
I'm looking
for
for
the first 40 minutes.
Gotcha. It's always coming into that MOC, right into the last 10 minutes. You got to decide if you want to hang on to your position, ride through that volatility. And today, that's what I'm looking at as well. Do we get that kind of last minute final positioning where we get these orders getting filled and big quick movements? I think so. I'd like to find a nice way to structure risk if I'm going to get into something, and I don't think it's going to play out quickly. So at least I have a chance for my trade to play out. I don't want to run anything too tight on NQ here coming into this final wild ride, or I guess the start of the wild ride coming into the rest of this week.
Yeah, I think a nice little cheat sheet of levels to look at right now, Jack. If we're looking at the S&P, a nice little cheat sheet is going to be longs over 58.10, shorts below 57.88. If we're looking at those two levels, they give us enough gaps in the liquidity where that if we did start to run past those levels, we should likely see some continuation and get out of this area that we're ping-ponging right now. Will we get out of that before Power Hour comes to conclusion? Maybe, maybe not. We just might not have the liquidity to get there, nor the participation that would bring the volume that would get us out of this sort of kerfuffleation right now.
Well, while the markets are nice and docile right now, that gives you about 35 minutes before the MOC. You see above my head, there is that hashtag. That is for X or Twitter. That is hashtag Power Hour. Be sure to submit whatever goofy, inspirational, or otherwise stuff that you have that you want us to see, and we might show it on the show in about a half an hour. So get that Power Hour stuff in. I didn't know you, do you trade much ES Rips?
I used to trade it more than I used to trade NQ. I started out at NQ, moved over to ES, got my sea legs, and then moved back to NQ. I don't trade a lot of ES anymore, but I know that we do have a lot of S&P traders out here. And the S&P is one of the biggest markets to use as a hedge. So I do like to pay a lot of attention to it. And when we have confluence in both markets moving in the same direction, it makes for a nice trade in the NQ. I personally like trading the NQ because it gives you a little bit more forgiveness. If you're wrong on the move, you can come out of it, and there's usually a follow-up move. Whereas in the S&Ps, the movements aren't as extreme, and they don't really overreach, and you don't really get a second chance on them. And once you miss a move in the S&Ps, it's usually gone for the most part.
Yeah, you get that tighter, slower trending movement on ES, which you might like or you might hate. I kind of find you're either falling asleep at the wheel trading ES, or you like it. It's calm. You get used to it. You kind of find your way to structure risk on it. But yeah, NQ can be a monster. But like you said, I think you can get that kind of second chance if you do miss. ES, oftentimes, it's not going to give you that pullback. It's just going to start moving, and the train's gone without you. But Rips, let me ask you this, man. coming into the rest of this week, are you in the camp of looking to leverage some of this volatility in live accounts, in XFAs? I know there's like two parties on social media. You're a gambler if you trade this week at all, go to the casino, or get ready to be at your desk. This is the best week of the year. You should be at the desk, marking up charts and getting ready to put risk on. Where do you fall within all that?
That's a really great question, Zach. For me personally, I have been burned so many times trying to tackle FOMC. It's been sort of a dual-sided, there's good times and bad times. The last time I traded FOMC, I had about an $18,000 reversal trading across 3 XFAs back when Topstep only allowed you to trade in 3 XFAs. And since then, I've been pretty hesitant to jump into trading the live FOMC trade in my XFAs. If you're talking about my live account, I write that off completely. I don't want to put any real live capital at risk during FOMC. But after we have FOMC, we have what I like to call, at least usually falling on a Thursday, is the afterglow. And usually that's paired with jobless claims. And so I usually like to trade that. Given that FOMC is on a Thursday this week, we're going to have jobless claims in the morning, FOMC in the afternoon. It's going to create a different trading landscape. So for me personally, I'm going to be pacing myself. I'm not going to be looking to take trades on my XFAs. I'm not going to go into the market with hungry eyes. I'm going to be looking to more so trade the afterglow next week, because I'm not so certain that we'll even be finding out if we have who the elected president is this evening. So for that reason, there's a little bit too much uncertainty in the picture right now, a little bit too volatile for me. So like today, I said I wasn't going to trade my live. I wasn't going to trade my XFA. The setup was prime for me, so I took it. If that comes up tomorrow and the setup is prime, I'll take it. But my hungry eyes are at bay right now, and I'm very happy that if I don't take a trade for the rest of the week and I only trade next Monday, I'm completely fine with that. How about you? Where do you fall in that camp?
Yeah, I'm in a similar camp, man. In combines this week, I said it to my community. I just feel that the market provides enough opportunity as it is. NQ moves, it's volatile. I don't need to be trying to anticipate what the changes in volatility are going to be. And again, if it's anything like the last time around, I don't know that we're going to have a clear picture coming into tomorrow morning when we wake up and we know who we're calling president. And I think that has the carryover into FOMC with just even more uncertainty. So I'm in the same camp. I'm going to be in combines, messing around in 150Ks. If something looks great, maybe, but yeah, I'm not a fan of trying to get through these more volatile events. I just feel the market moves how it moves. It's as unpredictable as it is any of these days. I don't know that I need to jump in and certainly not lever up risk on, this type of just uncertainty and potential for a lot of big swings in volatility. So yeah, I'm on the same page as you on this one, but it's interesting, man. I don't think there's a wrong way to go about it. And man, there is like 2 divided camps, even within, guys that I speak to. It's just interesting. So, however you go about it, structure your risk, right? Know what you're putting on and, accept that on the front end. But yeah, I'll be taking it easy, seeing if I can't get some things rolling in combines, save the XFAs for next week.
I like that a lot. Go ahead.
Little point
Jeff.
of entrance here, by the way, just if you go to my charts real quick, James, I was just curious to see what's around here. The high of the day today in the NQ is roughly like, if you go back a month, like a volume profile going back a month is really right at the point of control there. So we're at a level where a lot of things have been trading over the last month. You also notice there's been a lot of openings and closings of days right around the area where we are now and a little bit higher in the NQ. So this could be a comfy spot if we're going into the uncertainty tonight.
100%. One thing I also like to recommend to you folks out there is that if you are interested in learning how to trade these more volatile sessions, because the volatile sessions are going to be tonight, tomorrow, usually after the election, if the results are in, if it's close, there's still going to be a lot of volatility on the table, and then FOMC. If you're interested in learning to trade those types of sessions, there's tons of people who can trade those sessions. It's very difficult, but if you want to learn how to do that, Topstep gives you a practice account to do that. I would not be risking real capital in it. I wouldn't be trading a live account. I wouldn't be trading an XFA. And, if combines are not a big deal to you, if it's a rip in the wind to spend $49 or $149, go for it. But the practice account is free. There's no damage to yourself. You get a real experience in the market, and you can do it completely for free. And you can learn from this. So I think that if you're interested in learning to trade the much more difficult, volatile session, these next 48 hours are going to be your training grounds to get better at that. So if you're curious to get better, trade in your practice account over these next 48 hours.
Very, very nice. Dakota.
Absolutely.
Data nice and ripe this week. I'm with you, Dakota. There's some things I won't even touch, though. There's certain stocks with these options right now that are very dependent on the outcome of the election tomorrow that I just can't find a way to hedge. All right.
Yeah, that's one thing about the markets is every single time you think you have a good idea, there's already a fund that has conducted that and already bought all of the options to hedge that certain idea that you're having. There's very rare that you're going to have a unique trade idea that you're going to be able to manage in these markets. Like, oh, if I took this stock and then I hedged it with this and I took these strikes out from here, and yeah, it's already been done. A fund already beat you to it probably 3 months ago.
Right. It is always fun to see when you look through various options chains and you're kind of like, oh, this seems like about the price where I'm indifferent to it. It's like, oh yeah, they're almost like good at pricing options. Yeah.
It's kind of like sports betting, you know? It's like, how do they know the exact points? It's the same thing with the option market. They already did it.
Exactly.
Figure it out.
Carib actually hit on the exact stock I was talking about. I won't go into it too much, but it has about 25% option premium for them expiring on Friday this week. But that ain't enough for me to get in.
Yeah, and even sometimes it looks very zesty to be a seller of these options. And even then, you can be completely blown out of that, especially if you're selling naked options. You can get completely blown out of the water.
All I do is sell options, but yeah, I wouldn't go naked on any of those.
Yeah, that's where it gets super, super scary.
Spicy.
Absolutely. Yeah, so the market is coming back down here. We did trade up at close to the highs there, 5804 in the S&Ps, 330s in the NASDAQ. We are coming back down here. We are just kind of having this little rinse. Nothing all that important is happening. And if we're looking at the Magnificent Seven right now, all of the stocks sort of sharing the same type of price action pattern. You can see here on my screen, I have the S&P. We're just kind of sine waving here into the close. We'll pull up Apple really quick here. Apple, kind of the same thing, just kind of these wiggle moves into the close here. Amazon specifically showing us that same type of very tight sine wave here into the close. So nothing doing in the Mag 7, which as expected, we talked about this at the top of the call. We don't expect a lot of price movement here until probably the final 20 minutes of trade and maybe even the final 10 minutes when we start to get the MOC numbers coming across the wire here and all of those MOC orders hitting the tape and all of those market makers organizing those orders into a nice tight little package that we'll see here hitting the tape shortly.
Tight little package indeed. Sorry, I'm just looking at this ZN chart right now. It's very interesting in the yields today.
You have a very good relationship with the bonds, Jack.
I do. It's my happy place. It's where I go when I'm trying to figure out or make sense of things. Yeah.
How's the 10 and 2 looking today?
Let's see. My old friend, the 2s, 10s. It's actually, with all this movement, been pretty steady along the way. Ooh. 2s, 10s getting whacked today.
You know, you'll probably see a lot of liquidity being injected around the 1 p.m. Eastern time, 12 noon Central time. You should be seeing that in the 2 and 10s.
Oh, yeah. There was that, auction today, 10-year.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely finding its way behind the barn today.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed.
So we are seeing the Mag 7 start to give up a little bit of these afternoon gains here. We're starting to see it kind of peel off a little bit. That is just liquidity coming out of the market. I don't think we have any real selling on the tape just yet. If we do have any kind of news coming across the wire that's going to suggest that the election is moving one way or another, we could use that as a catalyst to kind of trade off of here. But my hands are in my pockets. I'm not really looking to press any buttons here into the close.
There's only been one thing. I'm not even going to dive into them too much. There's only been one thing so far that's moved some of the betting markets. They're a little more sensitive than this stuff for like certain states, but nothing really. Everything's pretty tight to the vest. Everyone's just going to have to wait a little while to find out. Sorry, Zach, what's going on?
No, I was eyeballing a short, kind of off this anchored VWAP, high of day anchored VWAP on NQ. Breaking out of this little area of consolidation on the 1 minute here. This would have been kind of watching it go without me, and I don't know if I'll take it if we pull back up. This would have been something really tight, maybe just down towards these 5 minute lows here, kind of filling some of this imbalance. Try to get in and out before MOC. That's kind of what I was eyeballing. 326. But I got a feeling that whatever I get into is going to chop a bit, and I'll end up sized too heavy and wanting to widen up a stop loss to try to survive this MOC volatility. So I'm conflicted. I always like to hop on here, get trades on, right? People want to see the live trading, and sometimes there's just not the right setup or the right risk structure to jump into something. Again, this doesn't look terrible, but given what might come towards the end of this session, a stop loss of 60, 70 ticks, I don't know is going to be appropriate here to make it through MOC, even being on the right side of the move, right? I think we may get that big injection, big wicks to come. And I don't know if this bad boy is going to play, but that's my only thing that I was eyeballing here. Breaking right out of this zone. Again, maybe just down towards the lows, try to capture a quick trade to the downside, but I'm going to hang out on this one. I'm going to hold tight. Again, anything can happen type of market, right? Headline markets. And along with this stuff, maybe we just chop. Maybe there's not a lot of volatility. We already saw that, but yeah, I'm going to stay patient on this one. It's getting ready to hit that sell button, but I'm going to stay patient.
I like that too. One of the things that I like to do in Power Hour is break it down into the 5-minute candles and start to see what the volume was at the top of Power Hour, and if we are in an inclining formation or a declining formation. If you look down here at the bottom of my chart, these are where my, I guess you can't really see it, but I have volume bars down there, if you'll believe me. And if we look at the top of the session, we had about 4,000 contracts traded in the NQ on the opening print for Power Hour. And we had a big candle where we had a declining in volume. About 3,300 contracts were traded. So when we see volume steeply declining into Power Hour, what it says to me is that most of the algorithms that are trading this market right now are waiting for FOMC. They're waiting for the close, the MOC, the market on close orders to come through and then sort through those orders. So when you do have declining volume into the final 10 minutes of the MOC, then you generally want to be laying off your trades, because it becomes certainly unpredictable to try to find patterns that you can replicate over and over and over. So like how you were looking for a short there, it's very easy for market manipulators to take this market rate back up on very low volume because we don't have a lot of offers that are keeping the market down. Same thing goes for sellers. We don't have a lot of bidders right now. There's a lack of volume on the tape. So it makes it very easy to push and pull the market around. So what's happening right now is that we have algorithms that are just pacing price, and they're keeping their orders stacked up and down the dome right now. And because it's such low liquidity, they're just kind of exchanging these orders back and forth. And it's making a market, so to speak, but there's not really any predictable movement from it. So until we start to see volume pick up, what I'm looking for in a 5-minute bar right now is in excess of 6,000 contracts traded in a 5-minute period. When we start to see that, maybe there's a pattern that starts to emerge. So my eyes are just focused right now on volume. I'm looking for trades based on volume.
Makes total sense.
Awesome
there.
analysis, man. Yeah. Yep. Interesting to
And
pay
volume
attention
is
to volume.
picking up a
and,
little
what we're
bit
seeing.
in the current 5-minute bar.
Yep, trading 2,700 contracts so far on this new 5-minute bar that just opened up here. This is the bottom of the hour bar. Usually we do have some algorithms that turn on. There's a lot of people that want to get gamma neutral, delta neutral by the end of the day here. So they try to sort through these orders. They try to spurt out a lot of these orders right now. And when you have 30 minutes to the close, you often have a lot of these desks that are willing to take smaller losses. They're not willing to really match it up to be completely neutral. They're okay to have a little bit of, you could call them, like we were talking this morning, hanging chads, so to speak, in their books. And so they can carry that over into the next day. And it's on smaller contract size, so it's not that big of a deal. But on this final candle here, this last candle that we just printed, we are still trading underneath what we're looking for a candle that we can actually trade with predictable volume. So again, still laying off. I think we're going to have to wait for those final 10 minutes to get something in here. Again, the volume I'm looking for is in excess of 6,000 contracts traded in a 5-minute period.
Excellent. Just sifting through my volume stuff here. We actually had a trader we discussed in Shoulder Tap who was a live funded trader at Topstep who traded 1,400 NQs in a day en route to making $57,000.
Holy
I looked
smokes.
it up. The volume
Wow.
for the NQZ on the day he did this was 551,000. Thus, this one trader traded 1/4 of 1% of the NQ volume.
Wow.
That's incredible.
That's savagery. But
and made it work successfully. Wow.
Bro, maybe a bot, but if it's in the live markets, money's money.
Exactly right. What was the frequency of trades? Was it it had nothing to do in line with HFT, right?
No, I don't think so. I think he was just a very busy boy.
Either that or his mouth.
A lot of clicking.
His mouth got stuck. He walked away and had lunch.
He's giving Manfred a run for his money.
We are starting to see a little bit of breakout of this channel here in the NASDAQ. Looking over the Mag 7, we are seeing Apple, Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, all kind of pointing to the top side here. S&Ps are still buoyed, looking for 58.05 to trade out. If we do break that level, there is a chance we could start the march towards 58.10. But again, we do need to see volume coming into this market. It's very easy to push a market around on low volume. When we see real volume, that is confirmation that we do have real orders, real important orders that are hitting the tape. They have more... What's the adjective I'm looking for? More force behind them. I'm trying to say more intention, more intentionable orders.
Tick energy. All right, it's my contractual obligation here. We were talking about the Series 3 and back, and I would be remiss if we did not do a quick Series 3 question. Oh, one eye on the ladder here. This one, JD was nice enough to make for us today. And the question is, when the yield curve is inverted, one would expect to see A, T-bond yields higher than T-note yields, B, T-bill yields higher than T-bond yields, C, T-note yields higher than Eurodollar yields, or D, Japanese government bond yields higher than T-bill yields.
I got my guess for this one.
Same. And it's a guess.
I do appreciate that this is a much nicer question than what you'd probably find on the Series 3.
Yeah.
There's the poll. We got the poll in the chat.
We get some easier like throwaway answers in this one.
69% say B. Majority saying B. B. What do you guys
My
say?
guess was B.
Yeah, B. I'm saying B.
Well, I'm a bond man. And I say, B for bonds. Let's see what the answer is.
Hey, there it is.
Indeed. Yield curve's inverted. It means front-end yields are higher than
I like the C and D answers. That was nice.
Exactly.
I wish the real Series 3 was like that.
Yeah.
This is from the test. Like, what the hell? Getting Eurodollars and Japanese government bonds involved?
We are breaking out, by the way. 345s are trading. We're seeing the march towards 58.10 in the S&Ps. Congratulations to anybody that got this long. In the 5-minute bar right now that's about to close, we are seeing 4,300 contracts being traded, so definitely heating up to that 6,000 benchmark that I was looking for.
All right.
Palantir is currently up 25%, Jack.
Yeah. Somebody just sold. I have a little bit left. I'm a happy boy this year with that.
It's the engine that nobody thought could ever do it. It's actually doing it. I can't believe it.
I talk about I'm almost out. Like, we talk about sometimes traders getting a mana for heaven day. Like, this whole year has just been the trade that nearly killed me, only like made me way stronger. So I'm just going to take that and be happy and not try and do it again.
Yeah, I remember when everybody stopped believing in Palantir back at $6. Everybody thought it was a fish out of water, never going to be resuscitated. And here we are trading up at 51 right now.
Bags were heavy.
I remember when I stopped believing in Santa Claus. Terrible.
All right. Pushing. So it says, well, it just had earnings yesterday. Magical vultures. That's what it's signaling.
that's a sight to behold, and it's interesting to see that people were still holding that for as long as they were. Specifically, I think that the catalyst is, of course, the government contracts that are ongoing, but to have people hold on for that long, all the way down in the muck in below 10s and
yeah.
Oh, what happened?
I think we just lost your mic there, Rips. Got very
no.
like, oh, there, now you're back.
Okay. Sorry. But yeah, I didn't have Palantir on my bingo card this year. And I'll always call it Palantir, not Palantir.
All right, push into new recent highs.
And NASDAQ 63% long here with 63% in the money. And S&P sort of falling flat here, 50-50 on the tilt.
Thank you, Eddie.
Yeah, I'm hands off on this one, guys. That short obviously would have failed. Glad I stayed out of that one. And I just don't have a clear direction or target or way to structure risk coming into this MOC in about 23, 22 minutes. So I'm planning on being hands off. Something sets up, got the combine loaded up, but I think this is going to be watch the fun start into this election night.
I think there could be a lot of fun come 250. That's when I do kind of want to take a trade, but I kind of want to wait for 12 minutes and then just try and play some crazy taxi right here at the end.
Yeah, I like Rick's idea for everybody out there. The practice account, man. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. The practice account.
No.
Have fun with it.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a smart move. There might be a cheap short up here, Jack, if you're interested. How would you feel about a short from here, Zach? Do you like this?
That's the direction I'm interested in for the end of the day, and I could be convinced of it now. We're going small.
Yeah, I think a short here and now for like maybe 2 contracts, risking above like 353 and 3/4, something like that.
Right.
That can't really hurt us.
In for one.
I like it. I like
the scale and the everything. So it runs away from us. Maybe I'll just get that second one on here. Where were you saying
What
for
price
risk?
did you get? Risk 53 3/4.
Okay, 340
Beauty.
in for one. Now, so 341 is where we're short 2 on Q.
Beauty. Yeah,
You're
I'd like
saying-
this to trail back down below into that 324 range where the POC is. And I'd like that to get there in the next 15 minutes or so.
Where are we looking at the stop, you said?
53 3/4.
You get reading glasses at some point on here. All right. All right. Got our stop.
Yeah, I feel like even if we're wrong on this one, it's not going to be too painful. I feel like, you got a tight stop. You're using a small amount of contracts. It's a nice risk reward here.
Yeah,
I think
it's going to
targeting
be
24s is nice.
$510 painful if we're out.
And what's the TP? What's that good for? At least $1,000, right?
I think so. What was the exact number you said for the TP?
24 evens.
24 events. Yeah, that's $700 thereabouts.
That's good. Good risk reward.
I also
Here we
especially
go.
with,
Come on down to Paintown. Yes.
Oh,
take it down. Woo!
Oh,
way to go, Jack. That's what I'm talking about right here and now. Congratulations to anybody who caught that beautiful short, like our buddy Jack did here. Tell me you got out at 24s, Jack. Please.
Did you get a fill?
I did. Something was a little bit delayed there.
What?
Uh-oh.
I'm hitting cancel orders. Oh, it got me long one.
Whoa.
We're gonna be
get out.
We're long, we're green. What's going on there, Jack?
Get out.
Flatten off.
He's the great. Love seeing it.
That was laggy, but you know what? You make your own luck. We made $741.
Jack, you dirty dog. You've done it again.
Who do you think you are? I am.
You thoroughbred.
Very nice. Very nice.
I love to see it, Jack. You know, that execution, honestly, hats off to you. You didn't hesitate. You took the trade. You put on the size that we were asking. Zach and I both saw that the same. I think that's what a trio. High fives here, Zach. Right here, buddy.
High fives, right on.
Right here. Yeah, there we go.
That one's on you, but well done, man. Very well.
All right. I refreshed there, so hopefully we'll do that.
Hey, in about 10 minutes, we got our MOCs. Now, yesterday's we were in the billions. It was huge sell side. So we got about 10 minutes here.
All right, everybody. We got 10 minutes to game time. Let's all gather
And
around.
we'll see what the MOCs are going to bring us here today on this wonderful Election Day Tuesday. Back to you, Jack.
Thank you, Eddie.
I feel like that's good enough for a power hour trade. I feel like that kind of checked all the boxes there. We had all three of us agreeing on the trade idea. We all saw the exact same thing. Jack nailed it with the ice cold execution. And then you even got an extra long just for and giggles, you know? It was good.
Yeah, snag that quick fat
just
finger
for the
long,
hell of
man.
it.
And
Hey,
in
Rips,
and out ahead of
few of us,
ahead of MOC.
a few of our traders here in chat are asking, can you explain that? Because they really liked it.
Absolutely, sure. So if we're looking at my chart here, we have this level up at 345. We've tagged this level multiple times. A couple of little interesting spots in the market here. When we were racing up towards the north side, you can see that we use this level as this first point of rejection. On the way back down, we sliced through that level. We came back up, and these are on the, I believe these are the 3-minute bars. Yeah, 3-minute bars. We came back and we used that level as resistance. When we came down, we're tucking underneath that level. We're coming up and making what's called a triple top here. This is number 1. This is number 2. This is number 3. Triple top here creates a very easy shorting opportunity for us because this liquidity, if we're looking at the volume profile, was very slim compared to this liquidity. This liquidity was eaten today. This liquidity was on a diet. So when we come back up here, we're looking for volume shelves. This volume shelf sticks out right here. And we're saying, okay, this is a nice cheap short here. We want to come back to balance. Where's the balance of the market? Well, we find the temporary point of control here at 324. As we come lower, this entire distribution of volume shelf is on the table for covers. So if you're still in this short here, any of these areas are healthy for covers. Do we bounce back up and maybe tend to tick on this north side of the volume shelf? Possibly. But we're using a simple 3-candle rejection here, or if we're looking at 3-minute, 5-minute, 15-minute, either way, it's a triple top. We have a nice volume shelf where we have a tippy top of volume shelf, lack of liquidity, and coming right back down. So it's a cheap short, good risk reward, and Bob's your uncle.
Bobby boy.
Beautiful. And hey, Rips, I've heard you explain this before. That's a visible range volume profile, if I'm looking correct. Right. Yeah. So it's the only other indicator I have hidden on my chart. Something similar as well. I've kind of come on and off playing with it, but you mind breaking that one down even further? Because I get asked about it often, and you have it on your charts, and you're often breaking it down just like that. Liquidity on a diet and not on a diet.
I love it. It's great.
Yeah, you'll often find, especially at the end of the day, you have distributions of volume throughout the day, and you can kind of see where. I mean, remember, we're in an auction here. And you want to think about it like any other auction. Imagine we're auctioning off iPhones. If I'm holding up an iPhone and I'm saying, hey, got an iPhone here for $10,000, probably not a lot of people are going to be biting at that. But if I'm holding up a brand new iPhone 16 Pro Max and I'm saying, I got this thing for $1, we're going to have a rush of people getting for that. They're going to be looking to buy that iPhone for $1. They're going to drive that price up. So this is how liquidity works in the market. You're looking for interest. What we see in the visible range volume profile is above this volume shelf right here that you can see on my chart, right where our line is drawn. There's a lack of interest. The liquidity starts to die down. So we call that liquidity on the diet right here. Above that, we have a bigger shelf. What happened here? We had a lot of topping liquidity. So we can imagine that there were a lot of people selling up there because we were overextended. So when you have this gap in liquidity, a big volume shelf, you say, well, this is kind of a brick wall here. And if we can't get up and over that, which is what we saw right here into that rejection, that's the area that you want to short into, because the idea that we're not going to get over that is much higher than the idea that we're going to return back to balance, namely where we were targeting that 324 level, which is the point of control. This purple line that's sticking out shows us in the visible range, what's showing on my chart, this is where the most volume was transacted in this certain range of the market. Now, that's important because, like we talked about in auction theory, there's a lot of people that are all agreeing to say most of the transactions for the NQ should be done at this exact price. And that's why that price attracts like a magnet. And that's why it was our target to the downside there.
Wow. I love that, Rip. That was awesome. Oh, yeah. That was. I love that. Thank you, Rips.
Absolutely.
Going off a little more here. Before MOC, James, you're behind there. Do we have Power Hour ready? The hashtag stuff?
We got that hashtag stuff. It's ready to go. So let's see it. As I
a great poll in chat, by the way.
Who talks faster, Rips, Robert or Andre? Good poll.
I'm trying to get the most education packed in as short a time as possible here.
Oh no, that was solid. I think it's who's got the radio voice, man. You might be on the leaderboard for that one.
All right, James, you got 3 minutes. Send it.
3 minutes. Going. My funded journey. Okay, I'm done. Lock me out, Batak. We got a series of manual lockouts in place. Looks like they're all express funded accounts. So congratulations, well done, keeping those
I like
profits
that.
locked
The
up.
Batak lock. It's got a ring
Talk
to it,
lock,
right?
yeah.
Batak
And they're all
lock.
named. Look, look at that. You see the names: Eddie, Hoag, Dakota, Jack, and Rips.
Oh, that's cute.
That's awesome.
I like that.
I hope
Tweet
it's not an
tweet at Michael. He'll get you
list
flat.
for
He'll lock you up.
assassination.
At least I'm fourth. Warning.
From the Trading Ape, thanks again. I was trading tiny today in these brand new Topstep XFAs, 1, 2, or 3 micros only, scalping, and your calls were epic. I'm going to trial your 7-day service shortly too.
Nice.
There you go.
There are no tiny.
That's
traders.
awesome.
And then looks like we got one from the man himself. What a blast we all had trading on TopstepTV together this morning with Michael Patak and Coach DBA, locking up with a profit of $10K in my Topstep Express funded accounts and $1.2K in my Topstep Live account trading. NQ Futures. Way to go, Rips.
Thank you,
It's
buddy.
a beautiful thing.
Good job there.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Quickly, just a couple more. I made this one too big.
Woo!
Brian Todd out in the XFAs played that 20307 triple top rejection. That's an express funded account. Made $282 across, looks like 2 different accounts, 3 total. Leader and 2 more. So good job there. Trader27 grabbed a few schmacks and locking it out. Micros for the win. If anybody's still speculating, use caution. God bless you, your families, and our countries. So another manual lockout win today from Trader27. And finally, ending power hour for today, Day Trading Coffee Co. Just a little daily reminder, stick to the rules, drink some coffee, and lock out. If you're having trouble reading the sign, it says, don't do dumb shit.
There you go.
Sage
I
advice.
might get a whiteboard. You know, that's smart, having a whiteboard there.
When you write it down, it makes
Right in
it
front of
real.
you. Yeah.
But that's our power hour for the day. Back to you, Jack.
Thank you very much, James. We're under a minute till the last MOC, possibly, before we know who the president is for the next 4 years. I'm going to phrase everything like that. This is the last closing bell. Historic.
For
All
4
right.
years.
Eddie's on the call
All right, here we
here.
come here.
Last MOC ever.
Yeah.
That's it. It's over from here. The markets are never opening up after this.
We're closed. That's it.
All right, 20
It's closed for
seconds
business.
on our mock. Mock, baby.
What speed are we going to go? Mach 5?
I don't know. We've got a guess, maybe 2 billion. I don't know. What's the guess here? Yesterday was the sell side huge.
Sell
Never saw
side
it
3
that big
billion.
before.
Go.
3 billion. Wow. Okay, here we go. Oh, not that much today. Boy, what a fart in a tornado. S&P, we got the MOC here. 334 million buy side. NASDAQ, only 106 million buy side. Dow, 118 million sell side. And our Mag 7, 253 million to the buy side. And remember, these prices do fluctuate. And I will be watching these if they do. Back to you, Jack.
So what that tells me is that we had a lot of participants in this market short going into the day, and the counterparties kind of evened up by buying out of their shorts, and we had new liquidity selling into it, which is why the MOC, I keep wanting to say FOMC, the MOC was light and tight today. So I think that we're going to see a relapse of that liquidity coming on Thursday. So I don't know if Wednesday is going to give us a big opportunity to trade. We'll have to see how the Globex session shapes out here. But I think that we're going to see a lack of liquidity big time until FOMC. Now, keep in mind, I'm wrong very often, but this is what I predict.
Yeah. I imagine things will be pretty illiquid tonight into tomorrow. Let me check
You
in.
want to see a much more forceful MOC if we were going to have a pretty violent Globex session. I can't speak this afternoon. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we're waking up and we have any indication of of a result on what's going on tonight. I think that's going to be interesting into tomorrow and the rest of the week and what that means for the market. So we'll see. But combines, that's it for me. Combines.
I love it. That's great discipline, Zach. Great discipline.
That's not a bad idea. Here at Topstep, we have a brand new subscription from our friends at Reuters to show live videos from Reuters all over the world. So tomorrow, don't think, well, I'm watching Topstep TV. I can't see the crazy shit that's going on. No, you will be able to see it here live, the same as any of these other places from Reuters. So you can't escape us. We're on. While we're at it, might as well take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. David Green's going to be in for group coaching. We got Nick for a Tick and Jay going to be in the house for fast markets. Jerome D is joining the power players. KV, JD, and Herv D are going to be here at 1 o'clock. And then Dakota and David Green are going to be here for Power Hour tomorrow, so won't want to miss that. Hopefully another barn burner like this one was for the 14 seconds we had to trade on.
Hey, you know what? 14 seconds to get a green trade like that is better than sitting and waiting 2 hours and then it finally resolves. At least in my books.
Of course.
Listen, I think getting in and getting out ahead of MOC on a day like today and into the last, 10 minutes, that should be the goal. If you can make it happen like that, solid, man. If you have to get in and then hang on through it, I've been on here doing it, right? And it's always the question, Andre, hey, Zach, you trades in the money. What do you think? You're going to hold on to this one? I'm like, yeah, probably, but I don't want to. Yeah, man. In and out quick. That's it.
Keep in mind, we do have some earnings coming after the bell. Nothing too crazy, but it's on the docket after the bell. So we should see a little slight push and pull of liquidity, at least in the S&P after the bell.
Anything fun and specific for earnings or?
Nothing on my radar that's even worth mentioning, to be honest. Last week was kind of the Thunderdome of earnings, but yeah, it's interesting to note though that we are still chopping around right around that point of control. We are pushing back up towards that 345 level, but you can see how thin this market is. It's moving on very low liquidity. The orders that are hitting the tape for MOC definitely leave a lot to be desired on the liquidity front. We're seeing 1s, 2s, 5s, 4s, 3s. Nothing like 25s, nothing really large in the NQ right now, and that's to be expected, especially with such a light and tight MOC.
Yeah, following that MOC and where we kind of are near the point of control, kind of mid-range, a lot of uncertainty. I am not going to take another trade. It is more than likely in the next 5 minutes, but I'm not going to lock out either because I never say never, and I'm so confident in my extreme discipline that I would never just trade for the sake of it.
I didn't know you were such a Bieber fan. That's insane. You're a believer.
I'm a believer.
That's amazing. Yeah, we are pushing back down to the point of control here. Not a lot is happening. If you wanted to make a market from 30s to 20s, hey, it's an amazing time to do it. But this is just coming into the final 5 here. Again, very, very low liquidity, very easy to move this market around. There's a lot of market makers, liquidity providers that are sidestepping this liquidity. So if you're choosing to trade this, you're definitely kind of rolling the dice, in my opinion.
Agreed. So, Zach, thanks for stopping by. Any final thoughts here as we head into the last couple minutes?
Yeah, just building off this conversation. Trade safe, trade well tomorrow, guys. Control your risk. Make your decision going in. I don't think, again, there's anything wrong with saying, hey, there's volatility. I'm going to trade this momentum. Just accept that risk that you're putting on. Know where your stop is, know what you're sizing, and be aware that slippage is a real thing, even in the futures market. And if you're trading, illiquid markets, that's even more of a real thing. So trade well, control your risk, and there's nothing wrong with hopping in a practice account like Rip said. Or if the 50Ks or the 150Ks are, a fun treat for you, you want to trade Globex and have some fun as you're watching whatever news station you're watching, man, go for it. I think I might have the market open on my phone. I don't know that I'm going to be sacrificing combines to have fun, but trade well, control your risk, and just exercise some caution coming into this week.
Very nice there, Zach. What about you, Rips? Anything to add?
I mean, he said it perfectly. Zach is right on the ticket there. You ought to just listen to your best guess for yourself. Everybody's different out there. Like Zach said, if it's a rip in the wind for a combine, go ahead and trade it. Trading on the practice count is always going to be best. It's going to give you the best opportunity to get experience in this market, and just be safe out there. It's going to be wild. The market's going to be here next week. for the most part. I'm 99% sure the market's going to be open next week. So knowing that, if you want to skip some difficult volatility and liquidity pushes and pulls, just wait until Monday. Trade your live accounts on Monday, trade your XFAs on Monday, and maybe leave it to combines and practice for the rest of the week.
And guess what? If the market's not here come Monday, we'll all just go meet in a field somewhere and start a new spot market, just like they did in the old days. Somebody was asking in there, like, what is... I was joking a little bit about my discipline. They were asking, what's the biggest thing I've, like, aped into? Of course I am. You don't develop discipline unless you've been burned. And I've been torched. I think I've said in this show before, the worst trade I've ever made was making money the first time I shorted Tesla.
Yeah, that's a scary thing to do.
and then besides that, I mean, clearly I was fired from a proprietary trading operation, and that trade was no bueno. But that's behind me. Now just discipline.
Yeah, if the market's not here on Monday, we can always meet in a field of tulips as well.
Yes. Start our new bubbles. The NVIDIA of flowers.
Julie Andrews. Yes, those hills are alive with the sound of what? Hey, we got 2 on the clock here.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go here. We are still trading exactly at the point of control right now, right at 234. Or sorry, 324. I'm Istic Lexic right now.
Anyone who knows about the Dutch tulip thing, what I don't quite get about it is what was the bull thesis for the tulips? Like now,
I think it was the bulb thesis, Jack.
It's an all-time great dad.
It's late in the day.
Like,
sorry.
during the .com bubble, like now with NVIDIA, I can make the case. There's, well, they're going to make every microchip on the world, and we're going to have alien civilizations. This would be worth 50 billion trillion. But what do you say about tulips? They're freaking flowers.
Yeah, that's just your opinion, man.
Yeah. They're pretty. Okay. Under a minute until we get to the bell. When we do get there, Eddie is going to take us home. Okay. So Eddie's ready. He's in back there. Real Deal Zach, thanks so much for joining us. Rips, you've been on a bunch today, and you've been killing it. Great job today, man.
Thanks, buddy. It was great to share the stage with you, Zach, and of course, Jack. It's great to hang out with you both. I hope we get to do it more often.
Right back at you, man. Always appreciate getting on. Thank you, guys. Yeah. Always awesome.
This was a pleasure of a way to end the day. Ooh, I'm getting a random call from Chicago. I hope it's no one important. Okay, 10 seconds to go till the last bell before we know who the last one president is. The last bell ever.
You got 10. There it is. All right.
Thanks, everybody.
See you guys.
All right, folks. Well, we've come to our last day here. Let me fix my microphone. Last day here before the U.S. election. And I just want to stress the point that if you are in the funded account, please note, all right, trading is going to be disabled for all live funded accounts. This is going to begin at 5 p.m. Central Time today. So if you're listening and you got a funded account, live funded, all right, XFAs and combines, practice accounts, you have at it, okay? But just be very, very careful here today with what's going on. But today, live funded accounts beginning at 5 p.m. Central Time, you cannot trade, all right? We are expected to reopen at 8:30 tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. Central Time tomorrow, which is November 6th. Now, we've got our risk managers all camped out, ready to go, going to be watching what's going on overnight. And if you are a live funded trader, you will be informed. Okay, we'll get back to you once your accounts are enabled to trade again. Okay, so I'm going to repeat this again here, just a little reminder. But tomorrow, we don't really have too much early. So be here tomorrow about 8 o'clock here. But at 9:30, we do have our crude oil inventories. Okay, we do have those are at 9:30 Central Time. We also will be having a 12 o'clock 30-year bond auction, and scrolling down here, will be heads up on that. So that's tomorrow. Not too much on the eco front, but as Jack mentioned earlier, it will be Wednesday the 6th, and we got a lot of good people coming in here. We always have good people coming in. Going to be with us here for Fast Markets. We got Coach Jay, Nick for a tick. Andre's going to be back. All right. So Andre's going to be back. Everybody bring a dish, dessert, casserole, whatever. We're going to celebrate Andre being back here. Power players. Jerome D is going to be with us here. David Green for group coaching. Good old David Green. And Herv D. Back to the futures with Herv D and KV. And to end the day here, we got David Green, Coach Dakota Dolby, and Andre for Power Hour. So don't forget here, coming up at 3:15, we got At the Buzzer with Coach Jay. I haven't seen Coach Jay in a bit. I miss him. I miss seeing him. So he's going to be doing his At the Buzzer with Coach Paul. Don't forget also tonight at 6 o'clock, Coach Ray in the Discord channel, Coach Vince in the Discord channel, and come back here, YouTube, for slow markets. And I do believe that Dakota mentioned that Nick Vertick's going to be with him today, if I remember correctly. I know I'm getting old. If I am wrong, I apologize. But yeah, that would be pretty cool, hanging out with our coaches during the counting of the election, seeing how the markets are reacting to what is being said. So, yes, Shumham, you can bring cheeseburgers as well. That would be nice. Travis is going to bring the guac. It's nice. Okay. All right. If I do show up, I'll probably bring Pop-Tarts. And I got a lot of Pop-Tarts. But anyway, be here. Be here for our coaches. All right. 7:30 tonight with Coach Dakota Slow Markets. And keep that in mind also. All right. So, don't forget also, this might be some fun stuff. Deanna with a 3:30 tomorrow morning. I think that might be something that if you really want to get a good head start on which way the market is moving, 3:30 a.m. Central Time, the London Open. So catch Deanna 3:30 in the morning. But otherwise, now it is time, my friends. Relax. All right, go take a break. We got At the Buzzer coming up. Make a sandwich, grab a drink, stretch it out a little bit. Come back here and see what Coach Jay and Coach Paul has to say. But orders from headquarters. I want you to stay safe. I want you to stay healthy. And please have a fantastic rest of your day. And don't forget, remember also, live traders won't be able to trade after 5 p.m. Central Time here. And we expect to reopen back up at 8:30. And you will be contacted by our risk team when you can start trading again. So better safe than sorry. Until we meet again. Yes, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.